we opened.
Oh
So
wow.
you'd just be paying a premium right now if you bought into anything. Q has dipped unremarkably.
Well, look at Max
It's
Payne.
yeah.
Isn't it right at 5?
The
We're
liquidity is
almost at
positioned
Max Payne.
much. The liquidity is positioned much higher than where we are. The max pain is 539, which is also much higher than we are. There is a lot of potential downside. No one's offended by the price we're at right now except the retail traders. And the put holders don't mind if they get assigned because they get to buy more QQQ and delta hedge with those new shares that they've got. Write more calls, write more puts. They don't care. The puts just tell you where buying will occur, and we're already below that mark. 535 is sort of sticky. But it's really not though. Like it's not very important where the puts are. It's just where a lot of buying will occur. It's much more important where the calls are, and we're well below it already. Money is positioned higher. We could trend upward. It's possible that we trend upward throughout the rest of the day for Q specifically. Though it makes a lot more sense if that were to happen if these get assigned. Yeah,
Tesla's
that'd
down
be almost $1 million
3.5% this morning.
just about pouring into Q at 535.
Cooler's on a run at 11% right now.
And $1 million, that's not a lot of money, man. Like actually the put call ratio is pretty garbage, in fact. So this is not bullish. Quantitatively, this is not bullish. There is not enough money to carry it up and not enough interest in buying shares if it goes down.
That's actually
Emotionally, I'm bullish though.
Yeah, emotionally everyone's bullish, but you gotta take the emotions out of it, you know what I mean? Or you'll end up getting
No,
led by the
never.
market.
Never bet against America
Never
or
bet
J Powell either.
never bet against BlackRock, never bet against any of these guys, man.
Okay, I'm buying a 45 VIX call at, and I'm selling a 48. I'm not doing it right this moment, but I've got it loaded up and ready to go. I'm going to probably capitalize on this trade at like, I'm going to fill it at around
What's the
10
ticker?
when the prices are more. VXX.
Okay. Just let me know when you jump
Just
in.
know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
just know
jumping
what
in
you're
yet.
doing with it. It's a short-term volatility play. You're not holding this till end of week. You're holding it just today on any news that drives prices down very suddenly. And it's possible we go down very suddenly.
Okay. I'll wait on that. Obviously.
Think about it this way, if 95% of the market expects a 0.25 rate cut and we get it, then there's only uncertainty left to look forward to going into like end of year basically. Yeah, there could be a Santa rally, but there's a lot more uncertainty to look forward to and less certainty. So and if we don't have a rate cut, then we don't get cheap loans throughout the economy. We don't get cheaper. They're still not going to be cheap even if he cuts rates, but they're going to stay what they are now, which is going to upset people. So that's why there's slightly more bearish possibility on the day in this announcement than there is bullish. So it's a little bit of money. I'm probably going to buy like $150 worth of this play, and it could triple. And if it doesn't, I do not care.
So you're talking about doing a spread, or are you just
Yeah,
buying
call
separate
debit.
calls? Yeah, call debit
No.
spread. Okay.
I want to cap my gains, which could be stupid because when VIX goes, it goes. It's like a big old needle, but I don't have high conviction it'll drop a lot. I don't know why. I don't think it's this week that anything really bad is going to happen. I don't think that that's permissible.
Damn. Do I sell these Uber calls while I'm still making money?
Let the winners run.
Wait until you lose money.
I just sold my Uber calls for 30%. I definitely just hopped out. Not gonna lie.
I just don't like Uber.
Well, I do like Uber and I'm bullish, but like with this, like he was saying with the market data, like we have no idea what's going on at end of day. So I've exited every position I'm in, other than day trades at the moment, just for that
Do you
exact
think I should
reason.
exit my $1 cooler call?
Probably not. I mean, that's
No, they've been releasing news steadily. I think they had some news yesterday around a launch, and then today I think I saw on Webull they posted saying that they now meet some sort of criteria in terms of their listing. Let me see if I can find it. 1 second. But it was interesting. Okay,
Yeah, I have until the 17th when it expires. Like I have a month.
This cooler is proud to announce its return to full compliance with the New York Stock Exchange American listing standards, a significant milestone as we continue driving innovation and energy management. So they've
The hell did
regained
they do to get
compliance with the NYSE.
out of compliance?
Does someone mind dropping out of his stream so I can get like the YouTube stream watching his screen? Because says it has the max.
If we have an
price.
EMA crossover, I might enter in QQQ calls for 535 or 536. If we have EMA crossover, then I'll do that.
I dropped out
It's
for you.
very-
I dropped from the stream.
It's very much up to you if you want to join in on that. It's a particularly risky day. Just know that. I'm doing it because I'm going to have downside protection too if we go up.
Copy. Let me know. Let me know if you do hop in that.
Well, I'll say it. Follow at your own risk today.
Oh yeah, I know.
Isn't every day follow at your own risk?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that till I die, dude. If I do this for
Go.
on live, yeah.
Does someone mind dropping out of that stream so I can get the YouTube watching his screen?
I think someone said they did.
No, someone else already hopped back in it. Like I don't know.
Can you? Is there any way like they can upgrade this?
I think it's based on how many boosts
Well,
the
if,
server
well,
has.
if I can get the
Said that-
YouTube watching it, everybody can watch it. So that's the whole point right now. Like I'm just trying to.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
You know what I
I
mean?
dropped. I'm the last one that joined. I'll drop.
Okay, let me know when you're out of it. Not out of the Discord.
Go,
call,
go.
but just that
So
stream.
yeah, there's 2 spots. There's 2 spots.
Okay, I'm in now. Okay, anyone that doesn't have the screen up, it's available on YouTube. I'll put it in the chat here.
And people ask why YouTube loses money.
Yeah.
Well, nowadays they're probably making money.
Real quick,
So many
you guys,
foreign
I'm so
advertisements.
sorry. What was your price on Q, Ally?
I'm thinking of. I haven't hit what I'm waiting for to enter, but 536 or 537.
Okay.
I need to. I'll probably do 537s just so it's cheaper on the face value, and I don't mind losing all of it. I'm probably gonna do the more stupid play basically because the data says we could go up there is why I'm interested in it, and if I lose the money, I want the cheaper play. If it goes down, I don't care because I'm gonna have VIX put call debit spreads by then, so I'll make money no matter what today, basically, as long as we don't go flat, and if I get my entries.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
The rumors of CVS's demise have been greatly exaggerated.
They're not going anywhere. CVS took Walgreens' money.
Walgreens sucks.
CVS is also the only way to get people off of tobacco products while getting their prescriptions, which is a double whammy for the U.S. healthcare system.
Well, no, the recent attention that CVS is getting is because apparently it's owned by Aetna. Aetna, the insurance
That's the
company,
same.
something I didn't know, and there's bipartisan legislation being worked on by Josh Hawley and Elizabeth Warren, and to break up, these vertically integrated, doctors, or healthcare providers, insurance companies, and pharmacies. right?
That makes sense on the news, but why do you think they're picking CVS to do that? It's CVS stopped selling tobacco products so that you can't get unhealthy while you're getting your health care. And if they basically corner that market, that makes health insurance companies a lot more money on policy over time. Over time, it's a multi-decade plan.
I don't know if, and maybe somebody else does, but I don't think Walgreens is owned by any insurance providers. I don't think Rite Aid or like Boots, or I'm not sure of any other major pharmacy chain that is owned by a insurance provider that also provides healthcare. That CVS Health, you can go in and get a checkup, you can get flu shots. So they're really controlling costs and prices, a bit of a monopoly within that ecosystem.
Okay, I think
No way.
it's a little
On
earlier than
YouTube-
I would prefer.
On YouTube, creators can now get paid to train AI with their videos that they turn on
Wow.
content training. That's crazy. It is Google, so it makes some sense, but
We were talking about stuff like this, like getting rewarded for training AI on the blockchain, and I even said, I was like, well, Google could just do that in a fell swoop, and then
literally.
yeah,
the
that's
next
tough.
day.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
I want to say premiums are kind of high right now for 537s. Like, I feel like usually this would be like $70 or so, and today it seems pretty skewed upward.
What have you got? I got like 105 going up here.
This could be the beginning of the cloud, a big one. It would be a very good entry as far as like the market goes, being so early in the morning.
On what?
It would be greedy. It'd be very opportunistic, and you'd be kind of lucky if it went up from here, just like you thought. But it's the beginning of a cloud forming. There's just no data to go off, so I'm still waiting.
What
cloud are you referring to?
Yeah. Yeah, see, a little too early.
On a 537 or a 536 call?
I'm looking at 537 right now. I'm staring at it, and I'm waiting for around 10 a.m., 10:15. I want to see the real prices reveal themselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait on it. I'd rather make real money instead of speculative money. You know what I mean?
Well, it's all speculative, but as long as you don't mind losing 25, 50% of your entry, you're fine.
I'm not fine. I'd rather wait for an actual trend. It's because of
We're filling all these tiny little gaps, though. I mean, it looks good on paper.
ARK is now up
There's
to
just
40.
There's just like no volume. This is absolute ass volume because it's not about the open today. It's about the meeting. So even if I get into this play, it's gonna be like it's gonna hurt every minute that passes because I'm waiting for things that aren't gonna happen necessarily. I'm looking to make $50 to $100 from this play. Not a lot of money at all. However, that being said, it does look like this cloud is forming. Slowly but surely, it's forming.
Your stream is like 20 seconds behind.
I mean, yeah, that's just gonna probably be like that, honestly.
Oh no, that's super important though.
That's pretty.
That's
kind of
just YouTube
teetering
in
on the
general.
edge there. Bad entry prices.
Yeah, that's
I
just
don't-
gonna be YouTube in general.
You can't make it shorter, like
No,
2 seconds or something.
Nah, not through
It's
YouTube.
not
I think
him.
It has a little bit of a. Yeah, it's depressing. Okay, I'm now on a cash account though, so that's good.
Alloy, are you running 1 minute or 30-second candles?
They They form after 1 minute, but obviously you can see I'm getting tick level data.
Right. Because I've got real time data activated. I just didn't know if you were forming at 30 or 1 minute.
The problem with real-time candles is you're not looking at the same data as everybody else. Like, of course, they averaged, like their median formation will be the same as if you had 1 minute candles. If you were to average them in your head or something like that, it is correct data, but you're not looking at the same graph as institutional market makers. So they use 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 on intraday trading. So if you want to do TA and you want your TA to look like their TA, you got to use what they use. You're looking at what algorithms look at, which are fun, very important, but algorithms trade on intrasecond. Humans are not fast enough to make use of that data.
Bray, you asked me in the chat if I'm long China. The answer is fuck yeah, I'm long China. Have you guys seen that chart about the interest rates, the yields in China? I think I posted this morning. I can try to post it again here. But please take a look at this.
They created more voice chats finally.
All right, I just posted it in the chat. Take a look, guys.
QQQ is on its way back down again.
I didn't enter.
Did you guys hop into a play yet?
Hello.
No.
No.
Not hopping in yet.
All right, good. My girl called me.
Oh, yeah, it happens. I made $100 from last night's plays, but that's relatively nothing right now.
What did you place on last night?
Uber calls. They were up 30% this morning. So I sold them.
These prices are dumb. I fully expect price drops to occur for 537 by 10 and 10:15.
Perfect. Yeah, because I mean it's not
Yep.
going to 538, so you may as well just wait.
And here's what's going to drive those prices lower. Some price realization.
What do you think?
You still looking at that 537 call or no?
Yep. No, I'm not. Unless the data's changed. That's my cheap. Yeah, that is a fine quantitative play. It's gonna, if it goes there, it's gonna grind up there. It's not gonna be easy to enter or exit. Nothing about it's gonna be satisfying. It's pinching pennies.
What would you say your limit prices would be to enter?
I can't know that
I just
until we
wait
roll
till
around to that time
10.
frame.
Yeah, probably around 10 o'clock.
I mean, I would like it to be at 85. If it's not at 85 and 10 rolls around and the EMA clouds are forming and I don't see any red flags, I'll pay 90. I'll pay 100 for them each. It's not 85 is just like a random number I'm throwing out based on what I'm seeing here. That would be nice. That'd be cool, you know?
Are you doing zero?
And even as it goes down, the premium is staying juiced, which is a little confusing. It's either predatory or bullish. It's either market makers seeing that there's a lot of interest in it and they're like, yeah, okay, I'll sell it to you at this price. Or it's because, and I guess I can check, the bid ask ratio is just flipping back and forth. It's not really going to tell me much, but yeah, I mean, the market agrees. They're worth a 102, 100 in that area. That's what the market says they're worth. And that makes sense. The liquidity is positioned at 340 today. Seems a little high, in my opinion. But that's what the data is saying. So and like this cloud on a normal day would have formed by now. But take a look at how low and garbage this volume is. Like, understand what you're playing into.
Ya había dicho de todos los regalos, sí, que trajo mucho más regalos.
Bro,
Dude,
fuck
fuck off. God, it's so annoying.
We can get the server mods to give a
handful of us who are regulars, the ability to mute people for everybody else, that'd be great.
It'd be abused. Yeah, I mean, maybe not by Moz, but they got a lot on their plate right now.
Yeah.
Holy crap, those Q calls jumped.
Daisy, why
Yes,
don't
they
you
did.
just stream in Discord Alloy's stream? That way it's not delayed.
Kim getting ready.
Oh, it looks like they did add the permission. Great.
Okay, there's quite a bit of the mix of buying and selling at this mark, but that makes sense. There would be. So I'm gonna go ahead and get in. Actually, I'm looking at 538s now. I'm waiting for a discount. It might not happen here in this next candle, but I want my discount. I want my good entry.
Yeah, maybe somebody in Alloy's stream just stream it in the Discord so people can see it. I don't, as long as you can have more than 2 streams for Discord. I don't know what the limits are, but that'd be much better probably for the other people.
Is there any
Is
way
this
you
a
guys
zero-
can share the play in chat for those of us that can't see the stream?
Is this a 0 DT put you're placing?
The only issue with sharing it, Chad, is you're asking someone else to slow down their play for you, and then even if they make the play themselves and then type it in chat, you're getting their leftovers. So if something happens in that minute or something, and you're taking 4 to 5 times longer to enter into a really important timing. It's not easy to get people to do that on anyone else's behalf. And what if you look at it and you forget to look at the timestamp and then you buy it anyway?
This is a spicy day as well, boys. So don't feel bad
Yeah.
if you want to sit this one out. Also,
I'm sitting
you
this one
know,
out.
if you're stuck on day trading rules, don't use up one of your day trades on the crazier shit. Is my advice.
For what it's worth, the data I'm streaming is not significantly different than Alloy. I've got the same EMA clouds with the added spiciness of Ichimoku.
Are you still using the -2 logarithmic fix for it, out of curiosity?
Yeah, because I want to see how it performs as we're making these calls.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm really interested in that as well.
We're just touching that crossover on the top line.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm gonna go ahead and enter. Yeah, I'm already technically missing out on some money here by not doing it earlier.
How are you? I'm out with 5G Henry Pest Control Service. Just want to let you know it's here. Any concerning anything? Nothing?
We're just not at. It's not 10. I'm just waiting for my rule. Yeah, here's my discount even. I'm putting them in at 8.5. The 538s. I'm buying at 8.5 each. Oh, see, now it's going down. I'm canceling.
That was actually funny.
It's pinching pennies. I'm like worried about the dumbest information right now. These are technically clouds forming and they're really tiny ones. Like on a good normal volume day, they'd be much more confident and larger by now. I think the trend is up. I just think that trend barely matters.
I'm setting my price at 85.
Hey, when's that
I think-
Cooler CEO interview? It's up like 23% today, guys. It's crazy.
That's interesting. It's Saturday. Tentatively, I need to get their operations person in the Discord. That's when I'll feel a lot better about their ability to actually do the interview. But I've got an email chain with them. They're the ones who said Saturday at 11 Pacific.
Alloy, if you want to do, I know you're ready and you know what you're doing here. But if you want to do any sort of mock interview, have one of us on the group, just kind of pretend like we're him and go back and forth. I find these things really helpful. So we're happy to help if you need anything, bro.
Oh yeah, he should be.
Yeah, I'll think about that going into it. We're pretty busy because of the holidays. It's a good idea. I just doing like so much for going into this season. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind because I definitely don't want to look like an ass. Practice is good.
I got
Yeah, it looks
85
bullish.
cents.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that you're doing great. I think that was probably the best entry, so I'm glad you got in. It's not gonna easily go down from here. Early bird gets the worm on this movement, I think. You're scalping basically. Yeah. So you're up quite a bit already if you bought a good amount of them.
Yeah, I'm already up 120.
On what?
The 538 calls.
Oh, you already bought into him? I don't know.
Okay, I'm getting in at 88, I think.
Oh, you're
Okay, I'm in.
getting in what? Choo.
530, yeah, I mean it's the time has passed, but 538 and I got in at 88 cents.
Yeah, I got in at I think 87.
Oh wow. Okay.
What?
It was a big strong candle.
Yeah.
Like that. Already up $10 right away.
Okay, now it's time to look at liquidity. Has not changed, not even an inch. Oh, okay, 10's rolling around. Markets start to realize how they really feel about things. Set your stop limit. We got in earlier than is recommended, so a stop limit's important with this kind of play.
Yeah.
See? That's
Are you
fine.
talking about a stop limit on an option?
Yeah.
We're doing options today, yeah.
Just watch out, guys, on these dailies, these stop losses, they'll burn you. Somebody once told me a lot of these hedge funds see them and they will intentionally drop the price to get you guys out of the trade. So I'm just saying it's probably smart to do it on a longer term leap or option. But if you're doing a daily SPY or QQQ, my advice is just watch it and sell it when you feel like you're out. Don't put that stop loss. It will snap right before you even
Stop
know
losses
it.
are important though, so you don't lose all your money as well. Though I mean, you can't
Yeah,
just say
but not
don't
on
set a stop
0-day
loss.
trades. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's another
Hello,
nice
everyone.
big green candle.
We need it to go green.
Yeah. You're babysitting it anyway. So
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
This will be big
Yeah, I
if
didn't
it
really have anything.
finishes green.
What are we selling this at? 536.2 or what? They were to hit up.
How do I message into
We've got in at
This is a
85
decent.
there.
It's a decent entry. It's a very risky play either way, but it's a decent entry. If we go up more, we won't have regretted being in here. It's about as earliest as you could find a signal for anything.
Damn, that was a red candle right there.
I'm looking to exit at 536.08.
Yeah, I entered on that candle.
Good job. Either way, even if you lose your money, that was a good patience.
Yep. I just kind of waited.
See, if you're down right now, you're learning the importance of waiting till 10, 15.
Yeah, I'm also down. Only a couple bucks.
No,
Yeah, my order didn't get filled, so I dropped it down to 75 cents.
See, in the serve calls I wrote yesterday, they're paying for this play. That's such an important thing. If you're just doing naked Q call like over your entire portfolio, if you're just doing naked options and you have nothing canceling it out, yeah, man, like that's not a good position. It doesn't feel good when it goes down.
No,
But
it
like
doesn't.
if I screenshot right now, my Q is sitting on top of my serve. I couldn't care less. As long as serve doesn't go to $22 by Friday. I mean, fuck, if it does go to 22 by Friday, I'm happy with that too. That's the thing.
yeah. It's sitting at 16.10 right now.
SPY is grinding up.
Dude, this
Slowly but
candle is
surely.
just teasing us hard.
It's kind of yeah, man. It's just a really boring day for movement.
I think this will actually finish strong though, or it'll go up on this candle.
Leave.
Okay.
Dab for
Here's the
Jimmy, go.
price that matters.
Guys, just remember the volumes are
Here we
gonna
go.
suck, and the plays won't make any serious money until 2 p.m.
All right,
I've
come
said
on,
that a couple
sweet
of
baby
times.
girl.
There is money positioned for upward trend, though. This is a quantitative play. If you don't know what you're doing or you don't know where you should exit, I guess just watch the Discord. But there's money to be made in the next hour or two. It's just not going to be like, unless your entry was perfect, it's not going to be like 500 to $1,000. It's going to be like 200, 100, 200.
That's all I'm hoping for, man. Hop out of the day up a couple $100, call it good. You know, the volume's what sucks right now. Plus Theta just eats, you know.
What did we say at 2 o'clock was the theta decay breaking point on these your TTEs?
Yeah. As long as you're picking, as long as your option's pretty close to the money, 2 p.m. is really when you'll start noticing, like, hey, it's going up, but my options value, the premium's not. What's going on? That's at around 1:30, 2 p.m. It's usually because theta is starting to really hurt you.
Yep.
Yeah, we didn't hold for that long yesterday.
Yeah, Alloy, I don't know if you have the ability to do this, but can you help us model what would happen if we have a 0-day option on SPY or QQQ today, and at 2 p.m. it goes up by like 1 to 1.5%? Can you model what a $500 option would look like?
You can do that with options profit calculator. I don't think it shows you intraday, but it'll. Well, no, you can't because you do need
You
intraday
can-
data.
You can do that on Robinhood. They have a simulate your returns, and you can mess with the time frame and the strike or the price of the underlying.
Got you.
Changing-
You're right. I probably forgot about the thing in Robinhood. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, your theta. I mean, yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't do it here. Not very easily. So I'll just. I'll just chill on that for now. But yeah, no, it's an important question to ask. If you really want to, like you're really trying kind of hard to avoid a bad situation, though. It's like running on a bald car tire in the winter. Like you're praying something bad won't happen. So I don't really ask those questions personally. But if you're really trying to make sure like you're cutting it close, you should find out, and then maybe you find out like at like 149 is when theta starts to hurt you a lot. You're look on the minute time scale, and what if it's down and you want to hold anyways? Like that's probably not going to change your situation much. You're probably going to hold it into theta anyway if you're down.
But I do believe that if it goes up, and here's the other thing. Let me back up. You guys know that the market is pricing in 0.25% interest rate discount today. So there's like, if that happens today, chances are we'll just see the market smooth sailing, continuing the trend. It's not going to go up crazy because that's what it's priced in. However, if Powell says, guys, inflation is going up, which we're seeing in the last 2 CPI reports, and he says, I can't give a price cut today, it's going to be at least a 1 to 1.5% drop, in my personal opinion, in SPY and QQQ, right? So to me, there's a lot more bad news baked in. But my question is, and again, this maybe I can model this on Robinhood. Does it pay more if I have a put on QQQ and it goes down, or does it pay more if I have a call on QQQ and it goes up?
Robinhood would show that perfectly.
You want to look at premiums and IV. That's a simple answer. But I mean, I don't know when you joined, but that's basically what I've been saying for the past like 3 days. There's a 65% bearish scenario because of what you just said, and 35% bullish. What we're doing is trading into the moment of 2 p.m. ish, and I have VIX calls, so I'm not betting on puts on Q, but I am betting on volatility in the short term.
So guys, can we take? Is there a way to do a quick survey? Maybe I'll type in the chat. I think we have like 50 or 60 people today, which is awesome. I'm just curious. Do you guys think that Powell will drop rates, keep them the same, or increase them today? I'm just curious what the group thinks here. We got a lot of smart guys on.
So basically like 95% of the entire market thinks it's going to be a 0.25 cut. So that's not necessary. Pretty much everyone in the
Why
world
would
right
you don't want our opinion? And yeah, don't people should be ready for either scenario. Being opinionated about the market, it sounds like you want to go all in on something. Don't do that.
I
Because if
really
you're wrong,
do.
you're just
That's a good.
yeah. Don't go all in.
You got to look at the inflation numbers and where you think inflation is trending. Is it going to stay flat? Is it still going down? Is it increasing? That's why they're lowering the interest rates or increasing the interest rates or maintaining them is to tamper inflation. So you need to look at what do you think inflation's doing and where it's going to get in Jay Powell's head.
If you want to be all in on cash. If that drop's happening, then you're getting discounts, right? If you buy puts and you're like, again, you're wrangling with like data on the very last minute of the day, like don't do that. Like that's a poor man's play, to be completely frank with you.
Closed some my cooler position it's up like 30% today.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah, it's at like $1.80 something or something stupid.
Yeah, it was hitting the top end. It was hitting a trend line, the top end of a trend line that I drew. So I figured it's going to go down from here, perhaps. So figured make some profit.
Yeah, I'm
see what happens at 1:30, 2:30
trying
today.
to find a good exit on these QQQs. It looks like we're on a green candle right now, but the volume is just dog shit.
The volume on QQQ options is dog shit.
Yeah.
On the entire market right now up until, yeah, it's not great. It's very, very, very low. The options is quite high.
It shouldn't be hard to sell a QQQ option at any point during the
No, the liquidity is great. The liquidity is fine. The volume of trades, the liquidity is fantastic today.
Why are you looking to exit? We're starting another that second green for the EMAs, and so far everything's still looking bullish. Are you just feeling skittish, or you just want to secure profit?
I accidentally entered. So for some reason, even though I did a limit order, it still executed like 20 cents higher than I fucking put in. Because I put in that, well, not 20 cents, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I put in 0.80 and it filled at 0.95.
Whoa.
So I'm pretty
Figure
upset
out
with
why that happened.
It's because of the.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
That
blows.
It's
That's
because
terrible.
there's a 5% spread or something like that on that Robinhood allows, so they just executed that because they were being a dickhead to me. But
Yeah, but a limit order should be I will not pay above this.
no, there's a 5% spread even on limit orders on Robinhood. That's allowed.
That's never happened to me.
I have not seen. I mean, I've seen like a cent over or a cent below. I've seen a little bit of a spread, but that is
It was for 120.
That should be criminal.
contracts, too. That's why I'm trying to sell some off at like 0.95.
Yeah, you have 120 of them.
I had 120 contracts. I'm down to 80 now. I got out at cost and then
Golly.
slightly above cost on some.
Holy shit.
But yeah, that was not
This
what
was-
I was. That was kind of shitty on their end. I'd rather have
I
not.
feel like
filled.
that was a
their support for that.
Yeah, I would find out what happened at the very least.
It's happened.
Honestly,
before
I'll hope you make a
wars.
complaint.
Yeah, I probably will.
Or does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it
Dude,
happened
I
with
complained to
Robinhood
Robinhood
options
2
on me.
weeks ago when there was a 5-minute outage and they gave me back $300 for one of my plays.
Must be nice. I reported cores last time and they didn't do shit.
Well, I had to fight with them. To be honest, I had this dispute and then I had to raise it to the manager, but the manager was like, "Yeah, I'll just credit you."
Yeah. So full disclosure, like I have a pretty big account. I bought 5 contracts, Like that's all I'm trading with today. Yeah, so that's low volume, low. Yeah, that was
I mean, at
I wish you
0.85, I would
luck.
have been at 0.85. I would have been fine because I mean, I would have already sold off. But yeah, that really pisses me off. I don't know, Robinhood.
Be a
But no,
great time
I'm
for
selling off
Kodu or
slowly.
someone to plug Weeble.
What about Weeble?
Here we go.
Okay, up 10%. Finally, a number that I can compartmentalize.
Are you getting out here or are you staying in?
No, I'm staying in. I just like 10% or more. I think that's fun, right? It's a good feeling.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, look at that EMA cloud. We're about to get that second crossover.
I believe so, yeah.
And the Ichi cloud's looking stronger. I think we got in at a good time, to be honest.
It was a risky time too, which is that's always fun when you entered a little early and it's going well. Doesn't always happen like that, so that's cool.
I wasn't sweating. I was
We're
only.
we're celebrating a little early, so
I wasn't
Well,
sweating.
I mean, I could sell right now and then celebrate, but I'm gonna hold out for at least another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I mean, unless
How many
it
contracts you
skyrockets
got
and
left,
hits
did you
my.
sell any?
Your sell.
so if we simulate the day that we're gonna have, it's a little interesting if we go up because that's an escape hatch potentially for a lot of everybody. They get a price that they get to sell at. Q potentially drops, right? And then they get a new bottom. That's not the first time that would have happened if that's the day we're looking at. So if we do trend upward and we escape these calls, I would be looking at taking that money and buying some downside hedges. Probably just a little bit. That's interesting to me.
So if we can.
So you're buying 0 DTEs with calls, right? Not
Oh,
next
yeah.
days or 1 week, just to make sure.
Buying 0 DTE, yeah.
I think
Okay.
0 DTEs.
Yeah, 0.
I have my take profit set to $1.65 a contract.
$1 what per contract?
$1.65. Wow. Yeah, that'd be a lot of money. That'd be like what, like 50, 60%?
That's my 100% point. Just under 100%.
Wow. Yeah, your entry's great, dude.
She said.
Okay, so now I'm only down to 40 contracts, so now it's a little bit more doable. Is it still looking good right now?
Yeah.
I mean, if this EMA
The play is the
continues to
play.
cross, am I right with this,
Like, we're
Allie?
not-
If this EMA continues to cross, we're looking good for the next couple hours. Well,
Absolutely,
for at least the
yeah.
next hour or so.
Yep. 30 minutes to an hour if we get this cross. The other thing is, though, like you and I, we don't really care because we're up right now, even with this movement. So if the entry's 95, honestly, I would have sold at 95 and tried to get back in at a discount.
Oh, I already did.
Because we were at 95 a moment ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I already entered in a little bit cheaper. Honestly, I'm entering right now as well, a little bit cheaper.
And keep in mind, your strike is 538 if you joined me. So theta is not helpful here. The closer we get towards the middle of the day, the harsher this is going to be on profits. I might be looking to sell at like 15, 20% today. It's not very fun, but it's just the day we're having. It's okay. And that's up or down. I would sell at minus 15, minus 20%, or up that much.
How do you make that green red screen? I know how to put in the limit order and stuff, but I don't know. Do you manually put that in, or is that the setting that it shows?
No, I manually put this in. Just looking at what share price I want to get out at. Because it roughly correlates with the call, depending on what time of day it is.
What's it called again?
I got in at 85 cents for the 538 call, 0 DTE.
Yeah, I got the same.
I'm living and learning right now.
Did you live and learn with 40 contracts though?
No, it was 100. It was 150 contracts now.
Jesus Christ.
But I'm
Where
down to
life lessons
Yeah,
are
damn.
made. And
Mate, let
fortunes bought.
me link you the Wall Street Bets subreddit, bro.
No. I'm down to 70 contracts, so I've rotated out of a lot of contracts. Because I bought in cheaper. That's kind of what happened is I lowered the
85
cost
to
basis.
95 though is not 5%. I don't know about Robin Hood maths.
No,
but-
that's stupid, dude. That was stupid. I'm gonna contact them about that. Ooh, it's a late close today on the Qs too. Oh man. It's gonna be nice. Oh, we're in a little red spot. Yikes.
LA, I'm gonna send you a DM about Discord and streaming. You can look at it after hours. It's not urgent.
Okay, bet.
Okay. Spy's outperforming. Can't help but notice. Q. It's outperforming Q.
I did see that.
Damn, that's crazy that that candle ended green.
Yeah. It's good. It's good short term. See? It's good. Well, I want to see above 536. I think that's when I'll probably sell, and it will probably be a little bit too early for our entry. Because that's just always what happens to me. But 538 is pretty high up above where we are now. And on this kind of movement, this kind of volume, I'm not really comfortable holding that strike for very long. I just like the price of it, and I saw that we were getting in pretty early. So if it did go up, it would be no problem. That's my thinking. But by 11, I would like to be out.
By 11? Yeah, I agree.
If you, like you'll notice you're starting to compete with your previous gains on previous candles, right? That's the
Oh, yeah.
trick with this strike. Yeah, it's you're starting to compare it to your previous return, and that's a sign that theta is starting to have an effect. Theta and gamma, there's a little bit of there's charm that goes into each strike too, where people are more or less interested in a certain price. Okay, this is nice. I expect it to go a little bit further, and then I'm out.
Yeah.
I closed out there, boys. That was a nice little ride for
Good
me.
job.
I got 13-ish% on that.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
That's not bad at all.
I rode 0.85 to 0.95 as well.
Good shit.
We take those, you know. Honest day's work, lads.
Not bad for sitting in a chair
I'm
behind
not-
the screen.
Mate, I'm not getting greedy because Uber's up about, I'm up about 300 quid, which is $380 on Uber today. So
Yeah, me
No.
too. It's crazy.
I'm not. I'm chilling. Bro, I should have. I wanted to keep more liquid. Like I'm trying to have at least 50% cash now, just with everything going on. I was gonna buy Uber calls.
You can
I
buy
was gonna-
mine.
No, not now. Fuck that. There's gonna be a pullback.
Hey, so
if
what are we
not,
thinking right here?
if not today, there's gonna be an after hours pullback. 100%. 62
yeah.
probably.
What are we
Sure.
thinking right here with the price movement?
I think you're panicking.
Okay.
I'm also panicking, but I'm not gonna sell.
I'm down a whopping 6%. It's $30. I don't care. Don't care about this candle.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
I'm
do
only down
these
$6.
plays on more money than you care for. you know?
No,
I only
no,
bought
I'm
one
good.
contract, but my portfolio is only 3,100. So
I tried to
like,
buy there, but I didn't get it
Yeah.
filled.
Don't double down into this play.
1% rule, boys. 1%.
Don't double down this play. That you're buying cheaper contracts because the price is not good just because it's lower right now.
So Alloy, like think about it though. Should it be 1% of my port or my net worth? You know?
Which 1%?
You know?
1% of your
If you think
self-worth.
about it, if you think about
1% of your self worth. No, actually,
that's
that factors
nothing.
in. Yeah.
Well, no, it's
That's good.
specifically to me because I'm a relatively new investor with a small portfolio, but I have a lot of property.
Yeah, it depends on where your assets are for that 1% of net worth. That's an interesting question. Obviously, most of it's not liquid, and you can probably stand to lose it. So it kind of goes both ways. I obviously, I'm thinking of cash when I say that rule, but
Yeah. So I'm buying like 2-3 contracts, right? On a 20K portfolio.
So this is bearish on 5-minute time scale. I'm keeping a close look at it. I might enter for a small loss, like really small, minuscule loss, but it doesn't mean it will go down. Just that if you are uncomfortable, yeah, I mean, if you're uncomfortable, you shouldn't be in the play. But this is the technical crossover for the EMA. I'm paying close attention. Okay, we'll see how this ends. If you got a 95, I'd say you did a good job. That was really good for those of you who got that.
Yeah, it felt right. It felt like there was a lot of resistance.
IWM, man. Every day. Poor thing underperforms everything else. I'm so tired of it. I want small mid cap season so badly.
For real.
It's coming. Be patient. It's coming.
Like a redheaded stepchild of the entire economy, small business. So dumb.
To quote Donald Trump, I'm gonna come.
Damn.
Yeah. Big facts.
Really big facts.
The biggest. They're huge.
I love the edit of Hillary going, no,
Yeah,
it's
that's so
Kamala. She's
funny.
like, don't come. Don't come. He's like, I'm gonna come.
And he's like,
One of the
oh,
best
I'm gonna
memes.
do it.
I'm getting tired of holding these.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
If anyone got out at 0.96, you were a legend. I don't know. That was. I got out of like
9.5,
50
I did.
contracts at 0.96, and I'm pretty sure I killed that strike. Oh, I just got out of some more. Oh, my cells are starting
What does
to
this
fill.
look like over long? This could be the beginning of a very nice wave. We'll see. Obviously, that's what I'm hoping for, but technically it looks like it.
You think you could keep riding?
I'm gonna try to get a little bit more than you guys. Maybe the same. Maybe 0.95. Because like I said, 538. Like we're still hovering over the same area. 538 is not getting more likely as time passes. It's getting less likely. So I'm looking to get out where you guys got out, maybe a cent higher per contract. That would make me feel good.
Yeah, I'm even right now as we speak. So
That's why I was thinking to myself, you guys were smart for getting out when you did, because now I'm hoping to get out at the same price, but at a later time. So you did the right call if you got out at 95.
DGG, boys. Don't get greedy.
Yeah, not the most bullish candle for this minute. Okay, it's improving. That stupid line I drew. It's always the line I draw right when I start to understand the trend.
It really is. Yesterday was the same way.
This is the
Draw your
median
line
price
higher,
that
then.
people agree on. No, no, that's cheating. It won't work. I tried.
Do the magnet. Use
Just
the
add some
magnet.
magnets or
Put it
who
at
does the
560.
mountains? Was that Bray?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I went for the ride, but the balls weren't tingling. That's why I left.
Tingly balls. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, you didn't signal the tingly balls.
Well, there was no
yeah.
tingle, so you had to make your own decisions without the balls. I'm
Come
afraid
on.
they're not. They're not.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
No tingle, little jingle.
They're not dancing monkeys. They do what they want.
Here we go.
It's true.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
I'm out completely, boys. No, I have 30 contracts. So
Good job.
Somehow I still have 30 contracts I have to find.
I'm still in. I'm looking for 95.
Where is this?
Or is that too,
Retest,
is 95 too
536.
greedy? Is 95 too greedy?
Oh, I'm
No.
out completely.
No, I don't think so. You're pushing it, but it's not too greedy.
Oh, my,
Okay, what am I doing here?
Oh my god, it was at 93. Go back, please.
Oh. Yeah, you just want out. Hopefully you're not scraping by, but you just want to get out of the trade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. I just want to.
Yeah, like I'm
I
not
want
too
for more
worried.
coffee. I want to go back to living my life 5 minutes at a time.
Well, I made $300, so that's good.
Yeah, that's a win.
That's a huge win on a day like
that's
this,
a
dude.
big win. That's crazy. Someone had tingly balls for sure.
No.
Oh, what a.
No.
Bad.
Dude, I should have
Come
taken
on.
93, bro. Oh my god, I should have taken 93, please. I'll
Just
take
wait, just
93 this
wait.
time.
Nah,
Just wait.
it's the beginning of another wave. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's
Yeah, just
okay.
wait.
But what a weird
Yeah.
ass candle.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
How you doing? I'm here with Prodigy. Here to do your pest control service today.
Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Mate, the pest control is people with open mics. That's what I want to book.
Who's hot miking?
Nobody right now.
Mr. Pest Control. Listen, here we go. Probably about to give us somebody's address, potentially his own.
Somebody gave us their name and birthday when they were picking up a prescription yesterday.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah, like names,
That was
birthdays and
funny.
stuff. That was crazy.
Even their nickname.
Like his wife's name too.
Yep.
It was
His
so
mother's
funny.
maiden name.
What else
No, I'm
happened?
kidding.
There's a lot of hot miking yesterday.
There was. I think I muted like 6 people.
Yeah,
There's
me
a guy
too.
moaning for 2 hours.
I wasn't there for that. I wish.
What?
There was somebody doing something. I can't remember. It just sounded really weird.
That was probably me.
Dang it. What was it?
There's somebody in there watching a movie.
Oh yeah.
Nothing has changed, and nothing will change most likely until later on. So I'm just waiting.
Yep.
Alright, I'm
What'd you buy this morning, Alan?
Spy is the move today. It's obviously too late, but it's got more stability. It's got the financials in it and all that good stuff. We're just betting on tech right now, and there's going to be a little bit more rotation out of it. So not a big deal, but always
did
keep
you
your
guys-
options open.
Did you guys make some money on that little run up from the dip this morning?
Not quite.
I don't think so from the initial dip.
No, it would have been too early, and
Yeah.
the premiums were higher than they are now. So even if it's gone up, you wouldn't have made money. Isn't that crazy? Really think
I
about
saw
that.
that. Yeah, that's nuts.
It's just the options are more expensive in the first 30 minutes to 1 hour because it's a seller's market.
Yep.
Yeah, I got burned. I got burned on that for my very first options purchase was Archer calls, but I put the order in after hours, and so I learned not to do that, or at least like only do it if I've watched the pre-market activity and feel good about it. Because as soon as market opened, my order got filled, and that shit plummeted like 30%.
The only time I feel good about like early market activity is when I'm the one selling the contract for money.
That's good to know. That's very good to know.
feel bad for whoever's buying it at that price I'm selling it at, but that's not my problem.
God, this theta is hurting so bad. I'm only at 90 right now.
Same. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's good. Remember that feeling. Remember it. That's how you become better at this.
Yeah, trying to get out earlier than later. Fuck.
And
I
95
watched
was a play.
Yeah, that 95 was great.
I watched a 10% gain turn into like a 35% loss in a matter of like 8 minutes, and realized that some of these plays you gotta know get your timing right and get out of the shit. You know.
It's the theta and the charm of the option also. 538, it's yeah, the market's not stupid. That's a lot higher than where we are right now. And as we get further along the day, it's becoming less and less likely we even get close. So it's very important.
Yeah, I'd like to get out in the next 10 minutes.
For sure.
Keep trying to sell for 90 cents and I keep missing it.
It's a little bit of practice. Was a terrible day for day trading. We're doing it anyway.
We said screw that.
God. Yeah, look, you wasted a day.
Anyway, in other news, Alloy, after that monster of a Dota game yesterday, first game today, 88 minutes.
Dude, that just happens though. People say, oh, it's like a 45. I just expect every game to be 90 minutes at this point.
Nah, they say GG to go end, and then they defend like it's TI finals.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the game doesn't matter until you're at T3, and then everyone gives a shit. Yeah,
Brian's
dude, the
going
rest of
off
the game.
walls right now.
Told you, Bray. Told you that those were good. I'd still maybe, if you get to evens on the 80s, though, I'd still think about those carefully.
That's probably a later this week thing.
Yeah,
For me.
because I feel like it will get there, but I don't know if your time frame.
These are the ones I bought just before the Waymo news, and then was chatting in here and was down 50%.
But you bought them before it tanked.
Yeah, I bought them right before the Waymo news.
And then Waymo was like, it'll be exclusively through the Uber app anyway. Uber's still gonna get a cut.
Yeah, but it like dropped 5%. The stock price dropped 5% instantly, and these were just the worst timing in the world.
Another pretty crucial level for an escape at a loss, but okay, fuck it. Yeah, it's just God, it's like a normal day compressed to a pancake amount of volume. That's all that's happening. These clouds are normal. Everything looks and feels normal except for the amount it's changing.
Welcome to the 10 days before Christmas.
Welcome to FOMC. Welcome to options expiration. All the money is placed already.
Yeah, and it's futures contract roll every week as well.
That is the OPEX. That's options expiration, but that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're accurate with TI Trader.
What? Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Look at I go.
On my headphones.
Good shit.
Hugo, come on.
Fucking Uber mate is ripping, boys.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. What is going on?
Hey, what's going on? It's my fucking. I don't even recognize this green color.
I'm almost up 50%.
I thought the numbers were always
today.
supposed to be red.
It's correcting.
That's Oh, man, I nearly bought calls yesterday. What the fuck?
I did. I bought an Uber call for 2.9, 65 call for February, and I'm at 4.8 right now.
I'm about to exit Uber at my limit price of $4.60.
I have nothing in Uber.
Dude, I bit hard and
Yeah. I mean, I thought I caught the bottom. I went in for 5 stacks.
Doesn't WTF on After Hour have like $8 million in Uber?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's that kid's insane.
He's having a good day.
Yeah, he's
I don't
probably
think-
up,
Yeah, it's like 10 million now.
Do you think he's actually a kid?
people think it's just a paper trading account.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not a paper trading account. He might be young, but he's not a kid. It's a joke. You know.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Like, I don't believe he's a kid.
He's talking about his pre-algebra tests or
Yeah.
whatever on there. That's kind of funny. I get a kick out of it. So
Alloy, look at these candles. Could have got out at 92
Yeah,
again.
he's at least funny.
I just did. I got out.
I'm taking a
Thank
look.
gosh. Man, I got out, guys. I got out.
I'm getting greedy, dude. I just want 93 back, and I'm gonna take it.
I'm looking for a
Damn,
big candle. I'll get out.
I got
Oh.
out too soon.
I'm still
Here comes-
in.
I'm out.
I'm gonna take my 95 here in just a moment.
Fuck. Paper hands.
I might be wrong, bro. I'm just saying shit right now.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
do this. I'm
paper
gonna do that.
hands. It's a conservative approach. Okay, the gains are less with a conservative approach, but the risk is less. So if you're trading according to your risk tolerance, you've done nothing wrong.
Yeah, no,
Our
my
trade-
risk
That's exactly
tolerance
right.
was out the window there for a minute. But I ended up $400, so I'm out of the market for the day.
Yeah, that's a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I'm like, I'm waiting for my 95. That shit didn't happen.
Nope.
So
got
at least
it.
not in this minute. No.
What's crazy is I doubled down and bought in at like 82 cents and sold back at 90. But with way less contracts. That was risky, but I made out on it.
I got out. I got out. Finally.
Yeah, I
made
do.
$5.
No, that's a win though.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get out at 93. I think.
Damn, RCAT retracted down to $9, dude.
They were below that for a little bit.
Dude.
Okay, I'm out. 20%.
Nice.
Hell yeah. That's my
Oh,
usual target
yeah.
20. But
I think today's the opportunity to buy non-tech names.
Now it's back up to 95, of course.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Why are
dude.
you still watching? Stop.
Yeah, just don't even
I'm
look
just
at it.
Go do something else. Go have a snack. Go have a cup of tea, cup of coffee.
Go watch Uber for the next couple minutes.
We looking at
No, I
Spider
don't have
now?
any money in there.
Yeah, I'm looking
gonna
at SPY
cry.
pullback on this cloud. I think there could be a good cloud. You're gonna want to buy at the money. Like remember, you just made money, so at least if you made a good entry on Q, you have one contract that you get to play on SPY for free with house money. The casino has given you a little bit of money. Go ahead and make a bet on the roulette table. That's what I'm gonna do with SPY. But
Wait, I got
your
a
entry,
question. So do you guys know
Yeah.
if so since my account's under 25K, so I have the 3-day trading or 3 whatever in 5 days rule. Can I do another like obviously not right now, but like later today if I wanted to do another like call on QQQ, which is what I did last time, would I be able to do that or would that count as another
That
day
counts
trade?
as a separate trade.
Yeah, it would count as another.
You have two
Oh, no,
options. You have two options.
Sorry,
you can
go
either
ahead.
be a cash account or you can turn it into a spread. So if you don't want to use a day trade and you have a call that you're up on and you want to take profit, just sell the strike directly above it to lock in that premium.
Yep. That's a great way to approach it. Actually, I used to do that when I had a smaller account. It was really nice. Yeah, I forget
I don't even really
you can
know
do that.
how that works though. Like I get it. I kind of
Well,
get
so
what
if
you're
you're
saying, but I don't.
Say at the beginning when you open your trade, you buy. I'm just gonna make up some numbers because they don't matter. You pick a 605 strike, and the premium is $75. It's 75 cents, obviously $75 a premium per play, and you buy in at 75. Okay, now it goes up. It's at 85. Well, the strike above it now is the price you paid for the one that you're in. So you can zero out your cost once and if it goes up. Does that make
But he
sense?
has
The premium for the whole chain will go up. Yeah.
He has to have options level 3 to do
Yeah,
that.
okay. So then would I
Yeah,
sell
ye-
those the next day or like how would that work? Because wait, then they could.
You'd be
none of
able to
them could
close the
be-
following day and not burn a day trade.
It
Yeah.
would close automatically.
Yes,
You'd
I
have
mean,
to
Rob.
manually close
Yeah,
it. I used to do it on a small Robinhood account.
I'm not sure. Is that options level 3 though, or no?
Yeah, it's options level
Yeah, I don't
3.
think I
Yes,
have
he,
options
he
level
won't. He
three.
won't be able to on Robinhood though. You have to have a $25,000 account to options level 3.
Yeah, I don't have.
I mean, I'm a firm believer that you shouldn't use margin in the first place. You should just be cash.
So what?
Yeah.
What's the difference? Like if I were to switch to a cash account, what is?
So with the cash
You-
accounts, you can't actually use the money that you trade. It's basically locked up for the trading day.
Yeah.
Robinhood will return it back to you basically tomorrow morning. Whereas
Yep.
with a non-cash account, you can actually use the money that you traded and earned, as well as the money that you used to spend on the trade itself. Because what's going on is Robinhood is actually basically letting you borrow that money until they even out the asset books, I think is what it is.
Gotcha.
Settle,
So you're
is
saying
what they
so
call
I
it.
have $211 of buying power right now. So you're saying if I were to buy like $100 thing and then sell it for like 110 and then I had 220, I wouldn't be able to use the 110 until the next day.
I
Correct.
just filled
The
my
other
call.
100. Yeah,
Yeah, with a
don't look
cash
at
account, you
Q.
can only use settled funds.
gotcha.
Don't look at Q if you were in that play earlier. You'll be upset.
I just
Wow,
sold mine. It was like a 30%.
good shit.
Nice.
Did it jump? Did it?
Oh my
Yeah.
fuck.
Wow.
They were waiting for Alloy to get out.
No, they're waiting.
He
for
sold
Every
Alloy to
fucking
get out.
time.
Pan
Dude,
pit.
Yesterday too, bro.
They're in the
That's
stream. They're watching this.
They're watching.
They are.
us.
They're like, ha, he's out. Go, go, go.
They're like, there's 80 of them motherfuckers. Get them.
dude, it's crazy how that literally happens every single day to
Hey,
me.
we did
Every
you
single
profit,
day.
though? Did you profit though?
Yeah, but not
Then-
50% like what it would
Me
be.
neither. Imagine what 50% would have been on me, dude. I would have had like $8,000 right now instead of $400. But you know what? Fuck it, we ball.
Do you ever do runners, Alloy? Like, why not just sell 2/3 your position and then set a stop for, I don't know, 20% less than your last fill?
Because my mental fortitude is not there yet. I don't like being like I'm gonna make more. I drank all my coffee is the short answer to that. I need more coffee. I want to be able to get up and like walk around, like just do like normal human shit again. Like when I'm in a trade, I'm glued to it, and I need to find a happy medium, and that's my problem. So if you don't have problems like that, like you're willing to hold longer or not stare at it. Like on the bright side, that's how I've learned so much in the years I've been doing this is by giving all of my attention to the data, learning every little tick, every little movement. On the other hand, like it sucks. Like it blows. Like I can't. I have half as much caffeine in my system as I should have. Up until 2 p.m. on a day unlike today, I would switch after 2 p.m. to 1 DTE if I really wanted to eke out the last 2 hours of market movement. On a day like today, that's not the play. So I won't be doing that. But generally, yeah, I do 0 DTEs and I'll switch in the last 2 hours.
Have you read Trading in the Zone?
No.
I recommend it. I think it will help with your attachment.
Okay.
But I also
Thank
only
you.
buy. I used to struggle with that as well, but now I usually just buy 2 weeks out so I can walk away and just not give a shit and trust what I'm doing.
I will talk to you all day about that because I don't know shit about like bi-monthly or bi-weekly plays at all. No experience doing that really. I could learn a
Well, it
lot
looks
from you,
like
I bet.
you're buying mostly indexes. I buy individual stocks. You know.
Ooh, doubly different than what I do. Yeah, I sell those. And even then only weeklies. So like, I mean, the basic stuff is like the amount of uncertainty. I assume you're using TA. Aren't you waiting for like, you're buying low, selling high. Is that adequate? Would you say?
Yeah, I'm usually going off a 2-hour chart and I'm looking at like weekly resistances, and then I check dark pool. I check option interest, and I'm just looking for something that stands out, or just looking for something that's like dramatically oversold given current conditions. Like that's why I got into Exxon today. It's down 15% the last 3 weeks. I just loaded January 17th 110s because like I don't have any doubt that it'll be 115 by January 17th at least once, you know.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Real quick question before I buy trading in the zone. Did you write it?
No, dude, no, I absolutely did
Okay,
not.
okay, I'll buy it then. I want to make sure you're not getting, you get nothing out of this except me learning. Okay,
That's a
place your order.
fantastic
All
question.
right.
I love it.
God damn,
Books are,
you guys.
I did
anyone
write
can
the
just write a
sequel.
fucking book now. No, you did not. Did you?
Yeah, the sequel's called How to Not Trade in the Zone.
Fucking, why did I fall for that? And hey, yeah, look at QQQ and cry, okay?
I don't want to.
Yeah,
I can see it on my little
Yeah, so
ticker on the
much.
right. Yeah, fuck it.
Where's it
We
at?
were
Let me
right.
see this.
Our calls
It's right
are
at the
worth
top upper.
110.
Oh, it's not. I guess. Yeah.
It's crazy that that's actually not a lot much more money. That's really the punishment of the 538. A 537 would have been bigger, but I was thinking of everyone in here and how much money they have to spend. The 538 is really not a good strike today. So that's on me, guys. Next time we'll be a
That
little
may
bit
be
more
something.
conservative.
That may be something to talk about, like which strike to pick based on, you know, where the underlying is at the time, you know, and like what the difference is. Like if it's at 5.5, what's the difference between buying a 535 and a 538?
That comes down to
How,
Delta versus
you know,
Theta.
Gamma's going to work in your favor. Right. No, it's like, so
There's Delta.
so if you buy the 535, Delta's going to be on your side. And if you buy like a 538, like he did, you know, Gamma's going to be on your side. So as it approaches that 538, Delta's going to be swinging up and your gains are going to increase. So it's just a leverage play. It's however much leverage you want to use is based on the strike price of the option. So, I mean, I don't know, just something we could talk about.
So there's a third order
Flesh out
derivative
everybody's
called.
understanding.
So there's a third order derivative
what?
called charm, which is a combination of delta, gamma, and theta. That's what you're really referring to. And it's not a quick way of considering it because it's a third order derivative. But if you understand those three Greeks very well, delta, gamma, and theta, what you get is charm, and it's actually a good name for it. It's like one of the only derivatives that's not like a Greek. It's the word charm. So what does that mean? It's like the association, the mental and spiritual and philosophical association people have with a certain strike, and it comes out of those three things that have just been mentioned. So the charm, the way of putting that is the charm for 538. It's not very charming. It just isn't. The charm for 537 is much higher because all the liquidity is piled into that area, and the charm for 536 is actually quite. You would think it's higher based on what I'm saying. It's not, because we're going to move past it. So you're going to be punished very severely if we go below 536, and you're going to be you're paying more to potentially be wrong by buying a 536. That is the way to look at it. For a 537, you're paying less to potentially be right. That is the way to look at it. 538, you're paying a lot less to probably be wrong. So that is a way of describing charm. I highly recommend asking ChatGPT because ask ChatGPT what charm is with relation to options trading. I think that's not a waste of your time.
Yeah. No, I was reading about it the other day. Because, you know, it's like I generally understand you know, gamma and theta and delta and Vanna and things like that. But charm, I haven't really looked into much. And so I have it pulled up on my laptop right now. I'm driving again, of course, but it's on my laptop and I was reading about it last night. I just hadn't gone through the entire article on it. So I will definitely be looking more into that. So, but I appreciate your explanation. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
describe it
that one
really
took me a
well.
while.
Yeah, I had no idea. I feel like I understand what you're saying though.
It's it's all about the speed you can recognize that. You want to look at the charts and be like, okay, which one am I going after, and be able to make that decision in like 5 seconds. And I aimed too high because I wanted to make sure everyone had a cheap way to learn today. 537 was the play though.
How you feeling about spiders still? It just keeps going up.
I don't have an entry. Yeah, I don't. I'm not happy about that as an options trader. But we're crossing over in the first wave into it. So if we go down to that second green one, I'm definitely going to stop my coffee making operation here for a second and probably get in.
Wait, so do you
That's what
guys
I was
think
just
it
thinking.
would be a good idea for me to switch to a cash account with $3,100?
What's your goal? Are you trying to trade every day, or are you just trying to swing trade?
I do want to trade every day, yeah, I do. Especially with
Then you
this
should
group
then you
10
should be
here.
cashing until you hit 25K.
You think so?
If the
I would
goal is to
agree
be
with
able to
that.
trade every day, then you want to make sure that you have cash available to you and you're not beholden to a set of rules that you can't meet, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
I think it would also be important to size your trades accordingly, though. So, like Alloy says, 1%. So that'd be really hard for you to do at $3,100 because 1% would only be like $31. That's going to be very hard trading, QQQ options on $31 at 1%. So you have a lot less tries to be wrong trading more than 1%. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes.
So a string of bad trades, you can wipe your account out.
For sure.
So
You said what?
Dig, you broke up on that last one.
Yeah, he's probably working.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Sorry, I'm out in the country again. Yeah,
Oh,
I
shit,
apologize. I'm
You're
sorry.
good. You're good. Yeah, I understand. I think I might do it, honestly. Still, obviously it's risky, but I mean, I feel like with this if we're doing this shit every day, and I just make sure, keep a good stop loss, make sure I don't lose all my fucking money, I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I'm probably going to switch
Well,
over.
if you're trying to learn, you might consider paper trading for a little bit, just to like get your feet wet and get comfortable with it instead of playing with real money. Because like Thinkorswim, you can paper trade on. Robinhood doesn't, that I know of, but there are options out there to paper trade, and so you can really become like comfortable doing it without risking any real money.
True.
Some great advice right there. And if you want to use real money, just buy shares with it. Buy shares in good companies that you've got a good reason to believe in, and then do your trading with your paper account. That until you get up to like a nice portfolio. Once you've got a nice beefy portfolio, and you can start risking 1% of it on trades, that might be a more appropriate time to do something like that. At least I hope it is, because that's what I'm doing.
Now that I think thinking about it now, I think I might just the days that I still have to wait for my 3 days
Whose fucking mic is that?
Yeah.
I got him.
Another one for the bin, my friends.
No, wait, who is it? Which
Yeah,
one?
you want to repeat? You want to repeat the last thing you said? We had a little bit of a mic incident there.
Oh, I was just saying, I'm probably gonna just fucking paper trade with you guys on the days when my 3 days are maxed out.
There you go. Or a cash account would work, but
Or apply for level
Yeah.
3 so you can do spreads.
Spreads
Oh,
are
yeah.
not
How
too
do
difficult.
how
I
do
don't know
apply
why.
for level 3?
No.
I think you just press a couple buttons, man. Not
I
gonna
like
lie.
Prez. So
Let me see.
I know I can't.
is he
get
trying
into
to switch
spreads.
to a cash account?
Maybe.
Yeah, you have to have level 3 options trading, and I'm not exactly sure what the requirements are for that. It might be the portfolio size and experience, because you have to apply for it. It's not like you just get it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, just a fair warning, the only unpleasant thing about spreads is they're a lot harder to close. They're pretty easy to open, which I find pretty upsetting. You would think they'd be easy to close. They're not. They're pretty difficult to close. They take about 1 minute to 5 minutes because of price agreement issues.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, I'm not day trading spreads. Usually I'll open them, weeks or, 40, 30, 45 days, somewhere 2 weeks to 45 days out. and then just set my price target and forget it, So
Yeah.
it's not like I'm not sitting there babysitting it, watching it like we are today, day trading. So to me, it's like a longer term play, much higher percentage play, and just a way to kind of get premium from the market. So without having to, have a lot of collateral used up, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's a great utility for them. Yeah, so I'm just looking at. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm at my 3 day trades for the week or for the running 5-day period. Do I just make another trade anyway since I'm converting to a cash account?
No, because it locks you out for a time
90 days,
period.
I think.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. You could do a volatility play. You could wait for. Oh, fuck, it's already 11. Whew. We're higher. Where was SPY at point? It's just a quarter. Q is not following as well. I want to incentivize a VIX play just in case we go down. You make money and learn a little bit about VIX. But I'm trying to think of the best time for you to buy that. Yeah, you would buy it now and sell it tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work out. If we go down, we're not gonna just bounce right away because everything is known up until next year. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking greedily on your behalf mostly, so it's probably not a good idea, I guess.
I don't know. I've got some house money from today and yesterday to be greedy with and still be positive 50% on the week.
Yeah, if you don't mind the market journaling this for you, like getting a knowledge of VIX while you're at it, basically, then you could. VIX is low. I mean, it's low-ish. SPY is up, and we are priced in for a lot of certainty. So I don't see anything but downside into the rest of the day. I'm happy to be wrong. Obviously, my stocks will benefit if I'm wrong, but it's looking like it's like a 70%. It's moved up from 65% bearish to 70% bearish. So you could buy VIX calls expiring end of week, and then sell them tomorrow when Theta will have not eaten away all that value, not even really close. And you could collect some mighty premium if we go down from here, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So end of week set the call options I have are 20th and 27th. Oh yeah, 20th. God,
And you
it's
could
already
even
Monday.
do it. I would do a spread too to really. You're down. Oh fuck, that's right. That's what we were just talking about. Okay, yeah, then do a naked call.
What was the price you were saying? 45?
Let me pull it back up. Probably, I think we're at like 44, right?
Yeah. Well, we're at 43.5.
So what's funny about VIX and really fun about it is it's a time compression thing. So instead of pricing in the time into the movement, you're pricing the movement into the time. And let's take a look. When it does go up, as is August. August was, if you don't know, you don't know, but it was a crazy month for the market.
For sure.
But let's say, God, why does it do this? I need to fix this, dude. All my prices by default are percentages, and I'm not smart enough to do that on the fly. Okay. Go ahead and I'm curious. Go ahead and look at the volume for 70s, and I'll go look at product depth while you're at it. I'm curious about 70s ending this week. Ooh, oh yeah.
70s have volume of 31. Open interest of 680.
Okay. 60 is higher.
Okay, 60.
Yeah, a 60 is interesting. If we go up, we could easily touch 60. I mean, if VIX goes up, not if the market goes up. That's quite the opposite. But if we tank by, some people are theorizing 5-10% on some interesting news.
Are you talking about the FOMC today?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a play. It's just a play.
yeah.
Huge volume, biggest since opening on Q. We could be going up here to 538. I'm not gonna lie. That seems so stupid. We're not gonna do that. That's not gonna happen. But there's a lot of volume all of a sudden.
All right, so I'm gonna
I
enter
mean,
in a couple of VIX calls for 60.
I would be careful just because, dude, I'm so hesitant on shorting all-time highs. As I like all-time highs on the Qs is like rocket fuel to go higher. Like that's I'm so hesitant, especially going into something like FOMC.
I mean,
well, the thing is, if he's holding stock, does he mind that?
Yeah.
He needs to hedge his portfolio somehow. What if he's wrong? What if the market's wrong?
Yeah.
Doesn't he want to make money on downside?
You're talking to a guy that like, dude, I don't hedge shit, but like, I mean, but I don't hold any of my trades overnight, so all my trades are intraday.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if we go up, my portfolio is happy. If we go down, my portfolio is less happy, but I still make short-term money. So that I assume other people are holding some shares of some companies.
I have a dividend portfolio, but I don't trade my dividend portfolio. I move money from my day trades into my dividend portfolio, though, if that makes sense. So I do hold something overnight, but not like something I actively trade.
I'm gonna buy 10 calls, 10 of the $60 calls because they're 9 cents. That's about half of what I've made today. So I think that's an acceptable risk.
I think it is too. It's a lot of money. That's what VIX is for. So I'll tell you a story about VIX. On the 4th of July week, I was with family, and right before I got on the plane that week, I bought VIX calls. And you can look at what happened. It might have been. No, it would have been. Yeah, it was. I saw fireworks on the beach, so it was definitely July 4th weekend. I'm just thinking about August and shit. I think it must have been. Nah, dude, I don't really know what happened with there. I could go back in time, and it wasn't this year, so that's the first thing. It was a little. I could look on my Instagram, but anyways, I bought VIX calls that week. I was like, okay, whatever. You know, the VIX is very low right now. Traditionally went below like 10. It's really an easy buy to hedge volatility. Was getting on the plane back home, and I was up like $5,000. It's just not. It's so cheap to hedge volatility. The reason why it's so cheap is because if you look at the market, it goes up. It's a counter volatile machine. That's the market. It's a futures machine. But every once in a while, if you feel like you know something you don't, it's worth a bet. And yeah, you can turn like $9 into $1,000 if you're really good with the timing and it shoots up a lot.
So like going off the simulated returns, that $9 total cost that I just paid. If the VIX hits $60 today, tomorrow, whatever, in the next 2 days, that's anywhere between a $3,600 and $1,000 return if I sell it right at
ETF
close.
is excited about Uber.
18th.
That's the purpose of the VIX and the derivative product, the VXX, is meant to make it so. I mean, it's a strange thing. It's a really strange thing because you really don't actually help the market at all go back to normal. You just make money off of volatility. That's like what spreads are used for a lot of the time. But if you just wanted a naked play, that's what the VIX is there for you to do.
I'll say what makes me nervous is like the past Fed rates, right? The federal fund rate on FMC has been 5. It was 5.5, then it went to 5, and now we're projected for 4.5 today, right? If you just look back at like September, right after they came out with 5%, we did go down that day, but the next day it ripped like hard. And that's what on the Qs specifically. So that's what I kind of
Like
think
I
we're going
said,
to end up with the same thing. So,
well, no, volatility. That is the description of volatility, is up and down. It's not just down.
I know.
It means a change. Yeah. So he has to be ready to sell those. Like I sold them It took a little while, and I actually called Robinhood at the airport to be like, hey, I was closing a VIX position. I still made money. Don't worry, I'm not mad. But it took a little while to close it. And as we know, that's not really helpful for VIX. So, like, what's going on with that? I don't even remember what she said. I was too happy. I made a lot of money, to be honest. But that you want to close as quickly as the volatility occurs. It's a very, very short-term play. That's the whole goal.
Well, I believe as long as after we hit 6 o'clock Eastern, I think I can close the trade and it'll count towards tomorrow, right? Because after hours and overnight count towards the next trading day, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, the volatility is going to start happening tonight. I can sell it tonight, and my account will be a cash account tomorrow. So I'll see the
The
money.
volatility is going to occur between 2 and 3 o'clock, man. It's going to be flat tonight.
Yeah. You don't think that there could be a sell-off tomorrow as expectations are baked in?
Or
I think that typically when Jerome Powell speaks, you fade the first move. So if the market rips while he's talking, you buy puts for tomorrow, and then you do the inverse.
Okay. Well, like I said, it's mostly a journal entry for his VIX experience. Like he will learn about how it works with relation to the events this time. I guess I agree with that, but I've also seen.
No.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Tomorrow we have the final GDP 8:30. So that's why we'll still see. That's why we'll see a continuation or a rip tomorrow as well. It's the same. The same pattern. If you go back to FOMC when the FOMC rates came out in September 18th, and you can see the dip and the rip the next day is the same thing. We had GDP final numbers or the next morning as well. I'm pretty sure. So
yeah, no, you're right. You're playing with house money. You'll learn about VIX. It's worth it because you're not going to pay attention to any of this without being in the play yourself.
We also have unemployment claims, but I don't think that runs. I don't know. It has to be pretty drastic to.
I think unemployment was up like 300,000, wasn't it?
I think 30.
Yeah, but that was based off old data, which took into account all the hurricanes.
It's forecasted for 229,000 right now for tomorrow, but its previous was 242. So it's lowered, which is bullish.
If you want a very spooky short-term play, you could buy 606 SPY calls right here. If you want a very spooky short-term play, that's the definition of spooky. It might as well be October 31st. That's very spooky. But it's a good entry if you're bullish for the next 2-3 hours. I wouldn't do it myself. I'm not doing it, but we were looking at it earlier and it's here.
That is spooky. Jeez, I just looked at my graph.
You can make a quick 25-50%. The data says
very quick.
I want to say too, it's like I'm not trying to disprove or say that Alloy's wrong here. I'm just playing devil's advocate with him. He could be right on it, but it's like, I think it helps to think of why the market would do something different.
Always. Yes. No, thank you. Absolutely. The two of us combined make one quantum computer. I am just a jackass. We need all the possibilities combined for sure. I'm a profitable jackass, though, to be fair.
Hey, so am I.
Yeah.
I just
I'm like a donkey.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No,
I'm
go
excited. I just bought a Tesla and a fastback Mustang just Saturday. So finally, I haven't bought a car in like 6 years, dude. I've been driving like a Scion and a Kia. I put all my money back in like investments and stuff. And so this is my first time actually probably spending some of the money I've made over the years.
Did you get a new one? Like, are you enjoying that new car warranty situation?
Yeah. But it's paid off completely.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, we've got the same situation now, and I'm probably never going to buy a new car again as I get older. But you got to do it once just to Like Tyler the Creator, I don't know how many people are fans of like good hip hop, but he has this line: "Bought another car because I didn't know how to celebrate." And so like I love that line. Like every time he wins another award or he crushes album records, he just like, I just have to buy another car, dude. I don't know what else to do. I don't know. At this point, I'm just gonna buy another car because I don't know how to celebrate. And I feel that's, you can't let money control you. You got to spend it on yourself now and again.
Tyler the Creator is one of the funniest motherfuckers alive, bro. I love that man. He's hilarious. You've seen his Nardwar interviews?
Yeah, he's the best, man. He's so congenial. Like so many people are crazy around Nardwar, don't know what to expect, and Tyler just bounces off of him like a gummy bear, dude. It's awesome.
Bro, my favorite moment is when he's bringing him to the back room and Nardwar's like, you go to a lot of back rooms, Tyler, and he goes, nah, I fuck in the front. That shit killed me, bro.
Nah, Nardwar is the pinnacle of Canadian humor. This could go off because I'm sure we got some fans in here, but I'm a big fan of Norm Macdonald as well.
Yeah. Norm Macdonald is Canadian, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, he's mega Canadian. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I just didn't really think about where he's from.
I'll come back in on another day to talk to you. I like talking to y'all in here. It was just funny because I'm part of so many different fucking trading discords, but y'all are actually like not total stupid heads in here and chill. Like, thank God. So
appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Don't crash your Mustang.
I won't. It's going to. I'm getting work done to it probably for the next 2 months before I can even drive it. So I'm getting I might have to redo the transmission but it's redoing the exhaust and some of the interior stuff, and so
hell
yeah,
very fun.
It sounds like you're going for a rouse.
It wasn't in prestige condition when I bought it. Let's put it that way. But I got a good deal on it, so I was like, made sense. Hopefully, I can make money on it.
After hours, I don't post anything.
The trader in you wants to make money on a fucking Mustang.
Dude, I want to make money on everything I buy. Dude, I buy a Doom. Okay, so sometimes I'll buy a Doom buggy. I'll go up north to buy a Doom buggy, from North Carolina, South Carolina, something kind of just a little north, right? And then I will at the end of summer, I will list it for sale in Florida, right? Because they can use it all year long, and I almost always sell it for more than I bought it for. It's kind of a pain in the butt because I have to drive down to Florida with it, but it's I did it 4 years in a row, and it's all 4 years in a row I made money owning and used, got to buy Doom buggy, use it for the whole summer, then go and sell it, make $2,000 extra, and then I do that every year. All right, I don't do that every year now, but yeah,
smart.
Yeah, just by driving up north to buy it and then driving down south to sell it. That's it.
That's a lot of work, but that's what makes people rich is reselling. There was a dude who bought vans on Facebook Marketplace near me. It was this dude with a really nice house too, and when there was a car shortage, he was just buying vans with 1 or 2 problems with the transmission or something, or maybe needed oil. There were so many simple little problems that people didn't know how to fix. He'd buy it for 1.8 grand. I'd see him buying it, and the next week it'd be listed for 2.5 or 3. And I'm like, you motherfucker.
All right, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go, Jim. Bye bye.
See you, dude.
Adios.
Peace.
Later.
I low-key switched to a cash account. I did it. I said fuck it.
Ta-da!
I have $120 settled so far, or left for the day.
Spooky spy play. I hope everyone avoided it. I only called it out because of technicals, and it's down a significant amount. So it was spooky. Yeah. My what's weird about that is I sold a 48, just one, and it's still at $3. It should be I should be able to buy it back for $1 right now. It's still at $3. So someone in the market, quite a few people think it could go up to 48. Still stupid, dude.
I'm really surprised the hood's down this much right now.
Yeah, it's hurting me bad.
I still feel like the stock is going to $50 regardless, but I
Yeah, me
wonder
too. I'm
wonder
still
what's going
holding
on
on.
here.
Ooh, big volume spike on SPY. Big old fatty. Let's find out if that was selling or buying. It says buying, but you can't trust this color. It averages, and the average could be a slim margin. Yeah, look at it going down again. Wow, that's massive, man. That's bigger than open. And why? It's 11.19. Okay. This is probably max pain for a lot of people intraday. I guess it was 6:05. Let's take a look at what might explain this. I think another really smart gentleman called out some levels here. It's probably going to be related to what he said. Oh man, no, it's cluttering me up. The 20s. No, nothing really off the bat explains that. It's probably where delta hedging is occurring. So it's in between a bunch of important strikes. So it's where they can create a safety net if they sell now and they rotate it into other calls, other puts, buy a little bit of shares at a lower price. But yeah, that's a fat one.
How do you feel about holding unusual whale ETFs for Republican and Democrat politician trading? I feel like it could be a fun place to park a couple percent.
Don't do it. They're so far behind when it comes to finding out what those Congress politician people are trading by the time you know it.
Lisa, I don't know if she's in here. I can't check right now, but I just saw her post. Her options plays as a result of being in here. I mentioned to someone that if you do this with just cash, your graph will look like a step ladder going up every day if you have the good entries and exits. Her graph that she posted just 10 minutes ago is a great example of what I mean. Yeah, awesome. She says she's here. So I assume you've been following along, and if not, then you're just a natural gifted day trader. But yeah, that's a very sexy graph. I approve. It's very fun to be able to achieve that.
She's been in here, I think, at least like the last 2 days or so, just like, but doesn't have a mic, so she's been in the chat, and I feel like everybody's ignored. She's been like talking to Alpha for like 2 days, trying to get him to switch to cash.
Oh no, she knows what she's doing. She's got the right mindset definitely, because following is one thing, but discipline is super good. She's got it. I assume, Lisa, that you're a she. I don't like trusting a profile picture, but women are very good traders, if you don't mind me saying. Women are so good at trading. I every time I talk to a woman who's got money, she's conservative. She's like, "Oh, I don't want to day trade." I'm like, "No, that's exactly why you should, because you're not greedy, you're smart." And I always admire a woman who crushes it. I wish, yeah, man, like it's so cool. They're like born to be millionaires at day trading. Women are. I really believe that. At least smart ones. There's dumb people everywhere, you know. No offense to anyone who's dumb. I'm kind of dumb myself.
Did you guys decide that on I couldn't follow the whole conversation. I was doing some trading, but are you doing a VIX play based on the kind of thinking that, I don't know, maybe like with a $16 strike or something for shape how talks, market goes down, next day market goes up, or S&P, I guess.
Yeah, it's because we're up, the volatility is defined by downward movement, just because it's all relative for VIX. But so the brief answer is I would have to sell when SPY goes down significantly. For anyone else who doesn't have DTs left, and their best chance of getting rid of it at profit would be tomorrow. They might not make a lot of profit, but what it'll do is it'll teach them about how it works. So in the future, when they're expecting something drastic to happen, they have VIX on they remember it's bookmarked in their memory as an option that they can use it. And what you said, the price level, you said 16.
Gonna happen. I think this call is gonna be chill myself, but there is.
It might not. You said VIX at 16. Does that mean your brokerage allows you to buy the underlying VIX, and you can do that like futures?
I was just gonna buy calls.
What's the ticker that you have as what are you looking at, VIX or VXX?
I have either.
Okay. That's pretty cool. I wish Robinhood had that. I don't think they can afford it. They only give you VXX and like leveraged versions of VXX, but VIX is the true one. That is the volatility index.
I guess mine is,
and everything.
Technically, it's coming in as
We do have
VIX.
VIX on Robinhood.
Is that different?
VIX?
Or VIX.in is what
Robinhood
I
has it.
I mean, there's
Bro,
a
I'm not
million
seeing
different
it.
futures and different whatever things. I
Wait,
don't
you think
fucking know.
you think a $44 call on VXX is good? I could get it for 77 right now.
It's expensive for the way VIX moves. You don't have to pick something so close. When VIX explodes, it really explodes.
Oh, so you're saying I could get like a 49?
Yeah, it's the cheapest form of insurance against market volatility that there is. So don't hesitate to hit you want to pick good volume. So 60, I think 55 is also high volume. You can check yourself. I have a 60. I have 4 of them. I bought them at $5 each. So it's a $20 insurance play.
What would your 60 represent on the regular VIX in price?
That's why I'm asking, because I don't like playing on the derivative. It's not true to the technicals. I have to flip back and forth. So I'm going to look. I'm just going to compare them bluntly. 43.67 on VXX right now is 15.36 on VIX. I would like to play on VIX. So whoever said Robinhood has it, I'm typing it in. I only see derivatives popping up.
So you want to play at the money then?
No, I don't. No, because VIX goes off when it goes off. It's not. It works the opposite
now,
to the.
No? Like right now.
Yeah, but VXX. Sorry, this conversation is so dumb because these tickers. It's at 43.65. I have 60s because if the market volatility hits, we're going to go up to 60 or more.
All right, so
and
like
that's the
20%.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the whole purpose of it. It does not move; it goes down unless something volatile happens, and then it shoots up.
That's like
so it's there.
1837 roughly on VIX is what you're kind of aiming around. That's more than I think that it's going to go to. Maybe that's like election VIX, possibly though.
But I'm priced into the probability of it happening and also the shock that it would cause. 5% certain or like uncertainty in the market. 95% certainty we're cutting by 0.25. What if that 5% happens? It's going to cause a big effect. Am I buying 100 contracts of 60 for VXX? No. I bought 4 or 5 or whatever I bought. I don't know. Hold on, let me check. 4. So I bought 4 of them. That represents to me the 5% chance that something deeply unexpected could happen. It's an offset to the 95% confidence that the market has of a 0.25 rate cut. What if they're wrong? What is VIX going to do? It's going to blow up. It's going to blow up really suddenly, really fast. And so I have my 4 buys for $20 on VIX, like it's very negligible, represents the very small likelihood and the very big shock that it would cause. And that cost me nothing to be involved, but it could.
Are we looking
This
at
crazy
a buying
thing about this-
opportunity for Spider?
Not enough time left in the day to make that happen, in my opinion. But the situation, right, is this is such a powerful play on VIX that if we go up to even 55 or get close to 60 and I sell at a good exit, even if my whole portfolio is down like 10%, otherwise would have been down 10%, the 4 measly VIX calls I have will actually put my account above what it was the day before. It is that powerful. So why not buy $20 of insurance? I pay more than that a month to insure my cat's health. Like that, it costs me nothing to make sure that the market is, if it's wrong, I still make money. It's not a big deal. If you're going all in or you're buying, like that's not even 1%. You know me, I play with 1%. $20 is like I might reconsider buying Papa John's tonight, is what that means to me if I lose that money.
So you don't have VIX options, only VXX options?
There is VXS. It's all derivatives of VIX. Yeah.
I'm seeing
there's double.
This other guy in chat seems to have it. I think I don't know if that's Robinhood though, but it has green shit, so maybe.
Let me see.
It looks like Robinhood.
'Cause
Icons at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's-
That's definitely
yeah.
Robinhood.
You have to enable futures trading through Robinhood. You have to get the VIX.
I wasn't able to find VIX either though. That's weird.
On
I
settings,
see
I'm
VIX,
looking now.
VIXY, SVIX.
I'm looking for VIX on Schwab and it's not there. Again, I don't have futures, but
I have futures
You
enabled,
can,
bro. What the
You
fuck?
can trade UVXY as well.
Oh, what's weird though is I click view list of futures and it's just a black screen that comes up. I think my shit's bugged. I'm not even kidding. Like I'll record. Oh, I can't. My account number's at the top. But I would record this. I it says futures trading enabled. I say view list of futures. It's just a black screen that pops up with an X for me to close it again. So I need to
Do you have
contact support.
Do you have to turn on different exchanges on Robinhood or
No,
no? Okay, I don't know.
no, it's bugged for me. That's gonna happen sometimes, but I don't know why it chose me to fuck up. Okay, I'm gonna create a support thread with them because that's why it's missing. I haven't had it for years, and I've always wondered why. So that's a very easy thing for me to complain about. Be like, hey, check my account. Why does futures work for you and your little coaching abilities? Because they can like synthesize your account. They can be you to see what you see. So that's a very easy thing to fix.
And Lisa, I think he's just doing normal calls. I don't think he's doing any spreads for VXX. Just calls.
It's an empty screen.
There's
Okay,
not really
so
entry, it's just before Jerome Powell talks.
yeah. And if he can't sell it today, I mean, if he makes a lot of money, he might want to become a pattern day trader. He might be over 25K from it. It's entirely possible. So it's just not a bad play for very little money.
Yeah, I mean, I only bought one, but yeah, I bought a $50 call.
I mean,
Say
in
it's
order for me to
14
become a
bucks, I think
pattern
looks
day
fine.
trader overnight with this VXX call, I'd have to buy more. Or it would have to shoot up to like, fuck. Yeah, VXX would
Okay.
have to go up to $80.
That's happened in August. It went to 96 just because the market was very sure something would happen, and it did not happen the way it thought it would. It was that simple.
I will send you a 10% tip if for some reason
That's what happened last time
VXX
it
goes
spiked
that high.
in August or whatever.
That's fair. That's a very good tip because it's a 5% chance of that happening. So you're taking the risk, you're taking me into it, and you're giving me double the percentage that it's likely to happen. So that is a very good hedge on this happening at all on your part.
Do you have any history on how many times it's been?
You cut out, Mr. Moo.
All right, well, I'm going to take a break, touch some grass, and get some sunlight on my pale ass skin. I'll be back for the afternoon session in JPOW.
All right, enjoy.
Holy fuck, wait. Whoa. Some dude in chat just bought the 60.
I bought the 60s, only 4.
Oh, you bought the 60 as well? Oh shit, I thought you said a different number earlier. Is that what I did the math on?
Remember, we're using VXX, which is already at
Yeah,
40 something.
40, yeah, 44 is it? I'll just check here. Never mind.
Yeah, I did the same like 20 minutes ago. Just got one though, so
It's
I want
not
to see what
bad that
happens.
I bought 50, right? It just means I won't make as much if it goes all the way up, right?
It depends on how big your port is, because this is a volatility on you're shorting the possibility that your port goes down. Basically, it's the most pure form of insurance ever. So you really want to make sure that the percentage that you're putting into it will offset the potential losses of your portfolio. Because the good news is, if you're wrong, the VIX call was cheap and your port will go up. You're not going to really even notice it. Ideally, that's the goal. Like, I'm not going to notice if my port goes up and my VIX call's expired -20. Like, I don't.
Holy
You know,
fuck.
that's
Tesla flipped. Jesus Christ. What a crazy stock. Man, imagine if somebody knew it was going to 500 this year. Oh,
What stock?
Tesla.
Yeah.
Oh.
Imagine having
Is it really that high
$500
right now?
Tesla calls for like, I mean, they've already printed 10 times over probably, or 450 calls realistically. I mean, psh,
Emmanuel is reviewing my case. I anticipate I will have VIX available soon.
nice. Are you in any moves right
I read
now,
a thing
or
that
are
said
you out?
Robinhood just doesn't offer it because it's kind of like normally you don't trade on indexes. Something like that.
It's a futures product. If you have futures enabled, it should work.
Yeah, I just got rid of level 3 though. You're on a cash account, right? That might be the problem. I don't know.
No, I have margin enabled. I don't use it, but I have it enabled in case I want to leverage it into a crazy discount into something.
Nice. I need to get up to 25K before I can day trade on that margin. So I took it off today.
So if anybody's wondering who's not trading on VXX, what it is on VIX, that price target is on VIX, that would be basically $21.
Yeah, the 25 is a common jump when
That's the
volatility
comparison
strikes.
to the VXX 60.
Yep, on VIX, a 25 is usually when it comes back down after going up. So that makes it about right.
Did I make
Emmanuel, how long does it take to review my case?
Let's So stupid. Damn, you called it perfectly earlier. It went to 5:30. Oh my gosh. I'm just now looking at like
I
the
have my
actual chart.
moments.
I'm just looking at the chart right now, and that's insane. I mean, we did sell a little early, but we missed that cataclysmic drop as well. uh, and
It's a good day. It's a good day.
and that 10 o'clock entry that you were talking about, like that would have been perfect as well. Like the entering when it dropped down to 534 80s. I mean, it's already back up to 536. So if you would have entered at 10 o'clock, like you were talking about, that would have been after that cataclysmic drop. Perfect entry. You'd be selling now at like 50%, 60% profit, just going off your normal trading strategy. So there's that as well.
I used to be able to buy at the exact low and sell at the exact top. I think I just lost money a couple of times doing that,
No,
and it
I
was
don't
too
think
much
that's
for
the
my
issue.
mental.
I don't think that's the issue. I think it's the volume in the market right now is just stupid. So it's not as trackable right now. I believe as we're charting it out the other day, like there's a couple different indicators that just aren't matching up with it, and it's because of the lack of volume and the market uncertainty. Because we're in a bull market right now, but the big players aren't in, so it's just kind of just weird. I don't know. But yeah, you pretty much called that 10 o'clock, 10:30 entry as well. Okay, whose mic is that? Getting muted.
Yeah, there's probably some here if you still excited.
Oh,
It's so great now that we have the permissions. It's so fast. Thank you. It's awesome.
oh, you have permissions?
Someone does. I don't know. I haven't been doing it. Someone else is just nullifying that problem every time it happens.
Yeah, there's a couple of us that have it now.
Okay, that's awesome. I probably have the permissions and haven't haven't checked, but
Well, right click any name, even mine, do server mute, and it's in red, so
Yeah.
if you see that, you have it.
Yep.
I was about to say, I think everybody has it. I
think
don't know
I've-
if that was on purpose or not.
That shouldn't be.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
think
anybody
everybody should
can
be able to server mute.
anybody. Yeah.
maybe it's maybe I mean I'll reach out and make sure that's checked on, but it does help a lot. We can just I mean
Right, but
if
I
nobody
could server
abused
mute
it,
you or
nobody
Alloy
will
right now.
revenge.
Yeah, we could just troll
But
and
then I have the same permission, so I could just unserver mute myself. I mean,
Right, but you know how trolls are, man. They'll just sit there and server mute people just to, just to be annoying and get giggles out of it.
yeah, I'll ask
Oh.
for some higher permissions, most likely, if they trust me. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I not to take credit, but I feel like I mean, obviously Alloy's doing the work here, but like I have brought the masses in here to listen to him, and then he's intelligent, so people stay around.
You're the reason why I'm here. I didn't even know about it until then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, we had like 100 and something people in here earlier, pretty sure.
Yeah, that shit was nuts.
Plus the stream. I mean,
Yeah, stream was full. People had to back out.
Yeah, I wasn't trading, so I backed out.
yeah, I
Let
put it up
somebody
on the
who-
YouTube as well, so that anyone who wasn't in on that could at least see it, see the charts. But yeah, those were perfect calls earlier, man. Like, and honestly, you didn't even mean to, Alloy, but you called that 10 o'clock, 10:30 entry as well. I mean,
It was the only chance to get in while it was going up that we really had during the day. It could have gone down though, so I mean,
Are you talking about
yeah,
the
I
8
get it was
o'clock?
a little bit lucky.
Oh, see, I'm
Yeah,
Central
whenever we
Time.
entered, it was
My bad.
perfect.
Yeah, when we entered was perfect. That's the highest gain, but like sorry, I'm Central Time. What time are you, LA? My bad. Eastern?
EST. Yeah.
Okay. So at 11:20 Okay, so at like 11:20 was maybe another entry point, like after that cataclysmic drop right before that, and then it's up since then. I mean, that would have been a less theta eating move to do, but all right.
That's the strike was garbage. The 538 was stupid. I shouldn't have recommended that one. Not because anyone would have suffered, but we would have made way more money way faster. So that's charm, right? We talked about
We're
that.
talking about
Definitely ask
a
yourself
dollar
when
down.
yeah. So oh well.
37.
We still made 30%, 40%, some of us or whatever. That's very good.
Some people made 80%, dude. I'm pretty sure. What was the exact top? Because like someone was saying they sold at the exact top. Like that's wild. Someone bought at 82 cents after we had been talking about it and sold at the top. Like that I wish. But
I got in at 85 and sold at 95 earlier.
yeah, see, there you go.
That's so good.
That's pretty decent right there. I got screwed over by Robinhood, where I would have been up like a couple $1,000. Instead, I was up like a couple hundred.
That's insane, though.
Next time, I'm not gonna enter in one buy. I'm gonna split it up. That was stupid of me. I think Robinhood took advantage of that larger buy, and they just wanted to fill it and take my money.
I have never had that happen to me using
Yeah,
Robinhood.
I'm
Me
never
neither.
doing that shit again. I'm splitting it
But
up into
like I've never
separate
bought
buys.
120 contracts at a time though.
I think that's what the problem was. I need to split it up next time.
Full disclosure, I used to day trade.
Go ahead.
If you buy a bunch at once, I mean, no, this probably wouldn't apply to QQQ, but occasionally if you buy a lot of contracts, like the liquidity's not there. I don't know if that's what
The
happened in this
liquidity
scenario,
was
but
not there. I was watching the order books,
oh, okay,
but
yeah,
I'd
that
rather
yeah,
that
that
have not
that
filled.
happens.
I would have rather that just not filled though. I mean, like I don't get why they just fuck you over
Well-
just to fill you.
Like to me though, like I get partial fills. Like if I set like limit buys, like I'll get partial fills like at my price, and then if I can't get that price, I won't get filled on it, if that makes sense.
Did you not do a? He did a market buy though, right? Not a limit buy.
No, I did a limit buy. That's why I'm pissed.
Oh.
Oh yeah, mine does the little partial fills most of the time too.
Yeah, that's how I like that's what I said. I have never experienced that. Like I always use limit buys. So just for that reason. And so I'm not that sucks, man. I would definitely say something.
Like if you look in your history, does it show up as a limit buy?
Yep,
That seems completely fucked.
it does. Because I double checked that. I was like, well, maybe I messed up. Nope. And it's happened one other time. It happened with cores as well, like on an option as well. Like the liquidity just wasn't there, so they just like sometimes Robinhood's like stuff just messes up a little bit. So from now on, I'm gonna split it up into smaller buys because that was rich. Just to avoid that. I mean, I don't trust it. I mean, I'm sure I could get money back if I had taken a loss, but since I didn't take a loss, they're not gonna do anything about it.
This is the dumbest movement I've seen since that volume spike. This is nothing. Like, look at these candles. Nothing.
Hey, if Micron has good earnings and they beat expectations and their stock price goes up, does that mean AMD would go down because they're a competitor, or would they go up because the space is doing good?
Doesn't Micron supply AMD with memory chips? HBM. Yeah, they do.
Together. Micron does a lot of the memory chips for a lot of people.
Yep. My iPhone has a Micron chip in it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, I think AMD uses their HBM platform for the 3-dimensional memory. If they announce that project HBM 2 is going well, or HBM 3, whichever one they're on, then they'll probably go up.
I would answer your question with it depends why they go up, but it could be not necessarily good for AMD. But they're not really like, well, just in general chip talk, but they're not really in the same thing, so it'll probably not have a significant effect.
The implied volatility on the contracts are up though.
Okay.
Holy crap! Cooler's at 220 right now. Sorry, I've been driving. I just checked it. Holy shit!
I pinged Alloy in the main chat
got him.
earlier about that.
I got him, boys.
Okay. What are the calls worth? Do I have to buy? Dude.
Did you sell covered calls on it?
No, I sold cash covered puts, but for 40, who gives a shit? It's for $40. What I should have done is I should have bought 500 shares and sold written 5 puts. So if it goes down, I get my other half of my lot. Now, obviously, now I just wish I bought in, but here's the good news. You can buy 1,000 of them and make $250 writing on 2.5s calls. And then you stand to make $300 either way, basically. You make, that's a very good trade. The worst situation is it goes down to like 1.5 again. Is that really bad though? I don't think it's bad.
So which expiry are you talking about? Because I was looking at doing that and I was like, golly.
I was looking at this week. That gives you a lot of chance to enter and exit. That's a very fortunate play right now. Actually, obviously the premiums are pretty high on just the 2.5. You stand to make $250 pretty much either way.
It's I got 20. It'd be that's 20 cents per contract.
That is extraordinary.
Shit, should I?
God
So you
damn
think
it.
I should hold? I still have my $1 call. It's up 220%. Should I hold it?
No.
Sell it?
I would sell it and I would sell it, buy cooler shares, and then write calls again. Yeah, sell it, use that money to get in, and then write it off. That would be what I do with that. You're very lucky. You're not likely to get another 50% move tomorrow. It could happen. It's just I'm thinking of buying it at this price to do that. So you're lucky. You have cash you can use to offset some of the costs. Okay. All right, dude.
All right, yeah, I sold it.
For anybody making non-FOMC related options plays, I think that it's worth noting that you're paying a little bit extra premium specifically today.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm selling.
Oh yeah, I should have said for trading. Yeah, not writing. That's it. It's a good point. Good day to write.
Yeah.
All right, I know I've asked this before, but I'm still
Sorry.
a little confused about like what writing is. Like I kind of get it, but like could you guys actually let me ask ChatGPT for the definition of it. Hold on.
It's pretty simple. So when you're trading the contracts, you're buying and selling at the premium on the market, but somebody has to create those contracts, right? So somebody who generally owns the shares will, or market makers will
so they
create the
can-
contracts for you to buy initially, right?
So they set the price.
Yep.
Is what you're saying?
The market and the Greeks set the price for the most part, but somebody actually has to create the contract because eventually, right, the idea is that the contract will potentially be executed if it is above the strike. So, yeah,
That's crazy. Like I bought 1,000 shares today at 160 ish, and just with the intent of writing covered calls, but it was still moving up. So I was like, well, I'm gonna wait and see where it goes, and then I'm gonna sell my covered calls. But I'm glad I waited. Good God, because I was gonna sell the 250s. the $2.50 ones, and it's already almost there.
You're up like a lot of money right now, right? So you
I'm
could
up
do that and make
43%
another.
today.
Yeah, you could write those and make another cool 200. Well, yeah, you could make $300 if it goes up a little bit more, because the bid is going to climb up to 0.3 here in a minute if it keeps going up. That's kind of what I'm waiting for. I should have already bought, but it's not. Yeah, okay, it's happening.
So if you're looking at an option on the chain, and you notice that you see its open interest increase. So the open interest is basically how many contracts are out there, right? They haven't been executed, they haven't expired, and if you see that increase, you're basically seeing people writing those options so that people can buy them.
Okay.
And buy and trade them and whatever else.
Huh.
Maybe eventually execute.
I have 1,000 shares of RXRX, and I do the same thing with that. I sell covered calls on it, because it's got high volatility, and then I just take that money and pocket it. And RXRX, it goes up and down, up and down, up and down all the time. So it's a great stock to do that. You wait until it goes up, sell some covered calls on it. It'll go back down. You buy them back for half the price that you sold them for. So it's a great way to make. And if it goes past it, okay, you made some money. You sell your shares and call it good. But I don't know.
This is outrageous, dude.
Yeah, these are crazy strategies to learn.
That's called wheeling. So if you want to learn about it, look up wheeling.
Wheeling?
Yes, like a wheel, like WHEEL. Yeah, I'm gonna wait, Alloy, on these covered calls for Cooler.
It just hit all-time highs. I think you missed it. No, it's okay. You're up so much that the thing is, I don't when I'm up so much on something, I don't like to wait too long to write covered calls, because as long as it's still higher than my entry and where it is now, it's probably the most premium you're going to get for them. That's usually my flag to be like, okay, I'm going to short this next move up, and that way, if I'm wrong, I can't be upset because it went up. I mean, you could be upset if it goes to $6 tomorrow. I'd be a little upset.
Look,
But
are you
yeah,
talking about
you're
the
looking at
1220 expiration or the 1227 or
1220. You don't want to be. Yeah. If it goes down tomorrow, you could buy them back and then do it again next week. It doesn't mean I'm right. I do covered calls weekly, and I day trade. And yeah, and I buy growth stocks. That's just what works for me. And I have been close to assignment even doing weekly covered calls. A week is a long time. 2 days is a long time. Anything can happen. So that's the best luck I have. If I do too far out, I usually end up selling my shares.
Yeah, the 250s are at 30 cents now for me. They literally when we started talking about this, they were at 20 cents. So
yeah, keep in mind a little bit. You're looking at the bid because those are your buyers. So you'd be making $250 on your 1,000 shares if you sold 10 covered calls.
yeah,
That's the only thing.
Oh dang it! Yeah, I was
But-
on buys. Dang it! I don't know why I was on that.
Yeah, be careful. Also, Robinhood makes it just a tiny switch between the difference. That's right.
Yeah, well, I closed my browser and opened it up again, so it automatically defaulted to buy. It's not on my last setting, so I was operating based on where I was, not where I am. So oh, is it topping out? I wonder what Quant would say about that. Let's look at Cooler. I've never done it before.
Moving a lot. Well, let me see the average volume and today's volume. Yeah, it's about 15% higher, about 20% higher than what it usually is.
It is. I'm looking at the premium heat map, and there is not a bit of red on it. Oh, just popped in. $5. Oh, tiny little.
Down is still what? Quantum computing stocks are still up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Cooler could jump up again tomorrow. I think I'm gonna buy. I buy 1,000 shares here, but it's really not. Ah,
Yeah, that's crazy. Like I thought I was buying a top when I bought in at 161, and
that's
now it's
exactly
at
right. Yeah, that's the.
man, and now it's up 40% from that. I was like, holy shit.
I have a question. When you guys reached out to the Cooler CEO, he mentioned he was in Asia. What was he doing in Asia?
Um. Uh. He was talking to supply customers.
I might sell 10 $2 puts.
That's not the worst play if you think it's going to go down because your entry was so good, and that's the most premium you can get. But that's a high conviction play that it'll go down.
I'm just thinking of ways to scrape some more premium, even if it doesn't go down. That's $150 in 2 days that I can just put, buy more stock with.
Wait, so if you sell 2 puts, does that mean that you can, like, when it reaches the expiration date, does that mean you can buy like the 100 shares, right? I think.
Yes.
Is that what it means? Yeah.
You can exercise it, which gives you the right to buy those 100 shares at $2 a share in this instance.
Gotcha.
So if you would buy the put if you do that. I'm selling it. So I'm selling somebody else the option to. Oh wait, hold on. I got confused.
Yeah. So selling the put gives you the
Yeah.
option to buy the 100
Correct.
shares. Yeah.
Correct.
I think I'm gonna
that
do
means
that.
like if it stays at 235, right? I still only have to pay the $2
It's not that it
for
gives you the option to buy it at 2, it's that it gives you the obligation to buy it at 2 because the person
Yes.
who bought the put has the option to
Mhm.
exercise it. But if you write the put, then you have the obligation to fulfill it.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. If I don't mind owning shares of Cooler, I write these puts, right?
Mhm.
And then if the guy chooses to exercise them, I'm obligated to purchase 100 shares per contract.
Yeah.
So I was talking about doing 10, so that would be 1,000 shares, so that'd be $2,000
Yeah. Huh.
minus my premium.
Yeah.
So
$10 each, so $100 total.
it was just at 15, so I would probably put a limit sell in at 15.
Hmm.
Because I don't mind owning Cooler long term. So like I've got 10 $1 puts that I sold that are worthless now, essentially. So they'll expire
Yeah.
on Friday.
That's my situation. I didn't buy any shares when I did that. Because I didn't want to double down too hard if it went down. But yeah, I wish I bought them.
I just put a limit sell in. I don't think I'm going to get it though. It's still moving up.
That's insane. Cooler's going nuts. Up 68%.
Yeah, I was looking at owners on After Hour the other day, and there's people with like tens of thousands of shares, and I'm just like, golly.
Man, if I could hit like 10K before my 21st birthday, I'll be so happy, bro. By February. Got 2 months.
Okay, so you're 20 right now.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
3.1.
Okay, so you want to like essentially 3x it.
That I feel like that's a lot. I feel like more like 6K is more realistic, maybe, possibly.
It's a lot. Like, okay, well, let me just put it this way: like, doubling your money in 2 months is not an insignificant feat. Like, that's a
Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah. I'd have to get lucky as fuck.
Holy fuck! Sound is up 20% today.
No, dude, I had wait.
saw that too.
What's the price right now? Because I had. Holy fuck! No way. I had like 20 shares at $6, bro.
I had $25 calls that were like, I don't know, super fucking out of the money, and I was hoping for a squeeze. Didn't happen, so I got rid of them before I lost money. But Jesus Christ.
I wish I still had my sound. It's $23, bro. I would be up like quadruple.
That's right. There are no 1227s for Cooler. It's like this week or a month from now. Wow.
Hey everyone,
Hello.
how you doing?
All right.
I'm new to the After Hour Discord, but I've been using the app for a little while.
Hell yeah.
Happy to have you with us.
And happy to be here. How you guys doing today?
Doing all right.
Oh. Made a quick buck off of Nvidia. Now I'm looking at some new options.
I want to sell some put credit spreads on Nvidia, but I want to wait until after this FOMC meeting.
Hmm.
What is Nvidia doing right now? Is it
Think at
still shitting the bed?
135.
Oh, it's up then. Damn, I should have done it.
Yeah, it went up a little bit today, about 3.5%.
Up. I was looking at selling like some 115s or something for like a month out, something like that. Let's see what it. See what it is now. Trade Nvidia.
Oh, Seymour Butts posted about the interview, it looks like.
I want to see more butts.
What do you guys think of Netflix long term?
Oh, he said he's coming to the Discord. Is he on here? There's no way.
That's what we're talking about right now, me and him.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll wait till after that tomorrow. Unless Nvidia just rips between today and tomorrow.
Do you think I could buy back into fucking Cooler right now?
I
It
don't
seems
know.
kind of high.
Yeah, I bought like it was up like hugely. I bought 1,000 at 161 this morning. Just thinking like, fuck, I'm gonna sell some covered calls on it, and at 250, I was literally like, I'm gonna buy it, sell 250, but I was driving, so I was like, I'm gonna wait till I get to the house, and now it's like at 250.
Yeah, it's really at 250. Holy fuck.
That's what I'm saying. It's up 71% today.
72 now.
I wonder
What the hell?
Like, because he made some announcement like they're fully compliant with listing requirements and shit. So I don't know if that just gave more confidence to investors. But is that the only thing that happened with them recently? I know they had that space shuttle thing or something.
It could be buying in. Like, I mean, it sounds crazy, right? But it could be that oh my God, it's at 253 now. Fucking Christ. I should have. Whatever.
Literally.
It could be that there's posts about it on After Hour and people in different time zones are seeing it and thinking, oh, I should buy in before the interview. That sounds dumb, but it is outperforming my entire portfolio. It's outperforming Sound. It's outperforming QBTS. It's outperforming a lot of stuff. So there has to be an explanation.
Well, yeah, because they jumped up a lot lately.
Yesterday, Cooler said they intend to launch the Cooler One space battery through Exo Launch Integrator on a SpaceX rideshare in 26.
Holy fuck. That'll do it.
Yeah. That's what I said. That they had the space launch, and then they made the announcement about being fully compliant for listing.
Yep.
So I was like, that's two big things.
Yep.
All right. I'm buying 100 shares, dude. And I'm gonna I'm gonna process my emotions while I try to DCA into this shit.
I'm not sure it's outperforming Sound, but it might be a more solid stock.
Guys, please don't buy stock that's up 75% on the day. Just wait till tomorrow.
It is too late, my guy. I'm up $3. I'll have you know. That being said, I wish I bought yesterday.
I bought 100 shares this morning. I'm up $150.
Nice.
Oh, you only have 100. Okay. No, I was gonna say you could cap on more gains if you wanted to. If you were worried about it going down, but you're probably fine. What's strange about this market is things that are going up in 75% increments are going up at 75% increments the next day too. So I'm kind of superstitious right now, but yeah, it's only $250. I'm not really stressed about what the outcome is.
Put 25K into it.
I was thinking about it. No, yesterday I was thinking about buying 10,000 shares, but I don't know if that's insider trading or not since I'm doing the interview. I really don't know. I don't think it is, but it felt weird.
Well, you're not privy to any
Definitely
information.
not insider trading, dude. What are you talking about?
No, I know. I'm memeing halfway, but it would have been a little too good to be true, and now look. So.
Did you have a good day out? Yeah, just laid in bed, watched TV all day.
I might set a trailing stop. You know, these things have a tendency to rocket and then pull back.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the pullback. I'll buy more. That's why I'm in it at all. So I have something on my watch list reminding me about it. $250 bookmark.
You think Tesla will pull back? It went down to 58.
My crystal ball clouds up when you talk about Tesla.
I think everybody's crystal ball clouds up. There is a $2.78 million dark pool level at 225 for Cooler. 2.5 million at 223, 2.33 million at 220.
Dude, if I can DCA into this at a 1.73 or a 2.1 average cost and it goes up to become a $10 stock, I would be very, very happy.
Yeah.
Right call until the cows come home. That press release come out today with the whole SpaceX assistance with their battery tech?
I think that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. The
Okay.
compliance thing came out today.
Isn't that
that's
the Fed's
excellent.
investigating SpaceX right now? Could I swear I saw something about the Feds and Elon Musk and SpaceX?
You want to
Probably.
Some sort of investigation.
Well, my entire port is down. If I look at everything, the only thing that's up is now Cooler and Archer. And that's kind of bullish for the end of the day, actually. Hour and 45 minutes.
Something about like 3 federal reviews about security, national security.
I mean, that makes sense. Probably should have been done earlier.
The Elon Musk SpaceX has repeatedly failed to comply with federal reporting protocols aimed at protecting state secrets, including but not providing some details of his meetings with foreign leaders.
I mean, I can't buy SpaceX stock. I don't work there. So
There is a couple things that you can buy to get exposed to it at like a decent degree. I don't remember
talking about
seeing a
ARK.
post about them. No, there's someone who has a better holding percentage of it. Fuck, they'd mentioned it on After Hours. Has anybody seen it?
You guys have any thoughts on MicroStrategy? They reduced down to like 385 a share. Michael Saylor went on Bloomberg for an interview today, but it didn't really seem to spike anything.
Yeah, I don't mess with MSTR.
Isn't that what he's doing? Is like he's selling stock in order to buy Bitcoin?
He's issuing convertible notes at 0% and taking the proceeds to buy Bitcoin. So if I think the last, I don't know, I don't follow him, but like one of them was at like $500 to $600 or something like that. So you can convert it at that price.
Pretty good entry for Bitcoin right now over the week, which, not saying much, but
You guys ever seen that new NU stock? What do you guys think about that?
It has earnings today.
Yeah.
That's Micron.
I think that I'm gonna buy calls or
No,
puts because of
not
Bucky Matter.
Micron. NU. N as in like your.
I'm sorry. I heard M as in.
Sorry.
I don't know what the alphabet is, but M is in Mike.
No. N.
They're based out of Georgetown. I wouldn't play it.
Sound just hit 20%.
Did you guys see the post
Good
earlier
walking.
on After Hours about LITM? Somebody bought in it. They were taking a shot. That damn stock is up 422% today.
I don't even know what it is.
Stocks, man.
Micro cap.
Yeah, it's definitely it's 95 cents a share right now.
Manitoba.
Uranium.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you got to be really careful with anything around that size.
It feels like another one of those. That was that one I fell for the other day. That Tonix Pharmaceuticals, TNXP.
Yeah, well,
Well, definitely don't buy at highs. Like if you
No,
hear
God,
about
no.
it and it's really low, maybe put a little bit of money into it and accept that that could go away too. But yeah, I mean,
Don't buy now.
Oh,
Man, Hood's below $40.
ooh, yeah, it is.
Him's almost below 30. It's at 30.15 right now.
This is why I have cash ready to go.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Hims is definitely taking a dive.
Every growth stock in my port is down. The Robinhood's the most significant one. Actually, Serve is the most significant down on my port today. But I think that could be good. Archer is outperforming and has been for quite a while.
Arc has
Meaning to
down.
buy trying to buy 300 more shares of Archers. It hasn't been happening. Might sell some. Oh, it's just not a good time if we rock it up. I should probably buy 300 now, more shares, but and just write
Cat
calls.
is dying right now, bro.
What is?
Our cat is just like leaking so bad. So glad I'm not in it.
Yeah, they missed earnings. Their CFO retired or left or something. So
That'd be a good opportunity to bring one of them on to a stream or something, I think. But they were so excited there was 1,200 people in their earnings call. Like they were like I was listening to it. They're like, "We've never had this many people here before." That was such a red flag to me. I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm out." Right when I heard that, I exited the stock. I'm not even lying. And then their earnings and everything was like so shit. I was like, God. I got stuck in one options contract, but I'm not too worried about it. It's gonna be worthless, but it's fine. It's just like $100.
yeah, I figured it out. If you want exposure to SpaceX, there's an ETF called Destiny Tech 100, DXYZ. And I think that that's your best way to get exposure. Not that you're getting like massive exposure, but it
There's
gives you
also an
some.
ARK fund that tracks it, like a couple of the off the market, but it's
There
also
is, but
exposed to
the
bonds and
percentage is,
stuff.
I think, a
Yeah,
lot smaller. I could be
way
wrong.
smaller. Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right there. Plus, there's the
DXYZ is
analysts.
not supported on Robinhood.
Oh no? Oh,
No, none of
that's
those are.
strange.
Neither is the ARK fund. You'd have to go through ARK's investment
Oh, you
website
get
or
none of
something.
those, eh? Huh.
Yeah, no. I mean, ARK itself maybe, but not like their specific investment funds. They're not on there. They might have like one or two funds on there, like their main ones, but I don't even think you can get into like the Fidelity retirement fund, like 2065 target date funds on Robinhood. I might be wrong, but I don't think so.
I'm gonna try and double check that the percentage weighting is half decent, just so I didn't give false information.
Are you out of the market right now?
Also, its management fee is fucking not that great, but it's the thing is that it has 36.9% exposure to SpaceX, so it is your best SpaceX exposure. I don't think there's gonna be anybody that beats that. I'll put link in the chat.
I can see them listed on Webull, but I can't see their holdings for some reason.
You can check the link probably in the chat and see them.
Looks like it's grown significantly this year.
Yeah, this is a good market time for them. Yeah. The only thing that they got a wicked cool website, cool name, all that cool shit, but it is a 2.5% management fee. But if you want exposure to SpaceX, this is your cheapest way to do it. And most effective, likely.
Fucking percent. Damn. What's the percent return for the yearly chart?
I see for 1 year 662%.
Oh, okay, yeah, that
But
2% is fucking worth it.
it's jumped up from like $10 a share to 68 now.
Fuck. Imagine that.
Mm.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
Would have loved to be on that at $10. Even with a 2% fucking management fee.
2.5. But you can be in on it probably. You can have a brokerage account that accepts it somewhere, surely.
Yeah, that's just what.
What's strange is Robinhood's website actually shows the stock and says sign up to buy and shit.
What?
But you can't actually do it. Seems weird, eh?
Yeah, it seems like a fucking lie. I think they call that a lie.
Yep.
I don't know. Is it
Lie.
I love Costco. No, I'm somebody else.
Well, thank you for that.
Holy fuck, Gibbons! I've unmuted you twice already, and you just keep turning on your mic.
Mute him again.
Oh, there's another one.
No, he just muted himself. He just did. I watched it happen.
That's good.
I don't know why he turns on his mic though to not talk to us. I talked to him in the chat. He muted himself, and then he says it keeps turning on its own or something. I don't get it.
No, it does that. That's happened to me a couple times. But
Yeah.
just
Is
enable
it a
push
phone
to
app
talk.
thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Enabling
same
push
with
to
push
talk
to
helps
talk?
a lot. No. I'm saying push to talk's a way to avoid that.
Yeah. I don't know. Not trying to be mean. I just don't want to hear you yelling at
I don't think I
randos.
don't think he takes that. I mean, obviously his family's talking. He's not probably not worried about it.
Yeah, I believe you guys that it happens. Don't worry, I'm not. Yeah, maybe the push to talk mode is the solution or something.
Yeah, there's a way to edit the actual chat to where everyone is set push to talk and they can't do another like they can't have an open mic. It has to be push to talk. I think it used to be able to do that, so that would be a nice feature. But I think us being able to mute people is nice. But
I wish you could sort the people you follow by name on After Hour.
After Hour,
That'd be nice.
Damn,
Because I'm like
Boeing's
looking for somebody specific and I can't do it.
Boeing's
Ah,
up
there it is.
8. Oh my gosh, man!
What is?
Boeing just keeps ripping, dude. It's up another 2% today. WTF has made
Sounds gonna hit 22%.
$5 million off of that play. That's wild, dude. Imagine make $5 million off of your $1 million investment.
Yeah, that's crazy. Who did that? Who was playing? I know there's somebody who was doing it.
WTF?
Oh yeah, I thought he's an Uber too.
Yeah, he has $10.7 million in Uber right now.
Oh, so he
$10.7
bought more.
million.
Last time I checked, it
Yeah.
was 8 million.
No, he bought some puts to enter as well. He bought some $60, $62 puts in case it does go down.
Is that WTF guy? Is that real money or is that paper account?
It's real money. It's real money.
It's insane.
How can you tell the difference, like on After Hour?
There is no
There
paper
is
account
no
linking.
paper trading.
I thought it was odd because he's like, I'm in algebra class and he's over $50 million.
He's trolling.
That is odd. That is a reasonable takeaway. That is very odd.
If you ever find a way to link a paper trading account to After Hours, not posting a screenshot, but link your actual position that's in a paper trade account, Sir Jack said he will give you $10,000 if you can show him so that he can fix it. He's pretty confident there isn't a way to do it.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know that. So I'm just like, I'm skeptical. I'm just skeptical because he says he's like in high school and he's worth $50 million. So that's why I'm skeptical.
He just likes people not knowing his actual identity because obviously.
And that's fine, but why pretend like you're freaking 16?
He's memeing
Because it's
funny.
hilarious. It
Gotcha.
is hilarious. He's like, well, Miss Peters, da da da. It's like, I would definitely follow him on that Uber shit if I had any confidence in the fucking market in the next few months. But I really want MP to turn around. I'm just waiting for it, dude. I'm ready to just capitalize on that shit. And I'm deep in the loss right now on it.
Yo.
So
Apparently, DXY or whatever the stock thing is, it used to be listed on Robinhood, but they got in an argument with Robinhood about certain things, and Robinhood stopped allowing people to buy them.
probably because of the cost of the damn fees. Like it sounds like
It could be related to the fees and something like about a closed end fund or something. I don't know, but
yeah,
the CEOs have threw a couple words back and forth on Twitter. It looks like.
We're going to Weeble. Fuck you. Oh no way. Trollstein keeps trying to get the RXRX CEO to talk to him or something. I need to write an email, or we need to write an email to RCAT. I feel like that would be a really good opportunity. Or to like UMAC or something. I doubt they'd answer.
Did RXRX have any good news today from the president?
Fuck no, they're dead right now. They're
Fuck,
like
my Hail
$8.
Mary.
They're at like $8, my guy.
I was really hoping for that 10 call.
Oh my god.
Okay, so Trollstein wants to do an RXRX interview. He reached out to them.
I know, twice, but we'll see if they answer. I don't know.
I mean, do we think RXRX is going to go back up?
Probably the main problem I see with this email he sent that it's very long. These companies, they don't have time to read really long emails that are like, oh, yeah, I don't know, but I hope they say yes.
Well,
The Border Patrol finally got back to me.
oh, but hold on. Oh, my boy TNX, NXP.
I don't get that stock. They got FDA approval, and they're still a shit stock.
Microcap
Shit, just-
biotech.
That's why people just holding that. They're praying on it. I mean, I would too. Like, shit. 50 cents a stock, and that shit used to be $148,000 when it started.
Nah, it wasn't. It's just being diluted. They have to keep diluting shares to be able to sustain their business model. That shit was never worth no 100K. Man.
Got some breaking news on Trump's Trump transition team saying they are considering building a strategic national reserve for crypto.
No, they keep saying that every couple days.
Yeah.
Guessing it was positive since Bitcoin's up.
You think cryptocurrency is going to eventually like inflate everything?
Everything's gonna inflate if this market keeps going up. Did it is here, let me see if he's in here or not.
Shoot, sound hit 23%.
Jesus. In not even in the pre-market or aftermarket either. That's the craziest part about this. It's doing it during the day.
What is Party Hall 2 for?
Are we talking about Cooler still? Sorry.
Man, I wish I held onto my stock when I bought it at like $6.
Oh, okay. RX or something.
Oh, Alpha 2 Omega, you here, bro?
I want Cooler to reply, but I suppose I'll probably do some email stuff at the end of the day, as is typical.
Probably. What do you think about what's it called? What do you think about shooting RCAT an email?
Let me see.
Because I think it would be a really good opportunity for them to regain investor confidence.
Red Cat Systems, right?
Yep. I think it would be a good scalping opportunity for us. And I think being like, hey, we're an investing platform and with this many users, yada yada. With X amount of people currently invested in RCAT and plenty more that have been in and out of the position. We'd love to speak with you.
Are y'all aware they have between 11 and 50 employees?
Yeah. That's why they just crashed down to nothing. UMAC only has 3 employees and it's multi-million dollars as well. It's pretty wild. I mean, that crash was coming. It was just a bubble. I mean, it's still a bubble in the drone space. A lot of the drone companies, people are just overhyped about drones, but like the money's just not there on the.
Okay. Next question. I'm just gonna post a picture of their CEO, and you guys let me know how it makes you feel.
Where
Like
you
an
posted?
ink blot test.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. It's definitely a psychological barrier, if you will.
This is a dog.
Oh, that's a buy. That is a buy.
Let me see.
That looks like my old boss, literally. Except for he's got more hair, like not the length is the same, but it's thicker.
It's an RCAT
Yeah,
CEO.
seems like a cool guy.
He
Was it
seems like a
Jeffrey?
riot to go bar hopping with that you'd probably end up in trouble by the end of the night.
He looks like he runs faster than me when that trouble starts.
yeah, yeah.
That's crazy.
That's a good look, though. He made a receding mullet.
Yeah, Bray, I'm with you passively. That's I'm gonna be kind about my opinion, but
Oh no.
I'm making jokes, red
No.
flag, but that CEO's that's bullish, dude. That's bullish. That's bullish CEO.
No.
That man plays the piccolo.
No. It's all a pump and dump.
yep, I think it
No.
might. I think it might be,
Listen.
dude.
No, listen. Guess what he's on the board of? That I was just talking about a second ago. That Donald Trump's son's also on the board of.
That's bullish.
UMAC. It's not bullish.
Wait, what company is the CEO from?
No, dude, I'm not gonna lie. It's here's my problem. He says, okay, so I know the technology that's in his bio. PHP and Laravel are basically the same thing. They're old technologies. They're not used by anything anymore. Or at least you should not build a big website using those technologies. Then Java, also very old, applies to everything I just said as well. And then AI and photography. None of those things industrially have anything to do with each other. Technically, one does not lead to another. You do not jump from PHP to Laravel to Java to AI. You don't do that. That's
The pump and
he seems like
dump.
he's out. I think
What
he's having
company?
fun. RCAT.
What's the symbol for that?
It's RCAT. Their Red Cat is the company, but RCAT.
Okay.
Look, he's created jobs for like up to 50 people. I think that's lovely.
Do you think that's his nickname, like Red Cat?
Yes.
I
His
think
name just can't be Red Cat.
he definitely named the company. He's in the wrong industry, dude. I think he's weird. I think he has a master's in chemical engineering. Like, why didn't he go into oil and gas and make $500,000 a year like the rest of them do? Like,
Maybe he did.
no, he didn't though.
Oh no?
He worked 14 jobs, bro. Come on, man. He's weird. Like,
Said he
and
had
I'd say
a master's in chemical.
yeah.
Yeah. The only reason you get that and then you leave is because you're not good.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason. Those people are cronies in oil and gas. They'll hire you over and over again. You can switch competing companies. They don't care. If he's not doing that and he's taking this stressful ass high profile job and he's tacking AI onto Java, Laravel, and PHP. Oh, the link that he has in his bio is an old company he used to work at. He hasn't updated it. And it's a consulting firm. Led by John Marsh, offers expert web development. Like, we also specialize. Oh God, he does it all, guys. We also specialize in photography, graphics, and AI consultancy. So consultancy is a fun word. It's also not the right word. It's consulting. That's what you say. You do AI consulting. Consultancy is what you use if you smoked a little bit too much before making your website. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not reaching out to this guy. Why? Because I'm absolutely positive he'll say yes.
That's
The earnings report looks pretty bad
point,
for
right?
Arcat.
No, the
He's
reason
partnered with Palantir.
I knew they were gonna crash the second I heard them say, "Oh, there's 1,200 people in here. This is the most we've ever had." The second I heard that, I was like, "I'm fucking out, my dog." I was out. Crushed down
He
to
was thinking,
$8.
finally,
Crushed
it's
down to
happening. to me.
$8. Finally, guys, finally.
I told you, Sharon, my company would be a big deal.
I told you, Sharon, you didn't believe in me. It's time to sell, baby. If he didn't sell any insider shares, I've got to give him props. I mean, that's probably something to look into, but
I don't know how you how do you do what is the AI in photography, bro? I don't get that.
That's because Adobe did it.
Then go work at Adobe. Oh, is that harder than saying that you can tack on? Like, just what the fuck? Also, yeah, okay. So his link to his personal website where he does freelance, and he's been doing it for 25 years. He's based out of Portugal, by the way. So he's not even like tied to modern American economics. He hasn't been in a long time. He's a dude. This profile is fucking trash.
if only you would have.
I think it's Arcat is based in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, definitely. It's based in Puerto Rico. PR.
Okay.
So wait, so Red Cat makes drones?
Drones, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're the ones that's flying over fucking New Jersey, nigga.
No.
Tell that nigga to stop,
Do
yo.
not give them credit
Nigga
for
scaring my
that.
dog and shit.
No, don't give them credit for that. That's definitely not them.
Well, I mean, if
on
they
their
did,
whole
I mean,
outfit,
shit.
supposedly.
They're stopping crazy shit in their drones, do?
Oh, in case you're not clear,
Yeah.
he's he him. Okay, so just be careful. Huh? Here's his LinkedIn background. God damn it, dude. These guys, where are they coming from? Where are these people fucking come from? Is my question. They're all. I think. Well, yeah, no. What happened?
What's up with? Okay, who's that? Choke show.
That's his LinkedIn background, bro.
What is it, one off?
What is it?
Fucking look. You tell me what that is. I
pull up
can't
the
put
chat. I don't know how to pull up
What
the
the
chat on
fuck?
PC.
It looks like bro's trying to find out the new realm of like dimension or some shit. What the fuck is that?
I can tell you what, dude. That's definitely.
Oh hell no!
I'm sure that's really what his desk looks
Hold
like,
on,
dude.
let me just photos.
There's no reason to doubt that that's what his
That
desk
look
looks like. If you think
creepy as
fake, you're
shit, bro.
if you think that's fake, you're a hater.
Nah,
How do you check?
that looks that looks trying to take over the world, bro. I don't like how one monitor just got the whole Earth on that shit next to code.
How do you check the How do you check messages in this chat on PC? I don't know how to check it on PC.
You just
Like
look next to Party Hall.
VC2.
There's a little chat symbol.
Next to Party Hall, like on the left
Yeah,
side.
if you have the
You
stream
can
pop
either look
out,
at the
it's in the
bottom
top
right.
I found it. Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Holy
You using the
crap,
native
this
app
is
or the
desk,
browser?
bro. No way. No freaking way, dude. That's probably his actual desk. I think you're right.
I could believe it. Do you guys have any options on Spy?
I don't know how bullish I am on SPY, knowing companies like these have a couple $1 billion invested in them. Oh gosh.
How lucky must it be to just pretend for your whole career?
Dude, he literally is just like, yeah, I'm a drone guy. I'm the drone guy. I'm the guy in the chair.
That's what you call living off of your charisma.
No, I don't
It
think he
is,
has any
yeah,
of that
something.
either.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, hold on. I gotta show this photo. I've gotta show you this. Hold on. He's just fucking around, dude. He'll this when I say no focus, I mean like it's like shining a laser. Like maybe he has a lot of energy behind him, but it's like shining a laser through an orange, dude. It's just nothing. Hold on. This is his other project. So get ready, guys. Maybe this is the real investment. And look at him in it.
This I'm not gonna lie, you're bringing up some good points. As much as I want to love the long curly red fucking head, but boy,
No way.
Oh
Is
no.
that him?
Uh-huh. Yeah. That is him.
That's something he posted?
Oh yeah, dude. Don't doubt it for a second.
short this shit.
Short this to oblivion and you will be rich. I'm not
Cat
fucking
to
kidding.
Oblivion. Should have done
Let me
this.
close it out.
We should have done this.
Sure, what? Red cat, R cat? Now short it.
RCAT, I'm shorting it right fucking now, dude. I'm not kidding. With conviction.
Oh no.
With conviction.
That last picture was all the DD I needed.
January 17th, where the volume is buying puts. Dude, I'll make him out the money too. I don't give a fuck. This thing's done.
I feel like he saw like Michael Saylor's Twitter and was like, "Oh yeah, I can copy this. Let me just open my GIMP from like
Bro, want to be like
2004."
Gabe Newell.
Dude, you guys are pushing
used
my.
to do that shit on Gabe.
Cancel your orders. Mine aren't filling. Only one filled out of 5. Cancel your orders. I need these puts right now. You guys are fucking it. Dropping the price up, dude. Everyone wants puts now because of this chat. I'm not even kidding. It's probably us.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Can you guys calm down? You guys making this a little expensive, gang.
The puts are too expensive. It's crazy. You could buy a lead.
I'm about to
and they'd
do.
probably go bankrupt, and you'd probably make a lot of money.
Hey, I mean, hold on. Are you guys doing like a put debit spread on there?
Fuck no. Clean. It's going down, dude. This is going down.
Wait, how do you put putts? I'd never put putts, my nigga. I'll be honest.
Hey, Moo, your mic's open.
Oh, it's me. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay, bro. Your mic just unmute sometimes. I already know. You're good.
Wait. Hold on. What was the strike price for a put?
Day 0. Your last sentence, he, him, though, so don't worry. He's him. Oh my god, dude, that's too funny. That's the joke. You found the joke. That was it.
That was it.
Dude, no. I mean, the problem is it's so dumb, dude. People could look at that and be like, all in. Oh, good. Someone said they lost big time on these two companies. Okay, good. Yeah, short this to the depths, dude. My puts won't fill, you guys. They're already going up in premium. This is not fun. I was supposed to get a discount on these.
Yeah, mine's going up too. Wait, what's the strike price for
Dude, anything below where we're at for next week and you're fine. I did January.
I'm gonna buy some cheap, like $1 fucking art just to see if it prints. I really can't afford that great of. I already used all my day trades. Dude, it's down like crazy. We should do. Can you do the same thing on UMAC?
I mean, nothing is going to be quite this bad. This is incredulous. Like,
UMAC
this
has
dude is
3
embarrassed.
employees and it has like the same market cap.
Okay, let's look.
I might be wrong on the market cap part, but let me see.
Architecture and planning.
$183 million. And they have like a couple employees. And the RCAT guy's on their board. And so is Donald Trump's son. It's all weird. Their beards are weird.
Dude, it doesn't look great for UMAC.
I don't like the price of the puts. I want to buy puts, but it's just a little bit more than I want to spend.
It's because 10 minutes went by from when they weren't as juicy. 10 minutes ago, they were a lot cheaper. Not gonna lie.
I got one at 0.15 for $5 put January 17th.
January 17th, $5 put.
Yeah, but they're not filling anymore because I'm telling you guys which puts I'm entering is why. And you're all trying to buy them too.
You said a $5 put?
That's a lot to drop in 2 weeks.
Wait,
I guess you're
$5
just trying
put.
to get it to drop a bit and sell it.
I'm only buying a couple of them.
Like dying. How much did you buy them for?
0.15, $15 each. That's way out the money. That's okay. His so is his profile. I'm not worried. Office manager at UMAC. These look like honest people. At UMAC, they're just. What does this company do?
Way
Upcycled modular apartment complex. What is this? This isn't the right company,
no, that's
man.
not
What
the
is
right
UMAC?
company. UMAC is a drone company with like 3 employees.
What's the name of the company?
Unusual Machines Incorporated.
Unusual Machines. Okay.
It's ran by Alan Evans.
Okay, found San Juan, Puerto Rico. 5 employees.
Oh, so they've got 2 new employees, I guess, because it says 3 on Robinhood.
It's a scam. Red Cat's a scam. These dudes are divorced dads. Here, okay. Oh my god, it's a Ponzi. Here we go.
It is, because
I mean, I'd listen to Creed and get drunk in a garage with them, but I'm not sure if we should count on them
there's
for
no options
defense
on Unusual
purposes.
Machines. That sucks. You can't even short. How do you short it?
When in doubt, Creed.
Because they're still up and RCAT's down, and I think that's hilarious. Because it's like the same fucking people.
Yep. It's the same people.
It's the exact same people.
He's a hobbyist. In order to become a leading supplier to the American drone industry, there are currently very few American companies that are focused on diversifying the supply chain for drone components, and we believe that legislative and politically driven changes, creating a substantial market void that we can satisfy. That's a sentence. Okay.
This is crazy, dude.
It could have been written by ChatGPT. It's not. Oh man. Why did they move to Puerto Rico? I think they moved to Puerto Rico because these dudes got divorced and don't want to pay their ex-wives, and they started a company together, all cute and fun. But that's the character judgment I'm getting. Taxes, maybe. Yeah, I mean it's a US. Yeah, I don't know. The problem with AI is that everyone's just starting a company. They're like, hey, make me a logo, ChatGPT. Hey, make me a bio, ChatGPT. And they make a LinkedIn profile. They make a job. They go public with someone else's money. And then you got a dude holding 2 drones in a Red Cat shirt and an FPV helmet. I'm going to their website now.
I'm buying a 20-cent $5 put.
Donald Trump Jr. joins Unusual Machines as an advisor.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I don't know. I'm not gonna short them. I'm shorting RCAT, and I didn't even fill. So
I shorted Arcade as well.
I'm gonna cancel my other RCAT puts. I'm gonna keep my one because the dude is weird.
Yeah, his beard's weird. Can you help me real quick? I just don't know what this is. I have a Kintera Therapeutics non-transferable CVR. You know what the heck that is?
Sounds like a warrant.
I somehow got a warrant for a position on a bankrupt company, so I think it got acquired after it went bankrupt, so I have like a $0 warrant, just untradeable on my account. Life. I made $300 today. That's not horrible.
So wait, how bad was the news from RXRX?
How bad was it?
Dude, these guys are nuts. I'm looking at the pictures of the CEOs again. It's just crazy.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah. Gonna be a no from me today, dog.
Ooh, a 15-cent put might execute. I mean, I'm only putting, what, $30 into it? I mean, it's a pretty good bet on a put.
On this information, you have alpha. We have alpha on these companies. Absolutely, this is alpha. Other people are just looking at the chart. You see their faces. You know. You know.
If they
Yes,
truly
1 hour
went
to
down
JBL.
to like $5, dude, I mean, I'd make like 10x off of that put, and it's only like a cheap ass put, but
I don't know, $15 to bet on. I mean, look,
imagine if we would have done this like at their all-time high and we checked all this. Like, we should have checked their company a lot sooner, realistically.
the picture of him, like, I don't want to talk about people's appearance too negatively, dude. Sometimes I hesitate to get a haircut. I'm just going to repost this image. Why don't you stare at it and think of put? Look at that picture, stare at it, and think of puts. And how does that feel? It feels like peanut butter and jelly, you know?
It feels like I should definitely put a put on this nigga so bad right now. Cause what the fuck is that?
I'm gonna buy one of those RCAT shirts just as a meme, bro. What's that other company
He
that
really,
went bankrupt and the lady went to jail for like 20 years or something?
What time frame did you guys hit for? Like January 17th?
Yeah, it was like $15. It's an easy little bit.
I know you're
I
talking
see
about
that.
Daisy, but I
$15
forget.
for real? Oh hell yeah.
So what?
Oh put, okay, but
$5 put. It's like $15, 15 cents per share or something. Liz Holmes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
I'm
of the
pretty
name
sure
of
you're right.
Elizabeth
Let me
Holmes.
check.
oh yeah. This like it's $10 for me. Like for what strike price?
What?
What strike
$5?
price
This
did
should
you
be
get?
like 15 cents or something.
Oh, you got 5? Damn, you got 5 at
Theranos, yes.
15?
Yes, Theranos. Yes.
There,
Elizabeth
that's the name of it.
Holmes.
Damn.
What a dumb bitch.
Let me see.
Uh,
I don't know, it's 20 for me.
That's because we're all buying them.
I know you guys. Yeah, I see the open interest. Yeah, I see all of your fuckheads.
yeah, there's probably like 100 people buying the shirt just off
Yeah,
of
because
our
the
alpha.
the 2 contracts right next to you niggas don't have shit. Oh, except for $6.
the $5. Yeah, because I mean, it's a 10x opportunity off of $15 or something like that, and it's may as well throw $15 at it. It's
I might
better
have to do
than
with
going
this.
into a casino and spending $15 or eating out.
Dude, I fucking if my casino
I eat
had a
out
picture
every
of
single
the
night, even when I don't leave the house.
if the casino's logo looks like that post he made, I would make money in that casino. I bet I can take money from their dealers.
What do you think about Nuke?
Are you
Let's
still
look up
shitting on
Nuke
Red
now.
Cat?
Dude, I'll
Yeah,
after
we
today,
are.
I'm never gonna forget Red Cat. I'm gonna be shitting on this is a meme to me. I can't believe that people are putting real money in the company.
Let's
Thank
look
God
up.
I didn't.
Let's look up Nuke now. NUKK Nucleus.
Nucleus. Software.
Manny
What's
Shalom.
the company name?
Nucleus. Incorporated.
Oh, thank you. The spelling is pretty cool.
NUKKLUEUS.
Financial services.
It's a nuclear defense company, I believe.
It says financial services here. Blockchain and financial services aiming to disrupt finance for the better. Yeah, you and everybody else, dude.
No, they're Iron Dome. Is it NUKK? Is the ticker NUKKLEUS Incorporated?
That's what I'm looking at.
Damn. It's supposed to
Their
be.
CFO is contracted. He's not even full time.
Are we seeing the same company right now? What's the name of the
That's the
CEO?
one that Atypically Erect just sold.
What's the name of this? Oh, they're pivoting to the defense sector.
Okay.
They acquired a
Wait, what the
51%.
fuck?
Oh, they acquired Rymon with a 51% stake. Okay, so you're right, but they just jumped into like Iron Dome defense
Dude, what
shit.
the fuck? The Red Cat news is unreal with Palantir. That's so crazy. I mean, someone has money at that
I was
company.
about to say. I'm like, bro, how the fuck did you like? It's two dads. He just said, right?
No,
How the
someone's got
fuck?
money left over and they're LARPing, but they like Palantir. So I seen they made posts about Palantir, but everyone has posts on LinkedIn about Palantir if they're in machine learning or data science. Yeah, I mean, look, okay, the army pisses money. We need to diversify into drones. All that needs to happen is their drones have to the army has to come back and say, yeah, these won't work for us. That's all that has to happen. And
I
then it
mean,
goes
and
down.
I'm pretty sure they probably will. From what they've been trying to look at, I don't know. Maybe that's why we having so many drone sightings. Maybe niggas are just showing them shits off at this point, trying to get sold.
Dude, this is crazy. This is all
Oh, no,
like,
I'm happy with my put.
I'm happy with my putt. It's chilling. It's chilling
I
until
mean, a
it's
$30 put,
honestly.
bro. I mean, that gives me a lot of chance for that stock down, down, down.
I mean, I don't mind if I turn what $15 into 100 something. Dude, Atypically Erect just made 20 grand off of $1,200. That dude's fucking cracked.
Okay, looking at my plays, it might be time to start thinking about buying calls on any entries you like. If you think the market's going to go up on Jay Powell speaking.
I don't think so. You think so?
When is he supposed to speak?
50 minutes.
You think it will go up? I'm out right now.
So you guys holding off on trading until the announcement?
More or less. I'm looking for entries here soon. Like I have a lot of equity in a bunch of companies that are at support levels. We could rock it up today and then tank tomorrow. So I would like to day trade on some of these. Hood, Serve, Peloton, Hims, RXRX, Rivian, they're all down quite a bit. Cooler and Archer are up. Archer will not stop. It refuses to go down.
Something I'm
You
thinking
think
of is
RX?
looking into all the companies that are like have quantum in their name or like quantum like Q something, and then actually making sure they're actually in quantum computing and they're not just like speculative or like just a shell company.
It looks like people are still selling RXRX.
Yeah,
Still going down.
Or cat CEO Twitter. I guess I'll click that. Jeff.
I guess I'll click that.
The hard thing about hard things.
Oh no. Oh no. He talks like that, dude. Oh no.
It's another Paula Harris.
He retweets Elon, Beta.
He's trying to just hype machine his stock, looking to put the first drone swarm in a Cybertruck.
What the fuck does that even mean, dude? Why do I want that? What? Oh god, this bothers me so much because like there's so many things I want to brag about because I have a similar position at a company that actually does something, and I have to not look stupid, and these guys are just out here playing video games with their company. It's crazy, dude. They might go up. It's just stupid enough.
Red Cat's CEO retweeted Mr. Beast when Mr. Beast goes, "I'm gonna give 10 random people who that repost this and follow me up to $25,000." I guess he needed some more runway at the time. Oh shit! That was January 22nd, 2024. I swear to God.
No, okay. Well, real question is, did Mr. Beast select him?
I have no fucking clue. I
Nah,
doubt it.
dude. I don't
There's
think
3
so.
million people retweeted it. What the fuck?
You guys see what's going on at CubeT right now? QUBT.
Everyone sees it, dude. Yeah.
Weird. What's going on? Fill a nigga in for me, please.
Just like shot up like 20-something%. Quantum computing.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, 36%.
Mm-hmm.
The time to be in on those stocks was last week.
Yeah.
Cooler might be the next one to do it, and we're going to be asking them a lot of questions about nuclear. No question about quantum, but nuclear feeds right into quantum. It's a proxy for the same conversation. So if they say that their technology applies, they're supposed to email me back today about joining the Discord officially, and we'll see their username. Do not harass them. I'm probably not even going to say what their username is when they join. But when they join and I have that email back from them, it's all official. That's the last thing we're waiting for.
Someone just came back at me. They're an RCAT fan. You ready? He said this post is completely pointless. Are you short both of these companies? Question mark. RCAT just announced a partnership with Palantir, which gives them credibility and have many defense contracts lined up. They are currently developing and refining their Black Widow drones, which can explain why the earnings were bad. I would like some actual DD into why you think it's a bubble, because your analysis is lacking depth.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe. I think they're pissing money away at Palantir. I think the Army's pissing away money on their drones. I think there's a bunch of companies that have been doing this for a long time. Drones are not something the Army actually needs more of, but they have money to spend. They've been given a defense budget. They're going to spend it anywhere that someone says they're making drones. It does not mean anything. That's the DD. Why is that bullish for RCAT and not bullish for Palantir of all things? Why do they think that RCAT paying Palantir to manage their data for them is bullish? That could just be pissing away money. Maybe it goes up. I have no strong opinions on this except for the guy's appearance on LinkedIn, the way he carries himself professionally. That the DD is, why is this bullish for RCAT? That's what it is. Tell me why. That if I pay Walmart to do something for me, that doesn't make me money. that makes Walmart money.
If I pay Walmart to print off some pictures for me, why is that bullish on my picture printing business?
And he does do photography. So watch out, guys. They could pivot into photography and AI real quick. I think the Red Cat himself is a venture capitalist. He has money. Maybe he had equity in some of the 15 companies he worked at, and he's done well for himself financially. And he invested in RCAT, so he gets a member at this. He gets a seat at the board. And the other one who's holding up the 2 drones and looks like he's staring into the sun, that guy's the actual CEO. And maybe they're a big deal. Maybe they're different thinkers, and they make a lot of money. I don't know. I'm in plenty of stocks that are like that carry themselves very differently and are also partnering with Palantir, like Archer. They have way more contracts with defense agencies. They're gonna have way more relevant data, and the kind of drones. And you can strap any drone with C4 on it. It's not hard. Archer's making the kind that might carry small missiles in the future. That's my bet. And Dural too, but they're private. So, and they're partnered with Anduril. So as far as putting your money into RCAT, if you're looking for diversification, it's not the play. And I bet $15 they'd go down to $5. Full disclosure.
Real quick, just checking my mic. I'm joining in from my car coming back from a scenic drive, and I don't intend on talking, but just in case I do, is there a lot of feedback?
No, it's X'd out. Your mic's good.
All right, dope. Thank you.
Yep.
Bless you. Still no meeting for the FOMC minutes.
Someone said attended the
No link.
RCAT shareholder meeting when earnings came out. Current CEO left their position. However, they seem to be doing good. I guess that was under the previous CEO, but the future partnerships and current demand from the military seems to be positive for RCAT.
What future demand?
Yeah, exactly.
Is there future demand, or are people just assuming it? The Army. The thing is, Palantir got so many contracts. It was every week Palantir got another contract. No one cared. It never mattered for their underlying. And what really made a difference is the private sector getting involved. And because everyone who knows that the government just spends money on whatever in hopes that one of the things will stick. They are the biggest venture capital fund in the world, is the U.S. military.
So RCAT's biggest move would just to be commercialize their drones. Sell them to other
To $9.
suckers. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stop shitting on RCAT now, I guess. I've sat on it enough today.
No, I keep shitting on it. It makes the price go down. More money for me. Keep shitting on it.
I'm good, man. I don't need to push a position on people.
Maybe RCAT is where it's supposed to be, roughly.
Also possible Theta could eat away my stupid little 5 put. That's okay
And
with me.
I mean that
$15.
very roughly. Like, let's say 675 to 725 or something around that price range. Maybe it's justified. VXX. What's going on with VXX?
Damn, bro. I would have $107 on this. That would have been a nice return, nigga.
Cooler's probably gonna crash today, right?
No idea. I'm
Is
pretty
that up
bullish on
82%?
I feel like this is the price it should be at right now, but I don't think that rapid of growth is healthy, so it's definitely going to try to correct.
Hmm.
It's gonna correct. This is the price it should probably be at, but it didn't need to do this in one day.
Oh, I need to get food.
So is Powell speaking in 1 hour, right?
About
A little bit less.
I'm getting Papa John's. I need pizza. I need it.
Dude, what's happened to your Pizza Forno booth in the house? What's going on?
They didn't reply to me, dude.
Those fuckers.
I know.
But you were even requesting information interested in buying their product too, and they didn't reply? That's crazy.
Correct. Yeah.
Imagine being Powell and just knowing your decision
It's-
and just like
I
watching the
don't.
market all day. What if he just completely wants to F over the next administration? I don't think he'd ever do that, but that'd be hilarious. Just like be like, oh, we're not cutting, and we're actually adding 50%.
Papa John's will deliver my pizza right when Jerome Powell goes on the mic.
That means something. That's got
It
to mean
does.
something.
It means it's gonna be saucy.
So I think I was going over some more economic data. I think there's got to be a bigger than 5% chance that there's no change, right? Because inflation's up, jobless claims are up, consumer price index is up. Like, we're 300 basis points above where the Fed wants inflation in order to keep cutting. They want it at 2%. We're at 2.3%.
Yeah. Wait. There's a lot of things that can draw inflation down without cutting rates, though.
Should they technically increase rates because the inflation is higher than predicted?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Either increase or remain flat because inflation grew more than the Fed expected.
If we remain flat, I've got a lot of cash ready to go to buy those discounts. I've been waiting.
I'm going to have a lot of cash if it remains flat with the VXX.
Yeah, same. Actually, that would be. It'd be enormous. It would be enormous gains in a very little amount of time for very little money. So. Oh God. Okay.
I'm just wondering if the market was a little too optimistic in its pricing in, because that happened a month out. That was before we knew inflation was going to be at 2.3%.
There's a lot of drones authorized up there. I think one started and they all got it. Everybody's wanting to get in the deal.
You're hot miking, Alloy.
We're following the two courses. So far, no sense of the date.
Okay. Now, my wife just sent me a video of Biden explaining what's going on with the drones, and she said, "Really well." He doesn't finish. He doesn't finish a single sentence.
Alright, nobody stop fooling around with it, because then you're just gonna have people start revenge doing it, and it's gonna get out of hand.
Quantum hit 100%, and now it dropped 20.
I also wanted to point something out. Arkit, quantum computing, they're way up today. I initially held them at $19 and sold at $23, and then it crashed down to like $16, all in the span of a couple weeks, and now it's up to like $30 or $40.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
That's why I have 100 cooler shares now.
I think it'd be cool to own cooler shares, but I wanna grow my portfolio a little more before I start buying longer holds like that.
I think that's how you grow your portfolio, right? Is longer holds at first. I mean, it's up a lot, so that's the challenge. It's up 734% in the past 3 months, which is it's
Wow.
insane. Like I fully expected this to go down, but I bought shares, I bought puts. I'm good either way. I wrote puts. I can buy 1,000 more shares if it goes down to $1, and then my average cost is like $1.10 or something like that. $1.15 it would be. So
Wow.
that's how you do it, is cover your bases. As long as the goal is to hold them long term, it's very easy to cover your bases. It's when you are
I guess
nervous about
oh, go ahead.
No, please.
I was just gonna say, I want to have in the short term, I want to have more liquid capital for these day trades. But as that portfolio value grows, being able to tie up more liquidity in longer term plays, and I'd also like to have options level 3 so I can actually do more complex hedged strategies.
So how far is your put for RCAT?
Jan
I mean,
17.
sorry, for cooler.
Oh, this week. I'm gonna buy 100 more shares if it goes back down to like 234. Just because my puts will be up. Yeah, it's I have leverage into each side, so I'm basically delta hedging any movement that happens at this point. Because I've been meaning to get in, and now it's too late, so I just have to hedge any downside and buy in when it's low. That's what market makers do, and I'm gonna own a lot of this stuff before you know it. Hopefully for the next move up. "30 minutes, roughly speaking, until he is roughly speaking."
Are you gonna try to get into a play, or are you just gonna watch it from the sideline?
I'm in all my plays.
I think I'm gonna go calls once it's about 1 minute into a speech.
Things seem pretty bullish before the speech. I wonder if it will change direction.
All right.
My puts on Cooler are for this week. It's because I'm buying shares at an all-time high. So if you just want to bet that it goes down, consider that I'm buying it to hedge the shares I'm buying at a really high price.
I looked at the IV; it's like 400%. Even if the shit went down, we'd lose money.
It depends on the price. We would have to sell them tomorrow, basically, and then use that money to buy more shares. The IV hurts more when you're betting into the direction it's already going. Buying puts at an all-time high with IV really high is not gonna crush the value of them if we go down. If you buy calls when it's already up and the IV is high, you will experience IV crush.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was. Oh.
Where's Jerome Powell is the real question. Everybody's saying what Jerome Powell instead of how.
Yeah, I'm
Jerome Powell. You know what I mean? No one's asking how the man's doing himself.
Sometimes they do actually. He's like, I'm doing okay.
207.
Yeah, every once in a while, a reporter will be like, "How have you been handling this crazy time?" And it'll be like, "Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. Next question."
That's funny. How Jerome Powell? Oh, I'm good. I'm rich. It's okay. I've been rich. I'm trying to make you rich. I'm trying to keep the economy from collapsing. And having an existential crisis every time any dip in the market or bump at all signals a bear trend. I'm chilling. Next question. Yeah, because anything he says, can flip the market. So he has to be neutral on pretty much every single thing he does. That's not like a policy thing. J-Pow. Someone asked how far out your puts are. That's Jan 17, right? Don't
No, they
follow
already
us.
answered that. My cooler puts are for this week.
Oh.
All right.
Keep in mind, I also wrote
I might not
$1
see you later. It depends.
way earlier.
All right, I'll see you
So
later.
I none of my plays are naked right
Be
now.
back, right?
And insurance, a bunch of other
Okay,
ones
we'll
too.
be
Bank is that? Oh, they fixed it. Nice. Dang. So you
Everything I'm
think
doing with Cooler is an effort to get more shares at a cheaper price. That's all I'm doing with Cooler. Find a way to do that for yourself if you like it.
it's nearing my target? That's my only problem. And I'm not even in the stock. I'm really pissed I'm not in it at the moment. I sold out of the market so that I wouldn't have any exposure to this meeting that's happening today. But it's just a couple. You know, I could have made about $100,000 if I'd held all my shares, but it's all good. Chill. I could have 5x my entire portfolio. It's all good. I need some conviction sometimes. I don't know.
My VIX calls are up, which is interesting. The premium is it's coming. People want them going into this meeting. VIX is down and the calls are up. So that is a lot of premium all of a sudden.
Some people are saying VIX is up 30%. VXX. I don't know if that's the same one you're talking about.
Yep. 40% for me.
Damn. When would you sell those?
Tomorrow or today.
This depends on how the meeting goes.
What was your strike price on those?
60. That volume spike on SPY could not have been easier if you wanted to buy at the money called for more money today. Nice little trick. Probably gonna try to coattail off that kind of movement tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow I have a meeting at 10 to 11. It could run over. But on Friday, I'm gonna look for little volume spikes like that and try to snag a really good entry and ride it on the way up.
So
Might buy a SPY call going into this meeting just for funsies.
Yeah, I mean you're already in the inverse of that. So just, I mean, at that
Look at where
point they'd
buy.
just be hedging each other, though, wouldn't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking at upward movement for a lot. Like I spent so little on the VIX calls. It's playing on volatility really opens you up to a lot of possibility as long as your timing is correct.
Yep.
610, huh? That's where the money is? Okay.
That's wild.
Okay. Thing.
Can't believe KULR fucking sword, bro.
Okay. There's no this volume is incredibly shit. $610. That's quite a lot. Okay. I'm in SPY 607. I'm not hoping on a lot. I just want to be there and make extra couple hundred if we go up. That's it. I'm just being greedy. It's just a gamble. If you
why
don't
not
know what
wait
you
until he was like talking though? Why do it before the speech even starts? Since this whole inflation problem, I don't think there's ever been a time where he hasn't where he started talking and the shit has not dipped down only to recover mid speech.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of where that's where I'm kind of I can't talk. I'm talking.
I can sell before that happens. They're up. Not by a lot.
Wolf says you're goaded.
Yeah, I mean, if you're joining from after hours and you're just hoping for easy plays today, sorry, it's the wrong day for that. Everything today is risky. We made money earlier today. It was risky money. I'm doing a play because I'm gambling on... Because I'm going to be eating pizza, and I want to make sure that while I'm eating and it goes up, I make money. But you're right. Usually there's a bit of a sell-off as he begins talking. That is exactly what happens 90% of the time. I don't think that these are going to make money. It's just that I have so much hedging on volatility that I'm just not worried about it.
And this is Day Zero speaking. I'm completely out of the market right now. I couldn't care less what the fuck I mean, sorry for my language, but I couldn't care what happens, like up or down right now. I'll make money off it regardless tomorrow. Figure it out
I didn't even
tomorrow.
follow my 1% rule. I put less than 0.5% of my portfolio into this play.
I put what's it called? Earlier today I put 80% of my port in just because that would have been really good opportunity had Robinhood not done that. I would have made multiple thousands of dollars, but I made $400, so at least I wasn't negative. Next time I know to buy in gradually instead of getting effed over by Robinhood, so that's good to know.
On cooler guys, reply to my email, man.
Does Alloy do a QQQ play on open basically every morning? Not at open. Usually it's by 10 o'clock, but 10:30, 11. But it's not necessarily a call or a put. Like it could be literally any kind of option. It could be stock. Like who knows? To be honest, like it might not even be QQQ. Our play might be SPY that day. It might be Uber. Like it's just whatever we've got going on. But he does have a pretty strict system of 1% of his port. Oh, Echoline says, Alloy, just so I can follow along with my paper trade, what 0 DTE put do you have on SPY?
I don't have a put on SPY. I'm actually selling my calls right now, I think. I'm going to do a very fast trade into FOMC. That's my goal, and it's just a challenge for me. I'm just going to see how fast I can do this while I'm eating pizza. It's the ultimate challenge for a pizza fan.
Gotcha.
Okay, yeah, I'm out of my calls. I'm going to wait. I'm going to look at volume because it's been an interesting thing I've been inspecting lately is it's so obvious. I even called this out while we were on the call. The issue is, I mean, it's not really an issue in this case, but look at this volume spike. If you're looking at my screen, look at this volume spike on SPY, and it's after a big tank, right? That's probably buying. It even confirms it here. It validates it that it's buying. In fact, if I open up my real study set and I go to volume and RSI, why isn't it showing RSI? Okay, there we go. We see that's oversold. On top of that, we see volume, we see that it's buying, and we see that it's oversold on the RSI. And we see this EMA cloud closing into what would, in a normal day, form into another big EMA cloud. It's just that it happens to be FOMC day, so it's a small EMA cloud. But all the things I look for happen here in addition to volume spiking. Okay, problem with that is, on QQQ, we see volume spiking at its relative highs of the day. And we see that it's buying. And the RSI is not oversold. So maybe that's the hint, is you really need all of them to line up. That being said, I'm really interested in doing that during FOMC. I want to see when volume picks up really rapidly, really suddenly, where we're at, what RSI says. I'm going to try to make like $300, $500 in a very, very short time frame. This will be my first time trying this during the time that Jerome is speaking. I don't expect it to work. Don't risk more than you have following me on this play. Don't risk more than you're comfortable losing following me on this play. This is as hard as options get. This is as difficult as it gets. I just want to see if I can do that. I'll feel good. It'll be a really impressive thing if I can do that today. And I will say what I'm doing because I'll be thinking out loud mostly. If you follow me on that, be fast. Be very quick and be okay with losing that money. That would be my advice going into this. If you have other plays that you might need to close during this, don't do it because you won't be able to close them in time if you're focused on this other thing that I'm going to be doing.
Can we have a hint? Like what you trying to do?
I'm looking at the data. I'm not Jerome Powell. I'm not a god. I'm waiting for movement. I just said everything I'm going to be doing. There's no hint. There's nothing to prepare for yet. My hint is
But
open up this buy option.
Are you feeling bullish though?
No, I'm not feeling bullish.
Damn. Okay. Opposite.
I'm trading on the movement. My opinion does not care. My opinion gets in the way of me making money. Your opinion gets in the way of you making money. The market does not care what I think. It does not care what you think.
Yeah, that's true.
Opinions are great for going to see movies, for picking a girlfriend, for buying pizza from your favorite pizza place and picking your toppings. It does not help you in the market. And my order is delayed and will now arrive between 2:30 and 3 o'clock p.m. So I won't even be eating my pizza.
Them damn DoorDash drivers suck.
Papa John's, dude, they blow.
I think they outsource their deliveries to DoorDash though sometimes. So short DoorDash.
It's a Grubhub.
Well, short them too.
"15 minutes until it's more or less official."
Yeah, I'm feeling bullish on this. I'll follow what you're saying, but I'm feeling like it's gonna be a nice dip, and then it's gonna rise, and then I'll sell and make some.
It's 10. 604. Okay.
I went ahead and created an image of what I believe will happen. If you really look at it, it looks like a mushroom tip because Jerome's about to fuck all of us.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. A very furry mushroom tip.
The media is so weird. They'll say Dow jumps 120 points. That is not a jump. They'll just use so many weird adjectives and verbs to describe basic movement throughout the day. I feel like it's such a they're trying to create fear, trying to create greed, or trying to push people to make certain decisions, like average people. There is no jump today.
Man, this guy just. Man. What's going on?
I swear if my Papa John's gets canceled, dude, I'm hungry while trading, I'm gonna be so upset.
We got what, 20 minutes?
Okay. You can watch live at 2:30 Eastern Time. I found the link on a hidden part of Google, apparently. I don't know why they're not linking on their official website, but here it is.
You can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's why I looked for it on Google, but the first link that came up is their website. And Google's gonna. You're saying YouTube, but like you noticed already, YouTube has a 20-second delay minimum.
Correct. What website is that?
The link's in the chat.
Oh, you put it in the chat.
Wait, I had a good idea. What if you bought puts right before he started speaking? Watch that shit go down, then immediately sell, buy some calls. Great
It's up
idea.
to you. Like we're saying, it's just risk tolerance.
No risk, no Ferrari, or Lamborghini, or Maserati, or 2025 BMW.
This day's been remarkably flat, just as we thought, but wow, is it flat.
Yeah, because they want both calls and puts to lose. It's all part of their plan.
They just don't know. All the money is on the sidelines. There's no bets being placed hardly in this past few hours.
Yeah, people got Christmas presents.
Yep, perfect, interesting, and perfect. Bets are being placed now. I mean, a little bit of oscillation. It's all delta hedging. Everyone just making sure they don't lose money with whatever happens. That's all that's happening right now. I'll have you know, Bray, my mama call is still sitting here rotting and reminding me of the failed meatball experiment.
It's a tough go, dude. Fucking mob got us.
It's my lone loss in my options. It's negative $17. It's the color of meatballs.
Goddamn gabagool.
The gabagool. Okay, it says 2:30 is when the stream will be broadcast. I'm just letting you know you're gonna see movement immediately, pretty much at 2 o'clock. When the data, like the actual printouts, are handed to institutional investors in the audience. They're going to be reading it as Jerome Powell speaks, and they're going to be sending texts. Maybe a couple of the people who like to make their environment louder against everyone else's wishes, they'll be making calls. And because it'll be tradable information by that point. At 2 o'clock, you're probably going to see some volatility emerge. That's in 8 minutes. And then the rest of us losers, we're just stuck to wait until they stream live at 2:30. So I'm probably if someone doesn't mind, like I'm probably gonna stream it, right? I'm gonna change to my web browser and I'll click that link and we'll watch it all together.
Oh, that sounds
But
good. I'll just watch it on your side.
We have more voice channels now, so I mean, if somebody doesn't want to hear it, they can go to a different one to chat with other people. That's right. It's perfect.
Yep.
very calming music they've got on it right now. I like it. It's nice. It's helping me. It's like I'm meditating or some shit. Archer is up even more. I think it might be time to write some calls. Of course, not if the meeting goes really well. It'll blow up it's outperformed the market, and I'll probably get assigned. So, there's nothing to do, dude.
Didn't you say yesterday or a couple days ago that sometimes that is the thing to do?
What?
Nothing.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why I'm sitting on a $75,000 pile. It was actually rounding up to 76 grand to do whatever with today. But I don't know how much of that I'll be using. It's just if we have a 5%, 10% drop, oh, that's such an easy way to buy a house. So we'll see.
Yeah, look what they're doing. They're raising SPY for the dump.
Sounds about right.
Enjoy your puts, Bears.
Oh, we will.
I'm enjoying for long. SPY break the next. Watch them break the line and go for a new band, bro. That would be crazy.
Will go up. I just think it's gonna dip before it goes up.
Agreed. Shorting along. This is gonna be interesting. It's in 30 minutes, right? And then obviously we'll see a lot of market movement in the next 30 minutes before that. I saw the institutional investors pump it up on bad news. And then 30 minutes later, just like rug pull and steal all that money. That'd be crazy.
Well, this is what they do. They want to pump it up before 2 o'clock. That way, everyone's like, "Oh shit, they got some news.
No,
it's gonna be green. It's gonna be
4:30.
good."
2:30.
Yeah, this shit's coming down.
Three minutes. Can you guys hear my screen as well as see it?
Yep.
Yeah, I hear the music.
If everyone can go pump up my after hours post to like get it some reach, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Just stay zero.
Music kind of reminds me of the Donkey Kong Country underwater theme.
Oh, yeah.
It does.
It does,
I'm
actually.
loving this music, by the way. This is a really good idea, actually.
Hey, for Mr. Rogers? Yes, I am. Yeah, a little bit.
Can you mute your
Little
mic
bit early.
if you're gonna be in the background? Or can someone mute him?
I just have to get off work to come by, so. I have one dog. Oh.
Thank you, guys.
I might hold off on buying the put until Jerome actually speaks, not at 2 p.m.
Are we seeing puts for cooler?
Some people do have puts for cooler. That was an earlier discussion. Right now, we're pretty much just in 1 minute to FOMC. So
Yeah, I don't know. It's just 70% increase for cooler a day. I think it'll crash soon.
it's at a price it should have been at a month ago, but I do see it correcting just because that's unsubstantial growth. I mean, like not unsustainable growth. My bad. But yeah.
Small to mid cap is up quite a bit. Volume is picking up on it.
Well, yeah, the small caps should boom in January, so.
Good. Okay, it's 2. Big drop. Big drop.
Thank fuck. Thank fuck. Hopefully it keeps dropping. Keep dropping, bitch. Drop down.
What's dropping?
You missed it. You missed it. It's happening right now. It's too fast, dude. You just gotta look at your own charts, man.
The Federal Reserve
Gotcha.
System works every day.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just way too fast. I couldn't tell you if I tried. It's SPY. It's the main indices. It's gonna be everything.
People understand how the economy works, so consumers have the tools to make sound financial decisions. Through this education program, teachers have access to classroom-ready
Woo!
online resources.
Man,
for
you can make a
students
lot
from
of money if you're fast enough. Okay, here we go.
Videos, classroom lessons, online education, publications, and more. These resources are all free for educators to
All right, I'm in for 606 at $50 each. 5 of them.
Districts across the nation.
I'm just gonna see what happens here.
Professional development that allows educators to
Is
deepen
that
their
the
knowledge
conference
and
that's like echoing between like 10 different people?
It's not echoing for me, I don't think.
Maybe it's mine. Okay.
Federal Reserve banks around the country. Whether a student
Maybe I have it up and then no, I don't.
It might have been Alloy's mic picking it up.
sustainable U.S. economy. At the board and reserve bank.
Has Powell said anything yet?
No, it's in 30 minutes, but the people that are there at the event got handed
Key economics concepts and potential careers
paper.
in economics and finance.
All right, you shouldn't hear echo anymore.
How difficult is it to attend the event? Through the availability of easy to understand
Is anybody holding puts?
personal finance concepts, the broader economy, and the Federal Reserve's role in it.
Right, I'm up quite a bit on these. Oh, yeah, dude, I did. I timed it right. Oh, fuck yes. Oh my god, I hope this goes to exactly where the liquidity is. That's going to be like $1,000.
What did you do? I just got in here.
I bought 606 calls right when they were worth $50 each, 0.5, and probably right when the candle was at its biggest, and I'm up 20-30%. It's so fast.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm on the cues, but I'm sure it looks very similar.
And I work for the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States. The Federal Reserve System consists of 3 main entities that perform key functions that serve the public and promote the
What's the symbol?
and the stability of our financial
So the
system.
feds indicate fewer reductions ahead. I think it's going to be a bloodbath, guys.
Federal Reserve banks operating around our nation and the Federal Open
Said
Market.
fewer reductions ahead.
The Board of Governors.
That's right. If you go to the CNBC main page, they cut the rates by quarter points, but they're going to stop or reduce reductions ahead. This is definitely the kind of news that will shake the market. It may not react immediately, but Powell's going to speak in the next 30 minutes. He's going to say inflation is up and we're going to stop the rate cuts. And I can't guarantee shit, but if I could guarantee shit, this
I don't
thing
know
is
if you
dropping. It
understand that
better be.
correctly.
So you're thinking it's going to drop?
100% is going to drop.
No, I think you're not understanding it correctly because the rate cuts are because of inflation, correct? So wouldn't that be bullish if they're not cutting rates? I'm confused.
They increase the rate to combat
Yeah.
inflation.
Yeah.
So decreasing it is a signal that the market is getting to a healthier place. If inflation was to go up like it did, they increase the rate.
Right. So just
That way, people can't get loans for super cheap and just go crazy with money, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's the simple way.
It's not going to be a bloodbath if people expect it, and they do.
Yeah, because people already knew that inflation wasn't going down as much as they had hoped and stuff like that. So I think that is priced in. But people are always going to react. But the good thing is you can make money in an up market and a down market.
Yep. Definitely. Lots of money. Someone asked Alloy, are you buying more?
No.
Yeah. I'm saying
Did you sell or are you still holding?
I'm still holding.
Someone asked, is this calls right now or puts?
It's calls. If I was, yeah, I bought at that huge red candle on the very bottom of it.
It's neither because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, if you don't, yeah, honestly, if you don't know what you're doing, don't trade today. Don't trade today. If you don't know what you're doing, this is not easy money. This is not the day to follow anybody. I'm gambling. I'm upset that my pizza isn't here when it should be by now. This is not easy money. No one knows what it's going to do necessarily. Don't trade today. You'll just be upset and you won't want to do it tomorrow. You'll hate yourself. Don't do it.
Stop it. Everyone's gonna make money today. We're about to go fucking crazy.
My hood calls are finally worth $1, so I can buy them back. Free up those shares. Okay, good. Easy.
Holy fuck, this shit is tanking.
I mean, it's not even down 1% today. So
Yeah, but trying to get in quick is so fucking hard, dude.
oh yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm just watching.
Imagine if it
Oh.
was 5%. What that would look like.
Oh, look at that drop in the graph.
Man, if we go down 5%, I'm so happy with that.
I don't know.
That would
I
be
don't know
amazing.
I don't know how you guys could not be taking puts right now. The news is so fucking bad. Everything is red. Everything's gonna drop, and the guy hasn't even spoken yet, guys. I mean,
The news is not bad. There is no news. There is no news. This is not a big drop. Everything is not dropping. Archer is still up. I'm looking. VIX is up, in fact. But that
I
doesn't
rolled
really
my
count.
I rolled my CSPs Alloy on that, by the way.
Good shit. Yeah, good.
Yep.
Which is VIX up by?
It's completely reversed its downtrend for the day. It's completely reversed it. It's going up more.
I love it. Love me some volatility.
Yeah, I'm seeing all three just straight down. Dow Jones, S&P, NASDAQ. We're negative in all three.
I mean, yeah.
Probably
as
should
more
wait
and
like
more articles come out, it seems increasingly negative about this meeting.
I mean, the news fear, like fear, uncertainty is not something to play on, right? So the news articles, they don't know anything. It's going to be about what Jerome says. That's what the market's reacting to as we see it now. This is institutional money that have read the printouts from the FOMC meeting. They're sitting down in the chairs, and now they're sending texts. They're making calls. The news, they're not even allowed to publish that yet. There's not going to be any useful information in the news.
Dude, Alloy, with
No,
all
I
due
know.
respect, the news is out, dude. And just check CNBC first page. The Feds have already signaled fewer rate cuts ahead. The market is definitely reacting to tangible news.
That's 6-month-old information, dude.
Yeah,
Don't look
feel
at
like they're
CNN for
trying to
market
look
info.
into it. I feel like they're trying to get at you with that type of stuff, and it's working, and you're gonna FOMO in and get fucked by the market because it's pushing its upper resistance band over the last couple of days, and if it breaks through that, the Qs are gonna be up like its next resistance is like $80 higher than its current levels, so it's.
The Fed said like in May that they're probably not going to do more rate cuts next year. They said they were going to do 3 for the remainder of the year into December, and that they weren't likely to do some next year. And then Jerome Powell said, but we will reassess quarterly as we are meant to do. CNN publishing that information today is just to freak you the fuck out, and it's working.
Yeah,
I don't even know why they do that.
Going down.
The only thing I was going to say was Forbes wrote an article today, and I know Forbes is not a great news site, about Russia making plans to implement a federal Bitcoin reserve, and it could happen before the U.S. makes a federal Bitcoin reserve. And then another article was stating from The Economist about stagflation coming back in 2025. So I think retail investors are getting scared because they read the news just like you said.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, and they're way over leveraged into bullish plays. I mean, a bloodbath. This is not. This is, if anything, a short-term buying opportunity. And like I said, it wasn't the day-to-day trade if you're not willing to take on like an extraordinary amount of risk.
Alloy, can I ask you a question? Are you like defending that it's not negative news or that it's not going to be a bloodbath? I missed maybe the earlier conversation because you had like calls or you're just long. I'm just curious why you're so strong against defending this position.
Against defending this position, strong against defending. Look, I don't care what happens in the market. I've made a tremendous amount of money just this week already. We have not made a dent in my portfolio, to answer your first question reasonably so. I don't care what happens. I have calls, I have puts, I have VIX calls. More of my stuff is up than it is down, to further elaborate. I am simply saying the news you're talking about is 6 months old, and what matters is the expectations. If nothing is changing about the expectations, then it's not going to be as bad as you're saying. It's not. You don't have any information that the rest of the market does not also have. You're just reacting to it more strongly, and I'm not.
Yeah, I'm down 30%, but it's gonna go back up.
How are you down 30%?
Marcus
Yeah,
cheating.
I'm sorry. That was kind of accusatory. I apologize for that. I'm just curious. Like,
I bought and then it went down more.
okay, you're trying to trade this. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about your portfolio.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, that was my reaction. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about your portfolio was down 30%. And I was like, what? Yeah, I'm sorry.
I wish I could buy a car.
Also, not doing more rate cuts is not even like bearish long term. So there's the coupling of it not being unknown information. Just quantitatively, it's literally, you said earlier, it's priced in. It's priced into the market. So, I mean, that right there should tell you a lot if you understand sort of behind what you're saying, what that means. But more importantly, rates are fine. Rates are fine right now. If something really bad happens in the future, then they're like quantitatively, there's a lot of expectation that something really bad can happen in March. That's where that's where the money is positioned. Is that something really interesting and bad could happen in March. But today, this is not a bloodbath. We are down 0.5% on SPY. It's my stocks aren't even really down. Like over the
Right.
week, especially.
I mean, I think it's bullish. Economy's strong. We don't need more rate cuts.
How I feel.
For now, that's probably what he's going to say. He's going to say there's nothing that we need to react strongly to. They haven't changed any plans. I've already got tweets from insiders that I follow who are at that meeting and are anonymous, and they're saying the market was right. The probability market was right. It's 0.25.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
They
1 week
announced
chart.
it's 0.25. That
Yeah,
is
for the
announced.
Qs, and we're still up 2%
Okay.
for the past week on the Nasdaq. So I mean,
I
it's,
posted a link to the actual information in the chat.
Yeah, because there's
my
media
bros.
there.
Have a nice evening or afternoon for you guys. Enjoy the conference. Hope Jerome delivers, mate.
How's your net feeling?
yeah. What's the tingly situation?
I'm feeling it bounces up. The tingles in the left. All I'm saying. I think
Okay.
I think it's cool.
Don't sleep on the tingles.
Yeah. But I'll give you a new testicle update tomorrow.
I will not be here. I have to go get a job. So
Economic activity has continued to expand as a solid pace. Labor market conditions have eased. The unemployment rate has moved up but remains low. Inflation has made progress toward the commitment's 2% objective but remains somewhat elevated. He's just going to say a fancy version of that and take questions.
I need him to go in there and say, we are looking real good. Everyone's got some work, man. Got cars and shit. People eating out and ordering. And then that shit skyrockets. I take my profits, sell my contract to some other loser, and everybody wins.
Do you think it's going to go even lower today?
They expect to cut the rates 2 times in 2025. I mean, it's not like, I mean,
Marquette's down a lot though of all my stock that I'm interested in. My puts are up because Arcat is tanking, dude.
this is Arcat still tanking. That's crazy.
Is the conference not up yet?
My put's up 5%. That's nice. Yeah, I'm back here. Sorry for yelling into my mic.
VXX is sneaking up on 45. It's at 44.83. Mine's delayed, so I don't know what the current actual is, but
Yeah, I'll zoom in on it. It's looking interesting. I'll know when it pops because my account will go up $5,000.
Wow.
Are you still watching the press conference? That's what's on.
Yeah, that's what we've got on right here on Alloy screen. If there's too many people watching it on the screen and you can't tune in, then you can probably jump in on my YouTube stream. It'll be behind by a couple seconds though.
Okay, now I see the video.
Yeah, I'm not coming in. I'm not gonna be in.
What do you mean?
Hey, are we supposed to be working on Christmas Eve?
Mute.
Got him.
Nah, bro, just you. Someone's got to claim the shitters.
Y'all are good on that mute button, I swear. I've got one Q call. I mean, it's way out of the money. A 540 call.
Soundhound is diving.
About for $5. So we're chilling. For that dip, it was 22 cents. So if
I
you
bought
even
these
make it
calls
off
way
that,
too early. I should have waited.
yeah, that's why you don't full deploy. Usually, like you need to incrementally jump in, but you probably also had no charts up and had no due diligence that you probably just FOMO'd in, realistically, which is fine. I mean, it should go back up, right? Is it 0 DTE?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it's money you're willing to lose there.
I actually kind of thought if we saw a dip in the broader market, we would see Bitcoin hold strong, but it did not do that.
It typically doesn't, which is why I sold it off for cash not too long ago as a part of my hedging strategy. I wanted more cash, and it typically follows broader markets, which is I am waiting for the day that's not the case, basically. Yeah.
You see it typically follow broader markets?
On big moves, yes, because when it's selling, Bitcoin becomes a part of the things you can sell for money. I just like to be a little bit ahead of that, but I mean, technically, that's what I did. And when they look for selling for rotations into things based on economic trajectories, like say mid cap recovers harder than SPY and Q and all that good stuff. The reason that would be is because money got taken out of SPY and Q and put into IWM. So Bitcoin is definitely a part of that effort to find money where they have it and move it. I'm one of those people. I'm just a normal guy, but I definitely am like, yeah, I'll take my profits now. I would like my, 3/4 of $100,000 to move around. And this is a discount for sure, of an unobjective style. Like it is down. And so if you feel bullish, this is a fantastic price. So if you have Bitcoin money, maybe you're putting it here. And I think that's why, basically.
I'm so gay, bro. I bought that shit so early.
I'll go through 600.
I'm in for one $5 call. That's now worth $4. I mean, I'm not playing this too heavily. I just don't want to miss out.
So, Alloy, let me ask you. As a general strategy, could you just buy VIX calls for like every quarter or 6 months out? Like, we've got this whole thing going on in like Syria, Middle East. Let's say something new and explosive happens, market takes a dip. Could you just be always holding some form of a VIX call?
No, because markets go up in the meantime. So the longer you are on VIX, the worse of a play it is. And that is objective. That will never change because VIX drains money when the markets are healthy because that's just information. Like there's something called the efficient market hypothesis, which is what I was trying to explain before about like potential bloodbath based on 6-month-old data. Is like once people know things, there's a bit of shock. And then once that information gets slowly priced in and money moves around, they get efficient. They price that in. And so as information trickles in about any event, VIX will have very, very small movement and it will almost always average down over time. But when you said things like the Middle East and you said explosive, that is when you want to be in VIX calls. It's about like, so people go long on stock that they believe in a lot because they're pricing in the certainty of their bullishness over the long term. It is the exact opposite for VIX. VIX is not a stock, it's not an ETF. It is a derivative of the volatility in the market. And volatility by definition, because of everything I just said, is a very short-term phenomenon. Like just because it's raining one day, you don't expect it necessarily to keep raining, right? Because clouds move their positions and all this other stuff happens in the real world. It's just like that. It's a very real world measurement of the market as a whole. And so while we have short-term volatility in life, the VIX measures that. You want to be in and out of it pretty quickly. And it can go up several days in a row based on very, very bad economic data or situations that don't improve. So for example, trying to think of something like black swan events are really the only thing. And so today, the black swan event was the 5% possibility that the rates did not cut 0.25. That was the big deal. If that happened, or I mean, honestly, dude, if Jerome Powell gets hurt on stage, like real black swan events that don't get improved. So like say, God forbid, really, this is a terrible thought, but say something terrible happens to Jerome Powell on stage. VIX would explode like we've never seen it. Then say tomorrow we find out his health has not improved or something. It would explode again. And then very quickly, because the information is being digested by people, it would go back down. Very, very quickly, it would go back down. That is a completely made up situation. It's just a way of elaborating on, because honestly, what you brought up, something in the Middle East or whatever, I don't know if that's necessarily bad for American stock, dude. Like, you really have to get creative to think about what could drive volatility up in this world now. I think I posted something late last night about an energy meeting. There's a conference with American companies, representatives of those companies in Serbia in the Eastern Bloc, so just next to Russia. And then just, I was tired. I just asked ChatGPT, what's the likelihood that Putin interferes with those meetings? And it said it is significantly likely that Putin interferes with those meetings. The reason I asked that question is because for some reason, there are a ton of puts for March of this of next year, which is exactly, I think it's March 27th or something like that, when this meeting actually commences, when this commerce 21st, March 21st, 2025, there is a tremendous amount of put buying that is not easily explained by the data at all. So I looked up what's happening on that date, and there's this big symposium of energy companies, big tech, basically anyone who's anyone and wants cheap energy from the Eastern Bloc and to like stabilize gas and oil pipelines. It's right next to Russia, and Putin is not about that. So I asked some questions like why. I wanted an explanation for the puts that are being bought. It's extraordinary the amount of puts that are being bought in between January and March 21st. So that feels like a black swan event that could push VIX up very, very high. So I don't know. It's a very short term kind of thing. Sorry, that was a very long answer, but VIX is not easy to explain to people because it's not a stock, it's not an ETF, it's a derivative product of a quality about the market.
So that's what I'm curious about. Is it too early to look into March? Because I was in the call with you last night when we were talking about this potential event. Like when's the right time? Too early, excuse me, to look at the VIX for getting a call or two in, right?
Focus on.
You gotta think about the dollar smile theory.
Think about it not too early. Think about it too late. How close can you get to that event with VIX? Think about the opposite that you do with stocks. It's the complete opposite. How close can you be to the actual event that will make it rise? Do not try to buy into VIX early. It will shred your money over time. It is the definition of theta. Look at it over time. It goes down, say, for a couple situations that were really big. That's what it's meant to do. That's how it's engineered. So you can almost always be too early. That's very easy to be. Try to be as late as you possibly can on the information arriving on people's doorsteps. The ideal situation is to buy a millisecond before that information reaches somebody's ears. How you do that, I don't know, but a day wouldn't be bad. You want to plan a day in advance. Basically, that's what an average trader could maybe muscle up. And you better be fucking right if you're putting a lot of money into it, because if not, it's just going to be flat or down. So the good news is it explodes. So you don't have to put much money into VIX to make a lot of money. But don't just put money into it randomly, hoping that the market crashes or hoping that's something that no one else knows about but you. Like that's insanity. Like, no offense to anybody here, but we're not special. So you better know something that nobody else does. And there's a couple of chances in life where you can do that. Like we have very low volume the past 3 years. There was a 5% chance that we don't cut rates at all. It wasn't a bad play to buy a couple VIX calls. That being said, it doesn't look like they're going to pay off, although volume just spiked, which is weird. But it doesn't look like they're going to pay off. To me, that's not a big deal. They were $8 each. It's not a big deal. If you're right, you'll know it. Oh, you will know it. The market will reward you for betting on volatility during a volatile day. Your portfolio will look unlike it's ever looked.
Cheers or down?
Sorry, I was switching from my phone to my desktop. But what I was going to ask was, you mentioned you don't know if war is necessarily bad for U.S. economy. If I'm remembering correctly, and I could just look it up, but I'm being lazy. When Russia invaded the Ukraine, I'm pretty sure world markets were like shitting the bed for like a couple of weeks before they finally realized this is going to be a long-term event, and then they calmed down.
Right, but was it unexpected? I know the answer to that. Russia had been planning to invade Ukraine for about 20 years, so I know it wasn't unexpected. Military leaders knew, commerce leaders knew. It's okay to shit the bed. It means money is moving out into other things like treasuries, like bonds. Because if we're going to go to war, Biden's going to send a bunch of stuff over there. We need to invest in the American dollar. So money was leaving the market, sure, but was it unexpected?
Okay, I get what you're saying now. So it's not necessarily just a negative market event, it's whether it was an expected negative market event.
Yeah, that's volatility, is anything that is unexpected. So even VIX is not even moving with perfect correlation to SPY. It's moving in proportion to how much of this movement was unexpected. So like you'll notice we were at 43. We've gone up about, we're on 1.27% on VIX and down 0.71% on SPY. So basically VIX is signaling that like maybe half of this movement was unexpected. That's and I'm being that's very rough right now. They're saying it's going down a little more than we thought it would. That's it. That's all it's saying. And it is going down more. And I have VIX calls and they're flat, which is interesting because they're 60s. So they should be losing money right now, but they're not because that volatility is being priced in as we speak. If we keep going down, then VIX will go up, but by what amount, we don't know. I think they're... Yeah, hold on, everyone.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has
Mute your
made
mics. I don't want to hear you
progress
breathing right
toward
now.
our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. To that end, today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter, about the same pace as in the second quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has strengthened. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak. Overall, improving supply conditions have supported the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to remain solid, with a median projection of about 2% over the next few years. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains have slowed from earlier in the year, averaging 173,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate is higher than it was a year ago, but at 4.2% in November, it has remained low. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than in 2019. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.2% at the end of this year and 4.3% over the next few years. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in November, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.4% this year and 2.5% next year, somewhat higher than projected in September. Thereafter, the median projection falls to our 2% objective. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks on both sides of our mandate. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 4.25% to 4.5%. We've been moving policy toward a more neutral setting in order to maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, while enabling further progress on inflation. With today's action, we have lowered our policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak, and our policy stance is now significantly less restrictive. We can therefore be more cautious as we consider further adjustments to our policy rate. We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We're not on any preset course. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.9% at the end of next year and 3.4% at the end of 2026. These median projections are somewhat higher than in September, consistent with the firmer inflation projection. These projections, however, are not a committee plan or decision. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy more quickly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. On a technical note, we lowered the offering rate on our overnight reverse repo facility to align it with the bottom of the target range for the federal funds rate, its typical configuration. Technical adjustments of this kind have no bearing on the stance of monetary policy. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Gina Smialik with the New York Times. Thank you for taking our questions. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about why officials think it's appropriate to cut rates at all in 2025 if inflation
Please decide who gets the first questions.
throughout the year. And what would you expect at this point the timing might look like? Would a January cut potentially be possible, or does a
Let's
pause
be
next
quiet till
month
the end of
seem
this.
more likely?
It's important.
Well, So let me start by saying why we cut today and then move to 2025. So I would say today was a closer call, but we decided it was the right call because we thought it was the best decision to foster achievement of both of our goals, maximum employment and price stability. We see the risks as two-sided, moving too slowly and needlessly undermine economic activity in the labor market, or move too quickly and needlessly undermine our progress on inflation. So we're trying to steer between those two risks. And on balance, we decided to go ahead with a further cut, and I'll give you some details on why. Downside risks to the labor market do appear to have diminished, but the labor market is now looser than pre-pandemic, and it's clearly still cooling further, so far in a gradual and orderly way. We don't think we need further cooling in the labor market to get inflation down to 2%. Job creation is now well below the level, or certainly below the level, that would hold unemployment constant. The job finding rate is low and declining, and other measures such as surveys of workers and businesses, quits, things like that, broadly show a much cooler labor market than we had in 2019. It's still quite gradually cooling. So we keep an eye on that. Inflation, we see that story as still broadly on track, and I'll tell you why. We've made a great deal of progress. 12-month core inflation, as I mentioned, through November is estimated at 2.8%, down from a high of 5.6%. 12-month inflation has actually been moving sideways as we are lapping the very low readings of late last year. Housing services inflation actually is steadily coming down now, albeit at a slower pace than we might like, but it has now come down substantially, and it is making progress slower than hoped. And we've had recent high readings from non-market services and some bumpiness for goods. So I'll just say, so remember that we coupled this decision today with the extent and timing language in the post-meeting statement that signals that we are at or near a point at which it will be appropriate to slow the pace of further adjustments. You ask about 2025. I think that the slower pace of cuts for next year really reflects both the higher inflation readings we've had this year and the expectation that inflation will be higher. You saw in the SEP that risks and uncertainty around inflation we see as higher. Nonetheless, we see ourselves as still on track to continue to cut. I think the actual cuts that we make next year will not be because of anything we wrote down today. We're going to react to data. That's just a general sense of what the committee thinks is likely to be appropriate.
Sorry, just one quick follow-up. Why, I guess, would you make those cuts? Like, what would be the trigger to cut?
So we're to cut further after this point. I would say it this way: we've reduced our policy rate now by 100 basis points. We're significantly closer to neutral. At 4.3% and change, we believe policy is still meaningfully restrictive. But as for additional cuts, we're going to be looking for further progress on inflation, as well as continued strength in the labor market. And as long as the economy and the labor market are solid, we can be cautious about as we consider further cuts. And all of that is reflected, to your question, in the December SEP, which shows a median forecast of down 2 cuts next year compared to 4 in September.
Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the opportunity to ask you a question. So this does seem similar to the dynamic in 2016 during the last transition to a Trump administration, where the committee saw slightly tighter policy of the fiscal policy stance that was seen evolving over the year. Some of it was a data mark-to-market exercise, and some of it was anticipation of fiscal. What's the split on this one? How much of this was accounting for inflation data that was coming in, and how much of it is expecting that there will be inflationary fiscal policy next year?
I'd say I'd point to 5 or 6 things, and let me start by saying that we think the economy is in a really good place, and we think policy is in a really good place. Let's remember that the economy is growing 2.5% this year, that inflation has come down by 50% from 5.6% to 2.6%. Headline inflation is 2.5% on a 12-month basis. We're actually in a really good starting place here. But since, so what's really driving the the slower rate cut path. First thing is growth is stronger, right? The economy grew faster in the second half of 2024 so far than we had expected, and is expected to be above what our expectations in September next year as well. Unemployment is lower, and in the SEP you'll see that participants think that the downside risks are less and uncertainty is less. So that's more strength, right? Inflation is higher, as we talked about. Inflation's higher this year. It's also higher in the forecast next year. I'd also point out that we're closer to the neutral rate, which is another reason to be cautious about further moves. But then getting to your point, there's also there's uncertainty. Uncertainty around inflation, I pointed out, is actually higher. It's also in the case of some people, the way I would say it is this. Some people did take a very preliminary step to incorporate highly conditional estimates of economic effects of policies into their forecasts at this meeting, and said so in the meeting. Some people said they didn't do so, and some people didn't say whether they did or not. So we have people making a bunch of different approaches to that. But some did identify policy uncertainty as one of the reasons for their writing down more uncertainty around inflation. The point about uncertainty is it's kind of common sense thinking that when the path is uncertain, you go a little bit slower. It's not unlike driving on a foggy night or walking into a dark room full of furniture. You just slow down, and so that may have affected some of the people. But as I said, there's a range of approaches on the committee.
If I could follow up on that, you mentioned the risk and uncertainty indexes toward the back of the document. The upside risk to inflation jumped quite substantially. The only thing really that's happened, you mentioned that the disinflationary story remains intact, yet the risk weighting has jumped to the upside. The only real thing that's happened is November 5th in the meantime. Is it fair to say that that's what's driving the higher sense of upside risk on inflation?
Actually, that's not the only thing that's happened. What's happened is that our forecasts for inflation for this year, I think, are 0.5 higher than they were in September. So you had 2 months of higher inflation in September and October. As I mentioned, November is back on track, but once again, we've had a year-end projection for inflation, and it's kind of fallen apart as we've approached the end of the year. So that is certainly a large factor in people's thinking. I can tell you that might be the single biggest factor is inflation has once again underperformed relative to expectations. It's still going to be between 2.5 and 3. It's way below where it was, but we really want to see progress on inflation to as I mentioned, as we think about further cuts, we're going to be looking for progress on inflation. We have been moving sideways on 12-month inflation as the 12-month window moves. That's in part because inflation was very, very low measured in the fourth quarter of 2023. Nonetheless, as we go forward, we're going to want to be seeing further progress on bringing inflation down and keeping a solid labor market.
Thank you, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thanks for taking the question. In September 2018, the Fed staff in the Teal Book discussed a policy of looking through any new tariffs as long as there were one-time increases and inflation expectations remained anchored. Could you comment on if that analysis remains effective and any other thinking on tariffs generally that you can share?
So I do think that the September 2018 Teal Book alternative simulations are a good place to start. I happen to have brought them here with me today. I'm sure you have them too. They're a good starting point, and I would just say, it's 6 years old analysis, but nonetheless, this is still, I think, the right questions to ask. And there were 2 simulations. One was seeing through, one was not. And I'd point you to, there's some language in the see-through paragraph that says, that considers situations in which it might be appropriate to see through inflation, and then names some conditions that in which it might not be. In any case, this is not a question that's in front of us right now. We won't face that question. We won't face it. What the committee's doing now is discussing pathways and understanding, again, the ways in which tariff-driven inflation can affect inflation in the economy, and and how to think about that. So we've done a good bit of work. All of us have. Each of us has, and it puts us in position
home
to
show
see what the actual policies are to make a more careful, thoughtful assessment of what might be the appropriate policy response.
Great. And just a quick follow. Given the recent bout of inflation that we've been through, with consumers seeing how prices can rise and businesses seeing that they can raise prices at least for some time, does that make it a little bit riskier to look through tariffs? I mean, do you feel you have to respond more quickly to inflation threats, given what we've seen in the past few years?
So the main thing is, and this is also a point in these alternative simulations, is there are just many factors that go into how much tariffs will even go into consumer inflation. How persistent will that be? And so we just don't know really very much at all about the actual policies. So it's very premature to try to make any kind of conclusion. Long in what size? We don't know whether there'll be retaliatory tariffs. We don't know what the transmission of any of that will be into consumer prices. To your point as well, I wouldn't say that we know whether the last episode is or is not a good model for what happened. You pointed out we've just been through a period of high inflation. We've just gotten through that period. That's a difference. There was also quite a bit of diversion of trade away from China to other countries since that may have effects. I don't know. I just think we need to take our time, not rush, and make a very careful assessment, but only when we've actually seen what the policies are and how they're implemented. And we're just not at that stage. We're at the stage of doing what other forecasters are doing, which is kind of thinking about these questions, but not trying to get to definitive answers for some time.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, to make sure I understand, participants today revised up their core PCE inflation projection for 25 so that the central tendency runs from 2.5% to 2.7%. And as Howard noted earlier, most of the committee sees the risks to those projections to the upside. So if inflation only declines next year from 2.8 to 2.5 to 2.7, what would compel the committee to be cutting in that situation?
Let me find these numbers. So we have inflation coming down, core inflation coming down to 2.5 next year. That'd be significant progress. You see a slower path. I think that does take on board that we want to see real progress, but we'd be seeing meaningful progress to get inflation down to that level. That wouldn't be all the way to 2%, but it would be better than this year. This year will be 2.8 or 2.9. That would be meaningful. We also have to think about the labor market, and while we have the labor market forecast as being in good shape, we are also mindful that it is still out there very gradually cooling so far in an orderly, gradual way. But it's also something we need to keep our eye on.
I guess if I could follow up, if somebody looked at these projections and also the insertion of the extent and timing language in the statement, which has been used at times in the past when the committee thinks maybe it's going to be on hold for a while, and they said, gee, this looks like it could be the last rate cut for some time, would they be mistaken to infer that?
So that's not any decision that we made at all. Let me explain extent and timing. So the sense of that wording is to make clear that if the economy does evolve about as anticipated, we're at a point at which it would be appropriate to slow the pace of rate cuts. So extent, that just relates to how much further we can reduce our policy rate consistent with getting to a neutral stance. Clearly, that distance has shrunk by 100 basis points, so it's significantly smaller. So that's the extent question. And we're going to be looking for further progress on inflation as well as a strong labor market to make those cuts. Timing just suggests, again, that we're at a place where we assuming the economy develops as expected, we're at or near a level that will make it appropriate to slow the pace of adjustment. So that's what we mean by that. We're not trying to make decisions
significantly restrictive, are you running a risk that the markets are fighting against you and the economy could be more at risk of a slowdown than you anticipate?
So the rates that you talked about are really longer run rates, and they are affected to some extent by Fed policy, but they're also affected by many other things. And longer rates have actually gone up quite a bit since September, as you well know, and those are the things that drive, for example, mortgage rates more than short-term rates do. So we look at that, but we look at all financial conditions, and then we look at what's happening in the economy. So what we see happening in the economy, again, is most forecasters have been calling for a slowdown in growth for a very long time, and it keeps not happening. So we're now well into another year of growth that looks like it might be 2.5%. Second and third quarters were right about at the same level. So the U.S. economy is just performing very, very well, substantially better than our global peer group. And there's no reason to think a downturn is any more likely than it usually is. So the outlook is pretty bright for our economy. We have to stay on task, though, and continue to have restrictive policies so that we can get inflation down to 2%. We're also going to be looking out for the labor market. We want to keep the labor market pretty close to where it is. We're pretty close to estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. Job creation is a little below the level that would keep it there, but nonetheless close. And so that's what our policy is trying to achieve.
If I could follow up by asking about your formulation for beginning rate cuts, included the phrase, we need to have confidence that inflation is moving down towards our target. Given the fact that you've raised your forecast for next year, do you have confidence, or are you uncertain about the path of inflation going forward?
So confidence was our test for raising rates, and we made, look at the broader sweep. We've made just a great deal of progress. We're well into the twos in core inflation, and around 2.5 or even lower than that we have been for headline inflation. So I would say I'm confident that inflation has come down a great deal, and I'm confident in the story about why it's come down and why that portends well. And I'll tell you why. Again, you do see with housing services inflation, which is one that we've really worried about, it really has come down now quite steadily at a slower pace than we thought 2 years ago, but it's nonetheless steadily coming down as market rents start to equilibrate better with new leases that turn over, not new tenants, but new leases. Market rents is new leases. So that's happening. That process is ongoing pretty much as we expect. Goods inflation, which is another big piece of it, has returned right to the range where it was before the pandemic. Just for some months this year, it kind of moved up in a bumpy way because of used cars and things like that. But we think overall that should generally be in the range it was in. That leaves non-housing services, and market-based non-housing services are in good shape. It's non-market services, and those are services that are imputed rather than measured directly, and they don't. We think they don't really tell us much about the about tightness in the economy. They don't really reflect that. A good example is financial services, which is really done off of asset prices, and that's how that inflation works. So the overall picture, the story of why inflation should be coming down, is still intact. In particular, the labor market. Look at the labor market. It is cooler by so many measures now, modestly cooler than it was in 2019, a year when inflation was well under 2%. So it's not a source of inflationary pressures. Not to say there aren't regional and particular professions where labor is tight, but overall you're not getting inflationary impulses of any significance from the labor market. So what's the story? The story is still just we're unwinding from these large shocks that the economy got in 2021 and 22 in, for example, housing services, and now also in insurance in particular, where costs went up, and those are now being reflected later in housing insurance. It's real inflation, but it doesn't portend persistently high inflation. So we and most other forecasters still feel that we're on track to get down to 2%. It might take another year or two from here, but I'm confident that that's the path we're on. And our policy will do everything it can to assure that that is the case.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. So the unemployment rate as of November, while still very low, is within spitting distance of the level that generated a lot of concern about the labor market over the summer in the lead up to the 50 basis point cut in September. Hiring has also narrowed to just a handful of sectors. But now the committee appears comfortable skipping cuts at upcoming meetings. So what has changed about the committee's assessment of the risks confronting the labor market? Is there just less concern now on that front, or is it just about there being more upside risk to inflation that now needs to be accounted for?
The unemployment rate is now the same as it was in July, 4.2%. It's moved up and down, but it's now the same as July. Job creation is lower than it has been, but it's been steady. It's not declining. It's steady at a level which, as I pointed out a couple of times, is actually below the level that would hold the unemployment rate constant, but it's not so far below. So you might, if we have the break-even level right, and if job creation continues at that level in the establishment survey, then you would get a tenth maybe every other month kind of thing. So gradually declining. We don't have that kind of precision in this. So, but you're right, though, and I read out some of the reasons. We do think the labor market is still cooling by many measures, and we're watching that closely. It's not cooling in a quick or in a way that really raises concerns. I think, you pointed out, participants in the FOMC really thought that the risks and uncertainty had improved relative to the labor market. And it's because things have just gotten a little bit better. It doesn't, the unemployment rate flat and things like that. Nonetheless, we're watching it closely.
If the idea, though, is that no additional kind of softening in the labor market is welcome here, what's to prevent that from happening if rates are still restrictive?
So what I said is we don't think we need further softening to get to 2% inflation. That's what I'm saying. Not that it's not welcome. We don't need it, we don't think. If you had a situation where inflation is moving around by a tenth every few months, that's, we'd have to weigh that against the fact that inflation has, in recent months, been moving sideways in the 12-month window. And so we've got to weigh them both. And at this point, for a while there, we were only really focused, mainly focused on inflation. We've now gotten to a place where the risks to the two are, we think, are roughly in balance. And so that's how we think about it.
Steve.
Mr. Chairman, I did not hear you use the word recalibration today. And I'm just wondering if the recalibration phase is over and what you might call this new phase and whether the criteria for changing rates is somehow different and higher than it was before. Thanks.
We're not renaming the phase yet, but we may get around to that. But no, I would say we are, though, in a new phase in the process, as I said. So, and that's just because we've reduced our policy rate by 100 basis points. We're significantly closer to neutral. We still think where we are is meaningfully restrictive. And I think from this point forward, it's appropriate to move cautiously and look for progress on inflation. We've done a lot to support economic activity by cutting 100 basis points, and that's a good thing. I support the decision, and I think it was the right decision to make. I think from now, we are in a place where the risks really are in balance, and we need to see progress on inflation. And that's how we're thinking about it. So it is kind of a new thing. We moved pretty quickly to get to here, and I think going forward, obviously, we're going to be moving slower, which is consistent with the SEP.
I wonder if I could follow up and ask you how much you or the committee are looking through some of the high numbers we've had in the recent inflation numbers. For example, cars being up maybe because of the hurricanes, eggs because of the avian flu, that kind of stuff, and then looking forward perhaps to housing inflation coming down as it did in the recent report.
So we always try to be careful about not throwing out the numbers we don't like. It's just an occupational hazard is to look, those high months are wrong. What about the low months? We have a very low month potentially in November. It's estimated by many to be in the mid-teens for core PCE. So that could be idiosyncratically low. We try to look at not just a couple or 3 months. We shouldn't have, our position shouldn't change based on 2 or 3 months of good or bad data. We have a long string now of inflation coming down gradually over time. As I mentioned, 12-month, I think, 12-month headlines 2.5, 12-month core is 2.8. That's way better than we were. We still have some work to do, though, is how we're looking at it, and we need policy to remain restrictive to get that work done, we think.
Neil.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. Financial markets have been very buoyant really all year. Is the committee comfortable with where financial conditions are, or do you see a risk that looseness in financial conditions could undermine progress on your inflation target?
So we do look carefully at financial conditions, of course. That's part of what we do. But, you know, we really look carefully at is the performance of our goal variables and how are we affecting the economy. So what we've seen over the course of, just take the last year, we've seen inflation, well, over the last couple of years, come down a lot. We've seen the labor market cool off quite a bit. That suggests that our policy is restrictive. We can also look more directly at the parts of the economy that are affected by that are interest sensitive, like particularly housing. Housing activity is very low, and that's partly significantly because of our policy. So we think our policy is working, it's transmitting, and it's having the effects on our goal variables that we would want. You know, a lot of things move financial conditions around, as you know, and we don't really control those, but I'd say we see the effects we're hoping to see on the goal variables and the places where we'd expect to see it.
So if I may, speaking of assets that have been buoyant, do you see any value or benefit in the U.S. government building a reserve of Bitcoin?
So, you know, we're not allowed to own Bitcoin. The Federal Reserve Act says what we can own, and we're not looking for a law change. That's the kind of thing for Congress to consider, but we are not looking for a law change at the Fed.
Andrew.
Hey, happy holidays, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking our questions. I was wondering if you are satisfied with the way 2024 is ending, if you're confident that we've avoided the recession that forecasters were predicting as inevitable a couple years ago.
I think it's pretty clear we've avoided a recession. I think growth this year has been solid. It really has. PDFP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is the best indicator of private demand, is looking to come in around 3% this year. This is a really good number. Again, the U.S. economy has just been remarkable, and it's when in these international meetings that I attend, this has been the story, is that how well the U.S. is doing. And if you look around the world, there's just a lot of slow growth and continued struggle with inflation. I feel very good about where the economy is and the performance of the economy, and we want to keep that going.
The other thing I just wanted to ask about was the you guys have noted that the unemployment rate is still low. However, employment rates have fallen rather quickly. The prime age employment rate has fell by about half a percent rather recently. The question, I guess, is do you think there's maybe more downside momentum in the labor market than the unemployment rate alone is signaling?
I don't think so, no. I think overall, if you look at it, prime age participation is still very high. What's going on in the labor market is that the hiring rate is low. So if you have a job, you're doing very well, and layoffs are very low, right? So people are not losing their jobs in large numbers, unusually large numbers. If you are looking for a job, though, the hiring rate is low, and that's a signal of lower demand. It has come down. So we look for signs like that, and that's clearly a sign of softening, further softening. I didn't mention it earlier, but I think you can see an ongoing gradual softening in the labor market. Again, not something we need to see to get 2% inflation. And, you know, that's part of the reason that explains why we moved ahead today with the action, with an additional cut. So, but you take a step back, the level of unemployment is very low. Again, participation is high. Wages are at a healthy and ever more sustainable level, wage growth. And so the labor market, this is a good labor market, and, you know, we want to keep it that way.
Thanks.
Amira.
Thank you. I'm Amara Mokwe from Bloomberg News. I just want to put a finer point on the labor market. Can you keep the labor market this way, in the strong position that you have described, without further cuts? In other words, do you still view the labor market as needing support to protect against a further cooling?
You know, we can't know that with any tremendous certainty. I will say that we think that our policy balances the risks. We think the risks are roughly in balance as between the two mandates, and we think the labor market is in solid shape. And when I say it's softening or cooling, it's a very gradual process. You know, job creations are meaningfully positive. Wages are, you know, if anything, still a bit above what would be sustainable if productivity were to revert to its longer run trend. If you take into account the high productivity readings we've had, then wages are already at a sustainable level relative to 2% inflation. So I don't want to overstate the downside in the labor market, because the downsides clearly appear to have diminished. Nonetheless, it's one of our mandate goals, and you know, we pay close attention to it, and it's worth noting that it is still gradually cooling, gradually and in an orderly way. And you know, that's how I would characterize it, and that's why we're paying careful attention.
Elizabeth. Thanks so much, Chair Powell. Elizabeth Schulze from ABC News. As you've noted, the Fed is now forecasting higher inflation next year. High prices are still a burden for so many households right now. Why do you think it is that inflation is proving to be more stubborn than you'd expected?
You know, it breaks down into a long answer if you want, but it just has been a little bit more stubborn. I think if you go back 2 or 3 years, many people were saying that to get this far down, we would have had to have had a deep recession and, you know, high unemployment by now. Well, that has not been the case. So, you know, the path down has actually been much better than many predicted. We've managed to have the unemployment rate remain essentially at its longer run natural rate, while inflation has come down from, you know, core PCE inflation has come down from 5.6% to 2.8% on a 12-month basis. So that's a pretty good outcome. Why hasn't it come down? One reason is that just a technical issue around the way we calculate housing services, and that process has been slower than market rents are showing up more slowly in that measure than we might have thought 2 years ago. So that's part of it. I think there are other parts of the story, but you know, what I think people are feeling right now is the effect of high prices, not high inflation. So we understand very well that prices went up by a great deal, and people really feel that, and it's prices of food and transportation and heating your home and things like that. So there's tremendous pain in that burst of inflation that was very global. This was everywhere in all the advanced economies at the same time. So now we have inflation itself is way down, but people are still feeling high prices, and that is really what people are feeling. The best we can do for them, and that's who we work for, is to get inflation back down to its target and keep it there, so that people are earning, you know, big real wage increases, so that their wages are going up. Their compensation is going up faster than inflation year upon year upon year, and that's what will restore people's good feeling about the economy. That's what it will take, and that's what we're aiming for.
And as we look ahead to next year, what do you see as the biggest challenge to the economy under the next administration?
I feel very good about where the economy is. Honestly, I'm very optimistic about the economy, and we're in a really good place. Our policy's in a really good place. I expect another good year next year.
Edward.
Thanks, Chair Powell, for doing the questions. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So you say that we're closer to the neutral rate. What % do you see and the committee believes, where is that neutral rate?
So I'll say a couple things. First of all, when we write, the thing we write down in the summary of economic projections is the longer run neutral rate, which is the neutral rate at a time when supply and demand are in balance, the full economy is in balance, and no shocks are hitting the economy. That is not where we are right now. So when we're making monetary policy at the Fed, That's not the question we're asking. So you can't do a straight read between those longer run numbers that we write down and what we think the appropriate policy should be. So basically, at any given time, various shocks are hitting the economy. And so what we're doing in real time is we're looking at our policy stance and we're looking at the way it's hitting the economy. And particularly, we look at the effects it's having as we try to move the economy toward maximum employment and price stability. And the answer can be, there are things that affect the economy that are lasting but not permanent, and the ones that are permanent are the ones that would be in our star. The ones that could be lasting but nonetheless go away over time, they could actually affect what's sort of technically the appropriate neutral stance in near term. So we're looking at that, and we don't know exactly where it is, but as I like to say, we know it by its works. And I think what we know for sure is that we're 100 basis points closer to it right now. There are many estimates of where that might be, and we know we're a lot closer to it. And I think we're in a good place, but I think from here, it's a new phase, and we're going to be, cautious about further cuts.
But I think that the markets are looking for a little more clarity. I mean, I've heard estimates from 2.9% to 4%. I think the markets would like to see a little more clarity about a year out, 18 months out, as to where that goalpost, for lack of a better term, is, because at the moment it looks big.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there are countless models of what a neutral rate might be at any given time. There are empirical models, there are theoretical models, there are things that combine them, and they have as many different answers as you'd like. So there is no real certainty. And I mean, it's actually a good thing to know that we don't know exactly where it is. So you're not tempted to think, oh, I think this model or this estimate is right. You just have to be open to the empirical data that are coming in and also how it's affecting the outlook. And it's not made any easier by the fact that that our policy works with long and variable lags. Nonetheless, that is the job we have, and so I think it's appropriate for us now to proceed cautiously now that we're 100 basis points closer to neutral, and we'll do so. Meanwhile, the economy seems to be in good shape, and these cuts will certainly help to support economic activity and the labor market, while we can still make progress on inflation because policy is still meaningfully restrictive.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying at the beginning about inflation. Are you saying that progress on core PCE counts as progress on inflation even if headline inflation ticks up? And then also, since that's what's projected in the SEP, I was wondering what accounts for that? Why do you all see core PCE going down and potentially headline inflation ticking up?
So, and as I imagine the goal overall is headline inflation because that's what people experience. People don't experience core inflation, they experience inflation, and that includes food and energy costs. So that's the overall goal. But as we know, headline inflation contains energy and food, and those prices can fluctuate for reasons that are not related to tightness in the economy and therefore are not really good predictors of future inflation. So it turns out that core inflation is a better predictor of overall inflation than overall inflation is. So we look at core inflation because it's a better measure of what future inflation is likely to be because it's a better measure of what inflation pressures exist. So it's complicated, but ultimately our goal is headline, not core. So your second question was what?
Why do you all see core going down but headline potentially ticking up?
So headline can be affected. You're talking about next year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so headline can be affected by energy prices and food prices. So that there will be things in the headline forecast that are to do with forecasts of energy prices, whereas core will be, if you look at core going out a full year, then it'll be much more driven by things like tightness in the economy. So that's why the two can go in different directions. Headline has been lower, as you know, most of this year, but that's because energy prices have been coming down, which is a great thing for people, but energy prices will come down and then they will go up, and it won't really be telling us anything about how tight the economy is and how future inflation will perform.
Do geopolitical risks factor in at all to how you're thinking about energy prices?
We monitor geopolitical risks really quickly, but really carefully rather. But I would say so far those risks haven't really, nothing has come out of those risks that has really been important for the United States economy. The single thing that you would look to is the price of oil, given that we're talking about the Middle East and Ukraine, and but that is a good summary statistic for the kind of thing that could go wrong with global turmoil. But the price of oil has been coming down, and because of supply conditions, global supply conditions. So the U.S. is not feeling really the effects of geopolitical turmoil, but we are certainly at a time of elevated geopolitical turmoil, and it remains a risk.
Kelly. Thanks, Chair Powell. Kelly O'Grady from CBS News. I want to go back to something that you said a minute ago, that wage growth is outpacing inflation now. It wasn't the case for some time, of course. It's partly why Americans haven't felt much relief in their wallets from prices yet. But with inflation ticking up, how worried are you the progress in closing that gap could go away?
Yeah, so inflation, again, we don't react to a couple of months of higher readings or a couple of months of lower readings. And what we had was we had 4 months of really nice readings, and then September and October were higher, but then November is much lower. So I don't really think the public is experiencing that as a surprising upside risk to inflation. I think inflation is much lower. What the public is feeling, and they're right about it, is that prices are just, the price level went up because of the past inflation, and it's going to take some time for real wages to recover over a period of years in which your real compensation is growing. And in other words, your compensation is growing meaningfully faster than inflation. That's exactly the kind of economy we have now, and we just want to hold on to it. That process will probably take some years, but that's what's going on right now. And I don't think that a couple of months of higher inflation really signal that anything of the nature you're suggesting.
And just one follow-up. Let's look more long-term. You previously predicted hitting the 2% inflation target in 2026. It's now been pushed out to 2027. You said you're focused on enabling further progress on inflation. That's not necessarily progress in the right direction. Are you confident that target isn't going to move further out?
We're talking about when you're projecting the economy, 3 years out, 2 years out, you're talking about high uncertainty. Very high uncertainty. We really, at that point, it's not possible to confidently predict where the economy is going to be in 3 years. So what we're doing is we're looking at what's happening now. We're kind of projecting that the same kinds of things are happening. So we keep a strong labor market. Housing services inflation comes down. Goods inflation settles down, and non-market services return to their prior level. All of those things should happen over time, and those pieces come together. There's every reason to think that they will. The timing of it is highly uncertain. But you're not wrong, though, that it's been a bit frustrating because while we've made progress, it has been slower than we had hoped. Nonetheless, we're still on track, and I think if 2 years ago you'd said we were at 4.2% unemployment and 2.8% inflation, people would say, "I'll take that." I mean, that's a pretty good interim place to be. Job's not done, but I think we're feeling good about where we are and where we're headed.
Go to Nancy for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell, Nancy Marshall-Genzer from Marketplace. You said a couple times inflation has been moving sideways. Appears to be settling in around, 2.5%. Do you think the Fed is just going to have to settle for that and accept that you're not going to get to your 2% target?
No, we're not going to settle for that. I think we certainly have every intention and expectations that we'll get inflation back sustainably to 2%. That is, and I am confident we will achieve that. It has taken longer, but you have to be, we are making progress. We have made a great deal of progress, and we'll continue to do so and get back to 2% inflation. That's what we owe the public, and we're committed to achieving it.
In that case, can you rule out a rate hike next year?
You don't rule things completely in or out in this world. That doesn't appear to be a likely outcome. I think we're at 4.3%. that's meaningfully restrictive, and I think it's a well-calibrated rate for us to continue to make progress on inflation while keeping a strong labor market. So, thank you very much.
Okay, so for the YouTube audience, I'm gonna get us back into the Discord. I just didn't like the amount of hot mics there were, if that makes sense. So we'll jump back in here for discussion until I leave here in a little bit.
Shut your mouth.
No, that just makes too much sense.
Just saying.
That makes entirely too much sense.
I mean, with these CEOs getting paid, what, like 300, 250 times more than the lowest paid worker in the company,
So how quick is the rebound?
Hello.
Well, I ate a pizza before he was done talking, an entire medium pizza. So
I ate one last night at the movie. It was absolutely fabulous.
we'll see. Hopefully, we gain some. I mean, that'd be nice, right? It would be pretty
fabulous.
good.
Yeah.
A lot of buying, a tremendous amount of buying. I mean, there's definitely going to be some retail selling. That's their problem, but the volume, like, I'll share my screen again back on Thinkorswim, and like, if you want to see how important, this is your first FOMC meeting, congratulations, you're alive. So you made it.
Hey.
The other thing is, people are like, oh, what? People are in here all day asking, what's the play? What's the play? What's the play? Take a look at the volume now, how it's completely shifted. There was no. The play is, if you bought puts, congratulations. Like, you're making so much money right now. Like,
yeah.
But otherwise, this is the play. It's buying puts before this happened. That was a risky play. You're making money if you did that, or buying stock now. So I bought Cooler. I bought RXRX. I'm seeing good discounts, and I like them, and I don't mind holding these companies going forward because they're cheap, and this could be the beginning of a good discount for them. But if you wanted to make a lot of money very quickly, you would have gambled on puts, and they're paying off for you tremendously right now.
So Cooler went down from 2.5 to about 2, 2.1.
Yep, that's it. I bought at exactly 2.
So you guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is one thesis that I think is pretty crazy. So there's this guy, terrified of AI. I believe he's in the chat here, right? Most likely he is.
Not at the moment.
Okay, he dipped out for a second. He was in here a minute ago. Basically he invests in the the Mag 7 or like the top 10 stocks in the index, and it typically outperforms on a good day, and it typically has less of leakage on a bad day compared to the other, like 90 stocks in the index. So, I mean, so far it's proven true on good days and bad days. This was the first bad day though in a while. So, but Nvidia, Apple, all them are, you know, completely doing better than the rest of the companies in the index. So, I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely bought some Nvidia at the lowest point.
Yeah.
I bought some NU, the bank. It's like hitting some recent or some previous resistance levels. It's down like 10% today.
Yep. Well, I'm glad I pulled out of the market when I did. I guess I was somewhat correct. Those who have been caring, Because I would have been wiped today. I had 100% portfolio on options trades before I pulled out, so today would have been a negative 80%, negative 60% day for me.
And I made like $800 on Nvidia this morning. Now I just bought back in, basically where I started from.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go eat and shower and stuff. I'm gonna hop out of here, but you guys take care.
You too.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Stream on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it here.